going to get started, so if you could just take your seats. You go to the podium, you make sure. Good morning. Good morning. If you could just take your seats, we're going to get going with another busy day 2. Thank you, and welcome back to day 2 of our Sustainable Skies Conference, Contrails in Focus. Good to see everyone back. Hope that everyone was rested last night and good discussions in the reception afterwards. Thank you to Eurocontrol for that reception. It was a good opportunity to network and chat with people and continue the discussions from the day. We have another full agenda today. We shift gears a little bit on the topic slightly, but another busy day today. We do have some new participants today who weren't with us yesterday, so slightly different audience. We'll just off the top run the security video again, just for everyone who's new. We have a security video. Perfect. Thank you.
Welcome to Eurocontrol. 3 things you need for a safe stay with us. We have one number for all emergencies. Call 99000 on any internal phone or 02 729 9000 if you use another telephone. If we need to evacuate, please follow the green exit signs and go to your designated assembly area outside. If you need medical assistance, our medical service is just next to the conference area. Thanks, and have a productive and safe meeting.
Thank you. One other reminder for anyone who's new, both in person and joining us online, is that in the various sessions, and today we have more briefings on research projects and operational projects and several panel discussions. We are going to be managing questions from the floor for those discussions using the Slido app. So if you weren't here yesterday and you haven't connected to that, please use the QR code that you see now on the screen to make that connection and register, and then we'll be taking questions within that app. And you can see the drop-down menu for the various sessions and put your questions in there. And as moderators, Marilyn and I will do our best to go through those questions and frame those ones to the various discussions. But to kick off our day, I'm happy to introduce a colleague of mine, Tanya Grodebeck, who is our CANSO Director of European Affairs. Welcome, Tanya.
Thank you, Michelle. Welcome to the day 2. Unfortunately, I missed day 2, and I've been told you had to work on your maths very, very hard. So while yesterday the day was focusing on the science and detection, today we will focus on application of those measures. And this will we do by addressing 2 primary topics. One is the EU scheme for the monitoring, reporting, and verification. And secondly, exploration of operational mitigation strategies as we look at what mitigation studies have been done and those that are underway to explore this potential means to reduce contrail impact on our climate. We have a very great lineup of the speakers, and I'm looking forward to listen to those experts because we will address both operational challenges and development of those measures from organizations involved in developing potential solutions. Also, we will hear a potential impact of sustainable fuels, and I believe we have some who will do those fuels speaking today. It has been a real pleasure for this conference, and I'm looking forward to welcome you to this joint CANSO and Eurocontrol conference, and I will head over to Marianne. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. So good morning, everybody. We are going to start our first presentation sessions, and I'm sure that you are all impatient to hear from this first session with DG Climat and to know more about the monitoring, reporting and verification framework. I'm sure that you were all motivated to come so early in the morning to listen to them. But just before I invite Dimitar and Vincent to come at the lectern, as it has been said by Michel, we are using a Slido system for the entire day. It's because we have a big agenda and we try to stick to the time. So we are managing questions via the Slido. I see that if you go to the Slido, there is no specific slot for the session that is going to be presented by Dimitar, but please put your question in the panel discussion on non-CO2 if you have some question for Dimitar and Vincent. So don't hesitate to use this option. And now, so I would like to invite Dimitar Nikov, Senior Policy Officer for DG Climat at the European Commission, and Vincent De Haas, Sustainable Aviation Consultant at 270 for a joint presentation on the non-CO2 MRV. So Dimitar, Vincent, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. Quite happy to be here. And wanted to thank first Michel, Marlene, CANSO EUROCONTROL on this quite impressive event with quite a lot of stimulating interventions, technical, and today a little bit more political to an extent. Maybe as an introduction, I wanted to really just be thankful for that we are already here on this topic that maybe a few years ago was not having the needed attention from policymakers. So quite happy that we are at this level. I wanted to acknowledge, so first from the Commission side, that we consider non-CO2 as being a mature enough topic. One can say that it's 24 years old if you take the IPCC 1999 report. So it's in a kind able to stand on its feet to do some action. And despite the identity crisis that it's going on right now with non-CO2, which is pretty much the uncertainties, being on the persistent contrails, being the metric, being the time horizon, being the algorithm to compute a CO2 equivalent, we must admit that the contribution of non-CO2 to global warming is quite clear, and it is currently greater than the one from CO2. This does not mean that we should give greater importance to non-CO2 climate weighting compared to the one from CO2. So if you're thinking about the metrics here, especially given the long-term scenarios that we are, of course, we are living in, so have this mitigation by 2050. But it does not mean either that we should focus more on non-CO2 mitigation. It only means that now non-CO2 is part of the climate equation, and it's basically here to stay. This has been actually shown by the 2020 EASA report. So I think Steve is here and he'll close the loop at the end of the day. Basically, this led the European Union co-legislators, so this is the European Parliament and the European Union Council, which are the member states, to agree in December last year, December 2022, on an approach towards MRV, basically saying that in line with the precautionary principle, non-CO2 effects can no longer be ignored, and emission reductions must happen in order to align with the Paris Agreement. So maybe just to remind, between 1999 and last year, the sixth special report from IPCC, the question, so we heard it yesterday, the question on the research, actually the question actually didn't go down, they increased. We have more questions than answers right now. But it's also what we saw yesterday is that there are so many new projects that are quite going in depth on the topic. So it's very encouraging to continue working on that. And what's also increased is the political will to act on the topic. And basically, this political appetite is maybe explained to an extent by the trend of the emissions of the sector. I've put it on the slide, but yeah, basically we are slowly getting back to the pre-pandemic trend of emissions. There is some hope on international level, which is the long-term aspirational goal. Nevertheless, it is we still need to be operationalized, and we still need to have this MRV, this trajectory in there, and these milestones. And it's all about CO2. So we need to do something about those short-lived pollutants as well. And there is, of course, great work going on in the different technical working groups of ICAO, but still to be rendered more operational. At EU level, then there is regional EU level. In 2006, the Commission impact assessment on the inclusion of aviation in the ETS recognized that aviation has impact on the global climate through the release of those non-CO2 emissions. What happened further is in 2018, the Article 30, paragraph 4 of the revised ETS directive required the Commission to present an update analysis, and this is where basically the EASA report came in 2020, confirming pretty much the previous conclusions of IPCC in terms of importance of the non-CO2 effects, being, for instance, global climate impact of 2 to 4 times the impact of CO2 alone. And it also, if I may say, this report allowed us to understand that some of the uncertainties are here to stay for a fair amount of time. So basically the message here is that we have to learn how to cope with uncertainties and move forward, which is also quite aligned with the logic of the precautionary principle. So now to get to the substance, we have the EU ETS directive text. As I told you, it was agreed in December last year. It was adopted May this year. Two interesting parts in this ETS revised text. The first is the definition of non-CO2 effects. And here we're, of course, speaking about contrails, so the topic of this conference, but we have also NOx in there. We have soot in there. We have water vapor in there. So we are pretty much interested in the whole non-CO2 effects. And then, of course, the work on the MRV implementing act that should include non-CO2 effects in an MRV framework containing a minimum the 3D aircraft trajectory data that is available, ambient humidity and ambient temperature, in order to enable CO2 equivalents per flight to be produced. And then we have some facilitative lines saying that we should provide some tools to facilitate this process, to automatize this process as much as possible. We have also further mandate. So the MRV will kick in 1st of January 25. The results will be published once a year from 26 on. And then, of course, we have further work, a report, eventual impact assessment, to see what should be further measures, if any, needed to foster mitigation. We launched a tender to support us into the work. We have two objectives, high-level objectives in the tender. Basically the contractor first must work on the data, which will encompass, so I'll go quickly into the tasks in the next slide, but there are different layers of data that we're looking for. This goes hand in hand with the IT solution to collect the data. And of course, if there are any gaps, we need to think about default values. We need to think about alternative approaches. We need to think about solutions, how to fill the gaps. And the second high-level objective is basically, well, of course, here we're speaking also climate impact, so how to get to this CO2 equivalent. And here actually we're saying equivalents per flight because we don't feel for the moment bound by any metric, or any horizon, or any algorithm. Maybe quickly on the tasks under the tender. So those are the different tasks. So they have each one of them has its own paragraph. The minimum data requirements is to define the essential flight data that is to be monitored, by the same time adhering to established scientific principles and knowledge. We think that this data should be accessible to aircraft operators on applicable routes under the directive. It must support the creation of a 3D flight trajectory and determine values for humidity and temperature. Either, so this is important, either through reanalysis of already available data, so yesterday ERA 5 was mentioned, or similar methods providing similar accuracy. So here the implied message is that for the time being and for this MRV, we're clearly not foreseeing use of sensors. We start without. And actually, to be honest, it only makes sense, as while the climate impact of a single flight might be over or underestimated for individual weather situations, a route-specific CO2 equivalence estimate of all flights over a reference period, like a year, could be accurate as extreme weather events will be compensated. Of course, what we want here is to obtain kind of minimum data that will enable evaluation of contrails for sure, but basically of NOx as well. For the additional data, so this is where maybe weather forecasting can kick in, and this is where we're requiring the consultant to be a little bit more in explorative mode. Think about aerosol cloud interaction. Think about costs, think about benefits, think about practical life data examples of data gathering. On the gaps in the default values, we want them to see the gap likelihood, the potential errors in the MRV framework, error scenarios, how to correct those error scenarios, provide guidelines to do so, and and so on. And then we have data collection, storage, and protection. This is this famous IT tool. So for the moment, we're looking more for kind of minimum viable product, which is more like a prototype kind of approach. Here, it's very important here to mention that the protection of the data. So we've heard several times that confidentiality of data is of key importance, and we are fully aligned with that. And we have, by the way, quite extensive experience under the ETS, the emission trading scheme, with protection of confidential data with relation to fixed installations. So of course, confidential data is always fully protected. And finally, maybe to mention the key part is to provide a comprehensive overview of current and developing aviation non-CO2 MRV methods, algorithms, how to basically advise on integrating monitored data into these models, how the data will actually work, how the different metric can work, how this set of data can work with the different models, and then recommend a range of CO2 equivalents that are based on diverse climate metrics, including GWP 100. It is mentioned as a metric in the tender, and other key metrics. Evaluate pros and evaluate cons of using those metrics. We finally, in terms of fuels, it was mentioned, we would like to have the work going into this direction as well. We think the MRV should be able to accommodate different blends of fuels, including SAF and kerosene with lower aromatics. And here, of course, there is some work existing already. I can mention one piece of work that is coming from Horizon 2020, which is jet screen. So this is one thing, for instance, not being exhaustive one, but just one example to take into account when we look into these topics. And of course, there's the usual support to the European Commission in the work, in the stakeholder engagement. We'll have a conference on the 1st of December. Yeah, we'll have Vincent, going in more detail, but conference on 1st of December in Brussels and online as well, going in some of the details of the work ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitar.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vincent de Haas, and I'm here representing the consortium that is working on the tender that Dimitar just outlined. So I'm standing here, but behind the scenes, a lot of colleagues are working on this as we speak. So that's good. That's good to know. I'd like to share a little bit about how we are implementing the tender objectives into the work we're doing, how we've structured the work, also in terms of timeline and per work package as we've structured it, how that's going to play out and what the results are expected to be. So this first image provides an overview of how we've structured it, with first their focus on the data needs, then in the second part on the data storage and security, much more the IT aspect that was discussed, and finally the implications and the operationalization of the MRV, and that pertains to engaging with scientists, with the latest academic evidence, and also with the sector to make sure that we can operationalize this in the time frame that we have. So first look at the planning. We have a timeline that aligns with the directive and the targets in the directive. We will be providing our first results already in November, so this month, which will provide some first guidance, especially on the data needs and the models and metrics that are assessed. We have kind of pulled forward the engagement with the sector with a public meeting on the 1st of December, which is for all interested parties, so that we are able to collect the relevant information in time. January 2024, we will provide kind of a wrap-up of that data needs assessment and the models and metrics analysis. And starting 2024, we'll work on the implementation and kind of developing an IT solution, an IT prototype that aims to give a first idea of how collection would go, give some first guidelines, insights into what would be important, what would be relevant. And also there, it's important to take into account, what the sector can provide, what data might already be available through other streams, and we can use that as a bit of a testing tool to see what the eventual IT tool would look like, and it might also be already a first step in that. And the project should be finalized by December of 2024. Going into the first work package, we have looked at the data needs in 3 steps. First, we are looking at the different approaches, models, and metrics that are currently available that were discussed in a lot of detail yesterday. So we won't go into that. I'll let that over to the scientists. Second, we look at the minimum data needs and the additional data needs that are required for the models and metrics that are available and that can be looked at. This is a bit back and forth. We understand constraints there, and we will also note these constraints, describe them while they are, in terms of availability, in terms of accuracy. And then lastly, we'll look at, okay, once we've set these data targets, what gaps can arise and how can we mitigate these gaps? And this connects a lot more on the operationalization of the MRV as well. Outputs of these are initially the preliminary report and the intermediary report by the end of the year. In the second work package, it's very practical, I would even say. It's looking into developing a prototype of a user-friendly and secure IT solution that is able to collect the data that is coming out of work package 1. And here we are looking to use some data samples So really to get an as clear possible picture of what this would look like, so that we can also present to the Commission some scenarios or some first descriptions of what this would look like. And this can help them later on in how do you want to design the interface, who needs to have access, how do the data flows go, from what to what party need these data, do these data flows need to go, and especially important there is the security of this data. Finally, the last work package is on the operationalization, and this is very critical in the project, that we've put it throughout the timeline, and that we understand the constraints from the sector, so that you don't have an MRV that just collects data and is not useful. It needs to be applicable both from the side of having the right inputs for the models and the metrics, but also from the availability, that it's possible for the users that will be involved to apply and include the data there. The second part of this work package is understanding the administrative and resource cost of the implementation. So getting a first idea, if these are the types of data we need, and this is how the data flows and how it's collected, what will this mean for airlines, both legacy carriers, regional airlines, any other stakeholders that might be involved in delivering this data and passing on this data within the data flows. We'll do this through, as we mentioned before, the public meeting on the 1st of December, which we invite everyone to provide insights on their thoughts on this data flow. What's really important here, we're not talking about CO2 equivalent models or metrics. That is something that will be discussed, but not something that we're requesting from the sector. What we're really looking at here is what data needs to be provided. We're already hoping to provide some first results, and how can this data be provided by the sector. This will also come back towards the end of the project, where if we are having some more results on, for example, IT solutions and IT prototypes, how does that land within the sector? How does that administrative cost that we've analyzed really end up being in the eventual operationalization? So look forward to that meeting and to seeing all of you there again, and to hearing all the inputs. I'm sure there are many, and open to some questions if there are. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. So before we start the panel, I see in the Slido that we have a few questions for you. Some of the questions will be also discussed during the panel, so I will just limit to one or two. So the first one, and it's because Dimitar, you mentioned it during your presentations, there will be no request for sensor. So how should aircraft operator report on ambient humidity if they don't have the means yet to do it? So how do you see that?
Okay, can you hear me? So basically, we have to do the MRV, right? So if there is an argument saying, well, we don't have the technical capacity to do it, sorry for that, we cannot go this way, of course. So we have to do with what we have. And what we have right now is statistical approaches. And to be quite honest, as I mentioned it, we do believe that those approaches are quite accurate for the time being. And of course, what I did not mention is that the MRV process in its beginning, the way we see it is kind of doing by learning process. I will not say pilot because it's another type of tool, but we are not doing an MRV that will necessarily stay the same for the years to come. We are starting an MRV process. This MRV process can be improved over time. And this is what we count on, actually, to be honest. We count on the different research projects that are ongoing to inform further precision of the MRV. And precision is I forget to say that as well. Precision is the ally of the industry here. But there is an optimum situation to strike. There is perfect knowledge will not be possible. Let's be clear already now. Not this year, not maybe in a few years' time. So we need to find the optimum kind of situation on the MRV. Thanks.
Thank you, Dimitar. And a very quick question that should be easy for you to answer. Is the UK participating in this MRV scheme?
You mean on the routes?
For the MRV, the UK.
Well, yeah, so basically the MRV is applying to routes under the directive. So one can say that yes, the routes to UK are concerned. As a country, the UK does not necessarily participate. Nevertheless, we are not at all in a mode that we say we'll do it only between EU member states. We are very much looking into the different publications coming from the research from the UK, that they're quite important for the knowledge. I mean, most of the key publications, we have Manchester, we have Imperial College. I mean, we have a lot of brain work from there that we have to that we cannot just ignore.
Thank you, Dimitar. Yeah, Vincent.
To add to that, there was a conference in London the other day, and I know that there's also discussions within the UK on looking into an MRV framework from their perspective. So I think more information will be available about the UK's approach as well.
Okay. Vincent, thank you, Dimitar. Don't escape from the room, but actually you can't, so that's nice, because we are going to start our panel, and it might be that you would like to intervene as well. So as I just mentioned, it starts to start our panel to discuss about this MRV now, but from an association point of view. So for this panel, we have gathered an amazing panel with different speakers coming from different association and organization. So it's my pleasure to present you Jo Darden. She's the Director of Aviation for Transport and Environment. So she will provide an NGO point of view to that discussion. Then it's my pleasure to introduce Laurent Doncel, Deputy Managing Director for Airlines for Europe. He will be the voice of the airlines today. Then I would like to introduce Mr. Patrick Arpineau, Professional Affairs Director for the European Cockpit Aviation. He will be the voice of the pilots today. And then I would like to introduce Vincent Devroy, Director of Civil Aviation, Aerospace, Security and Defense Industries Association in Europe, so also ASD. You will be the voice of the aviation industry as a whole. And finally, I would like to introduce Stephen Moore, Head of ATM Network Operation. You will represent Eurocontrol today and the network manager in this discussion. So, as usual, you have the Slido. So if you have some question that you would like me to address with our speaker, this is the good way to proceed. And now I would like maybe to start, because at the end of the day, the MRV will be for airline. Maybe with Laurent, sorry, you will be the first to share as an association your position regarding that MRV. We know that you have published a position paper on that subject and also on CO2. So what are your main concern inputs regarding this future MRV framework?
Thank you, Marilyn, and thank you for having us today. On my bike, on my way here, I was rejoiced by the way that, or enthused by the way that the fact that we are going to lock ourselves in this beautiful building for 2 days to talk about a topic that we probably didn't know much about 5 years ago. So it's quite nice that, you know, it's a steep learning curve, but it's quite impressive to see that everybody's committed to that. And I think that would be my first point out of 3, as they teach you in all good French universities. The first is that, yes, there will be uncertainty. Uncertainty will continue, as Dimitar mentioned earlier, but certainty is certainly not a reason for inaction. We are very much aware of the IPCC report. We see where the technology and the science is going, and I can tell you from an airline perspective that we will not be part of the remaining 1% who still believes that there is a doubt and therefore we shouldn't do anything. It will be very hard to reach the Paris Agreement goals, and we may not reach it on time. But from a European Airlines perspective, our commitment to make the European skies the greenest in the world, it still remains the same, and that includes the non-CO2 element. And at this stage, even if we're still waiting for the MRV, I can tell you that majority of the members which I represent from Airlines for Europe already are very active on the non-CO2 front. BA with Breakthrough Energy and Google, DLR with Lufthansa, which is about to equip 6 aircraft with humidity sensors, Iberia with Airbus, if I'm not mistaken. A number of my airlines also are very active in MUAC. So there's a lot going on, and I should also probably mention that since you're familiar with the Destination 2050 roadmap, we are also in the process of reviewing it, which will also for the first time include a non-CO2 element. We're still very early stage in the process, but this is something that's really moving, and it's taking a lot of our capacity and our time and energy. That's the first thing I wanted to mention. The second thing is that yes, the MRV will need to be accurate. And no, at this stage, we're not particularly comfortable with the way it's going, but we understand it's a work in progress. It needs to focus on all, not 3, but 4 dimensions: the temperature, the trajectory, the humidity, and also the time element. And we need to look into how we can include this time element. You know, do we need to align somehow with the lifetime of an aircraft, 50 years? Is that doable? But that's really important if you really want to be comprehensive. Now, we take it that if we don't want a Lada of an MRV, we don't necessarily want a Bentley of an MRV either. So we need to find the right middle ground to also make it achievable from a administrative burden perspective. But we need to be solid. And in that stage also, it needs to be achievable from an airline's perspective. I think, as we discussed yesterday, in many cases, airlines don't own the data. They don't know about the aromatic or the sulfur content of the fuel. Or, as I mentioned, most of our aircraft are not equipped with humidity sensors. So in that sense, we'll have to equip our aircraft with humidity sensor. Is that, unfortunately, will not come cost-free. It was very disappointing when 2 weeks ago the European Commission updated the methodology for the eligibility of projects under the Innovation Fund. That, for example, we didn't see that unless what we had recommended, that the Innovation Fund could also start including support for a project that either reduce the uncertainty of the environmental effect of the non-CO2 or improve the measurement of the quantities of non-CO2 in flights were not taken into account. That will come at a cost for airlines, and since we contribute to the ETS, it only makes sense that all these technologies that we may equip our aircraft with are also supported financially by the ETS Innovation Fund. So that's an issue that, as we discussed earlier, now that also needs to be addressed. If you want to have airline support, you need to have incentives, and you need to have positive incentive. It also means getting financing for all the costs that you simply will need to go through to be able to abide to the MRV. And then the last thing that I want to mention is that beyond the MRV, we expect that the MRV will lead to guidance, because eventually we will need to have clear science-based guidelines to arbitrate between the CO2 and the non-CO2. Is it going to be that non-CO2 mitigation should never come at the expense of CO2, for example? Or is it that non-CO2 mitigation should never come at the expense of more CO2 unless it's offset by SAF? We will need to have that discussion where, I mean, there will be trade-offs, and it's going to be very soon, but that will need to come. And I think, unfortunately, I don't see it as being the scope of the tender for the MRV at this stage, but it will need to come, because this is exactly the kind of guidance we will need if we want to be effective in mitigating the non-CO2 impact. I think this is also going to be tying in with the fact that we will want to build on the basis of the MRV the positive incentives, either from a cost perspective, from a tax perspective, from a charges perspective, but there will be very significant costs, and we can feel it now as we're going through the entail of the Fit for 55 package. Instead of punitive measures, sticks, we will want to make sure that, especially in the early stage, we have carrots, and that we don't have cost on both sides. That's what I want to mention for this morning.
No, thank you, Laurent. It's a very relevant comments. I would like just to come back on the metrics, because yesterday we discussed a lot about the CO2, non-CO2, and different speakers have also mentioned the fact that we need to choose the metric to know what to do, what to prioritize, and it also depends on the timeline that we are considering, because depending on the timeline, CO2, non-CO2, the priority could be slightly different. So it's something that has been also emphasized yesterday. What is new in what you have said, it's really the call for the innovation funds that I fully understand here. And I see that Dimitar would like to react on this, so please.
Sorry, to come back on the innovation funds, and I don't want to have spoilers here, but we updated the methodology indeed, and actually there is a space for the non-CO2 in there, because now we have to consider the overall climate impact of aviation. And so basically the question that you will ask, I guess, is okay, but how do you do it? Then in this methodology, how non-CO2 is considered? Okay, so you can discover this in a few weeks' time when it will be published. But basically, there is a clear way for project developers that want to mitigate already. We are not here. We are not at this level in the ETS, of course. We are on the level of MRV. But under the Innovation Fund, for people that want to mitigate non-CO2 as well, next to CO2, there is a proposed way forward to start with. And this way forward will be updated in the coming months and years in order to take into account findings under the MRV scheme and findings under the different research projects that are ongoing. So it's not at all, again, a fixed fixed share of emissions in time. It's not a fixed state. It's like a little bit like non-CO2. It's not fixed in time. So it will evolve, the knowledge on that. So we start with something on non-CO2, and in the coming months it will be updated. But for people that want to, in this new call, large scale call, to look into this kind of projects, they can already.
Yeah. Thank you, Dimitar. And now I would like to ask to Vincent, because from an ASD point of view, you also published a paper on that one. So could you share your view on that?
Yes, thank you. So obviously also from the manufacturing industry, we are fully committed to tackle the climate change.
Can you speak closer to your microphone?
Is it better so? Yeah.
Yes.
So we are fully committed to tackle the climate change problem, and we need to do that from a holistic point of view. So obviously, like Laurent said, we already produced the Destination 2050 roadmap on CO2. Is the European aviation sector roadmap to decarbonize aviation in Europe. We are the first one who did that in the world. So, and now we're also looking at non-CO2. So our members are very active in doing a lot of research, and I think we learned yesterday a lot about that. Many of the CESAR projects were presented yesterday. We need to do more research to understand this issue better, and also to understand what are the potential solutions to tackle this problem. Obviously, we have the MRV now, and we produced, as you said, a position paper on that. The Commission is required to issue these delegated acts and to start collecting some data. Obviously, from our perspective, we need to collect data because there is legislation, but the aim is not to collect data for the sake of collecting data. We need to collect robust data. We need to make sure we minimize the administrative burden, and then that we are able to draw meaningful conclusions from collecting this data. So maybe just to deep dive a little bit more into some of the elements of the MRV. As we know, the Commission ETS directive requires the collection of the three-dimensional aircraft's trajectory data. From our point of view, we should go for the 4D trajectory, which is available. The easiest way to do that is to use the real-time data already available from the ADS-B track data. That's the preferred option because it would minimize the administrative burden for the operators, for everybody. One thing here, however, we need to know, there is some inaccuracy in this position data. There are also some gaps. So this will need to be factored in when we draw conclusions from that. There's also an alternative option, which is a little bit more complicated. As we know, all this data is also available on the flight recorders. The airlines are doing flight data monitoring programs for safety. So in theory, this data could also be used, but obviously there we have to be careful because obviously there are confidentiality issues, and I'm sure our colleagues from ECA will probably also have something to say on that. So that's on the track data. The other point is the ambient humidity. Here it's important to stress that there's only very few aircrafts which are equipped with onboard humidity sensors. So it's around 7 aircraft are equipped with the in-service aircraft for global observing system. And then there are around 200 aircrafts equipped with the water vapor sensing system. So what we need to stress here is that these sensors today are not very accurate, and they are also designed for collecting humidity data during climb and descent phases. So clearly, from an ASD perspective here, we are willing to further collaborate with instrument suppliers to improve humidity measurements, because it's really important that we have a better level of accuracy. So that's the first option. As I said, there's only a few aircraft equipped with those sensors. The second option, again, would be to perform a post-flight interpolation of the specific humidity parameter along the 4D trajectory. And the European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecast here is certainly here a reference. But again, here there are limitations because we know that these models are not really accurate enough, and that we need to really improve the high altitude weather forecasting. So we are, as ASD community, actively contributing to several research programs on that. And in that context, we believe it's really important to stress that for the MRV, we need to make a phased approach. So we need to start collecting data because there's legislation, but we should also be able at a later stage to integrate the results of ongoing research projects, in particular in terms of high altitude weather modeling capabilities and also the improvements in humidity measurements. The third parameter, which needs to be, according to the Commission legislation, needs to be collected is the ambient temperature. Here we have the static air temperature parameter available from the avionics. So again, they could be available in real time through aircraft meteorology data relay networks, as well through the post-flight use of flight recorders, again with the same drawbacks. Here, I would also like to make some caution here. We also know that the temperature measurement might not be accurate enough, because even a 1 degree difference in Celsius degrees could make a big change in whether contrails will be formed or not. So also here, we need to make sure that we don't draw wrong conclusions from that. So in summary, it is technically possible to collect a lot of this data, but we will need to do a lot more research, and we will need to make sure that the MRV will be scalable and will be integrating the results of research programs. By the way, it's the same also if you talk about CO2 equivalent here, and I think we learned a lot yesterday about ongoing research on that. Depending on how you model that, you could draw different conclusions. So more research here is also needed. And I'm going to end here. So certainly from ASD point of view, I would suggest that our position paper, that everybody reads it if you have not yet read it. And we're really committed to continue working on that and to make progress on this important topic. The aim should be to solve the climate problem, not to solve non-CO2, but to solve the climate problem from a holistic point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. It's quite relevant, and I indeed recommend that you read the paper from ASD and also the one from A4E, by the way. And yeah, you made quite relevant point about the time, because yesterday we learned a lot about the fact that the time of the day, the seasonal also aspect is really important. So how to manage all those characteristics in the MRV, this is, I think, really essential. And the fact that we need to include the results from the different ongoing research is, I think, important. But I think you mentioned that the MRV will evolve over time. So I think it's something that is also considered. And now I'm looking to Joe. You know, from an NGO point of view, do you think the MRV is the right tool to do it? I saw that TNE has also published some position paper on non-CO2 and how it should be tackled from a policy measure perspective. So could you elaborate a little bit more on this?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Marilyn. I have to say before we start, I think we've said it already, but to see all of these people in this room and to know that I think Michelle said yesterday, over 2,000 people connected online. When I look back 4 years ago or 5 years ago, there were maybe a handful of scientists and researchers and NGOs that were actually trying to do something about non-CO2. And second thing, hearing Laurent and Vincent to actually say that they're committed to dealing with non-CO2 effects, I think that's a big step. So I think this is finally, I hope, the proof that we've closed the era, of uncertainty, delays, ambition. Uncertainty is a reason to not do anything about non-CO2, and we enter a new era of action. So I think this is important to note. Something to say why we think non-CO2 should be tackled. Of course, there's climate reasons. We all want to try and make sure that the temperature increases are not, above the Paris Agreement temperature goals. But I think non-CO2 should not be viewed only as a burden. And I think this is where we think non-CO2 is an opportunity for the industry. Let's be honest, sustainable aviation fuels, e-fuels, zero-emission aircraft, for the next 10 to 15 years, there's going to be little progress or significant progress from the aviation sector to actually show climate leadership. And for us, non-CO2 in the next 10 to 15 years is the opportunity for the aviation industry to do that. You have solutions, and we've had many projects that have shown this. Of course, there's uncertainty. Of course, there are questions to be answered. But if you deal with the non-CO2 effects tomorrow, you affect warming tomorrow, which is something that is, clearly not common in the aviation decarbonization pathways that we see at the moment with the current levels of growth that we can expect. So I think this is the first point I want to make, is that let's see non-CO2 as an opportunity, especially because we see a lot of innovation, and it's an occasion and an opportunity for the industry to show innovation. I mean, if you were here yesterday with the 11 or 20 presentations that we had on the different research projects and solutions, I mean, we even have big tech giants getting involved. We have foundations, big investors that are actually committing to do things about non-CO2. How can we not find a solution to this? I feel very hopeful about this. And I think this is a way, and maybe this statement will not, create many friends to me, but I think, innovation has been lacking in general in the aviation sector when it comes to climate. And I think this is the way to show that it can do something about it. Now, coming to the MRV, I think with innovation, of course, comes risk. And I think maybe from an NGO point of view, we do see the benefit of having regulatory frameworks, standardized approaches, harmonized approaches, because we see innovation popping up, but there's a lot of risk with that, of creating actually more problems than solutions. Let's not go down the offsetting route. We know that offsetting is a fake climate tool. We've seen that for CO2 emissions. Let's not try and let's say reinvent fake solutions from the past. Let's try and invent new solutions. Let's identify the data gaps that the MRV can show us. But I think it doesn't help credibility if we don't have standardized approach and methodologies. Going down the offsetting route without a standardized methodology to calculate your non-CO2 effects will not help the reputational credibility of mitigation. So maybe just a last point on the MRV and why we think the MRV is important. Let's be clear, MRV should not be the goal. MRV is a tool. So it's a tool for us to be able to identify the data gaps, as Vincent and Dimitar just showed, ensure that we can cater for the gaps, include some level of risk or uncertainty or predictability in the tool. But in the end, we need mitigation. And this is where I think that not many times you can hear Tini agreeing with some of the members of the panel, but we agree the solution is mitigation. And that could take the different forms that we've seen and that we'll discuss today, either changing the fuel through SAF, through cleaned kerosene, through hydrotreated kerosene. It can be contrail avoidance. It can be retrofitting engines. I mean, whatever the solution may be, I think the MRV is there to incentivize good behaviors or disincentivize bad behaviors at the end of the day. So I think this is the main point. And maybe just one last point on the uncertainty. There will always be uncertainty. Science is uncertain. We're still figuring out, the effect of climate change will have on different populations, where, the effect of methane, of CO2 emissions. We can predict it now with high certainty, but there's still uncertainty. So we just need to accept that there will be a degree of certainty, and we need to balance, as Dimitar said, the level of uncertainty that we are ready to accept for the common good of this planet and the aviation industry.
Thank you, Joe. I would like to come back on your remark that non-CO2 could be an opportunity, and I fully agree with that, because we saw yesterday that indeed there are a lot of innovative projects that are coming up. But then I jump again on what has been said before about the funds, because innovation costs money. And there is really a need to ensure that the aviation industry can get access to the green funds, not only the innovation funds, but all funds are out there, because all these innovation are coming at a cost. But clearly, we saw yesterday that there is a lot of energy, that CESAR is bringing a lot of benefits for supporting innovation. So this is really, really great. And now I'm looking to Stephen and the network manager point of view, because yes, the network is becoming more and more challenging now. So how do you see this discussion about CO2, non-CO2 from a network manager point of view?
Thank you, Marilyn, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Marilyn introduced, I'm the head of ATM Operations Division here at Eurocontrol, the network manager. But before that, I spent just shy of 20 years as an operational air traffic controller in London's airspace. And I'm representing not only the director network manager's view here, but also the network view from our 41 member states and two comprehensive agreement states. So to MRV, I'm going to leave it to the comments from the experts and the people that have drafted papers on these things. I just want to look at it from an operational perspective, the water in the oil, perhaps, if you'd like. The trials of the contrail avoidance in MUAC with my esteemed colleagues really did prove that it is possible to utilize information and to avoid areas where it's predicted that contrails will occur. And they have had tangible results, it would appear, in very limited and controlled circumstances, which is the whole point of a trial. And that's great. We've got something to go on from an operational perspective. However, what this has also demonstrated is that scaling up such trials into an operational reality, we face a realistic prospect of a need of reduction in capacity in aircraft flying in the network if contrail avoidance becomes the prime focus. Let's be clear on the operational reality of the flows of traffic in the network and the issues that surround that with complexity and the need for predictability. So talking operational reality, we manage over 37,000 flights per day in the summer months in the network. So far, 8,800,000 flights this year. 110% of the flights so far in 2022 by comparison. This great daily Tchaikovsky ballet in the sky does not happen by chance. Over 3,500 ATCOs a day, 75,000 plus pilots, and many, that's impressive, and many, I've got the birds and the bees agreeing with me. I rest my case, Your Honour. Where were we? This great Tchaikovsky ballet does not happen by chance. 3,500 ATCOs a day, over 75,000 pilots, and many, many thousands more are all involved in the safe and expeditious delivery of this. The orchestration of this ballet happens here, strategically with the ANSPs and the airlines, all the way through to the pre-tactical and tactical phases run through the Network Manager Operations Centre on site. So far this year, due to the constrained airspace and demand that we have over capacity, we've had 23,767,800 minutes of delay. Let's be clear, avoiding an area with limited forward predictability, limited information, limited notice, and limited means of observing the actual results, if I may call them as that what they would be, is rather limited in an approach, especially as it seems to ignore the issues surrounding the complexity of an already congested network. There's lots of science to do, of course. How we measure contrails, how can we prove that they've been avoided when we've tried to avoid them? Do we reserve great swathes of airspace and add hundreds of track miles and consequent fuel burn to operators? What about changing levels? Is that a practical way of dealing with it? And of course, contrails are not the only weather party in the town. Convective weather, thunderstorms primarily, have been responsible for 7 million minutes of that delay previously mentioned. I leave here very shortly to an exercise on the effects of space weather on aviation network, also taking place here today. And then on top of that, the jet streams and their reflective flows on traffic across the Atlantic is probably well known, but it is becoming, with more prevalent types of that sort of weather over the continental part of Europe, also having an effect on aviation over Europe, resulting in unpredictable overloads of the airspace. Aircraft operators seek, obviously, to make the very best advantage of the environmental conditions that they face. So from my perspective and from the network's perspective, can we manage to move to a more predictive model with greater accuracy and greater measurement of the benefits? Pre-tactical planning and scenarios could certainly help us in that from the network. But also from a perspective of delay. Right now, delay is the driver behind aviation in Europe. While EU 261 penalises delays, the talk of other items is going to be mostly talk. If aircraft need to avoid airspace, because of contrail avoidance or whatever it may be, they move into other congested airspace parts. Well, they're already congested, there's no extra room, so the delays are going to go up as a result, whilst usable sky remains empty. How can we deal with this? Is it insurmountable? No, but we can't be serving masters of opposing doctrines, nor can we deny the existence of behaviour drivers. Is it delay? Is it sustainability? For example, we can reduce separation requirements from 10 miles, 5 miles, 3 miles to increase the capacity. We can reduce the vertical requirements. Something like that is not, however, going to happen overnight. With 41 member states, plus the 2 comprehensive agreement states, 41 different ways of doing things, different ways of working, simulating, oversight, and so on. I understand that at night, it's proposed there are better environmental results than in the day if we manage to avoid airspace where contrail creation is more likely. Well, that's where the ballet is more of a kindergarten attempt in as much as there's a lot more room available. So we should start there with proper evaluations, tools and predictive models that can make a difference, working as one network and changing the focus at night to make this a priority rather than shortcuts. In summary, it seems clear that the avoidance of contrails seems to bring benefits. It's not unanimous on the level, for sure, nor is the unanimity on the veracity of the claims. However, to state as a target, for example, to avoid contrails, is an abstract proposal which can only work in isolation. The aviation network, we operate and live in the operational environment, that ballet in the sky, that is far more complicated, far more intricate, with so many connecting parts that contrail avoidance on its own cannot be considered in that isolation. Whilst the work continues to understand benefits, measurement and tracking of the successes of avoidance with trials and science coupled with operational reality, right now there's actually more we can do on flight trajectory optimization and in the future proper 4D trajectory management, where things really get interesting as far as the network manager is concerned for the possibilities to be enabled that are required to make this day-to-day normal business. We can and should look to different and more sustainable based penalty schemes rather than simply delay. We should reward good, sustainable performance. Network management and the operations division here is fully and completely committed to help in whatever way is possible, in whatever way is deemed as the focus and the way forward on the journey to the outcomes that are necessary for sustainability. But we must not forget or ignore what is actually happening today and the reality, the saturation of the network and the existing and contrasting targets that the network faces. Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I think it's what you said is really important because we have a lot of scientists in the room and also online, and it's good to remind the operational limitation, the complexity of the operational world and what you need. You mentioned several times that there are a lack of certainty about different kind of points. And indeed, as an air traffic controller, we need to have clear rules. We need to know what to do. It's really important because we don't have the luxury to think about, I have 60% of probability that maybe we will produce a contrail, etc. So it's really important that they clearly know what to do because it has been emphasized a lot by Stephen. The complexity is so huge that we really need to have a clear path to act at the end of the day. And it's good also from you to hear that the network manager is committed to do as much as possible, that there are also some room during the night and also with the 4D trajectory. It has been also mentioned by Olivia from Cesar yesterday. So thank you very much for this reality check of the operational world. And now I look to Patrick. To have a pilot point of view, because at the end of the day, it's the pilot that are in the cockpit. And yesterday we had a presentation from Air France and Météo France in which they were explaining how they work. So they try to avoid non-CO2, not at the cost of additional CO2. It was more based on prediction model, etc. And as the European Cockpit Aviation, you also have published a paper quite recently on non-CO2. So could you maybe, and contrails, so could you maybe explain what was the goal of that paper and what are the recommendations for the pilots? So.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? I can see I've got a timer set at 0, so I've got open time now to talk. I feel very free. Yeah, no pressure. Thank you very much. Yeah, as you said, I'm Patrick Arpino. I'm here on behalf of the European Cockpit Association. And for those of you who don't know the association, we do represent up to 36,000 pilots across Europe. Also vice president of the main French pilot union. So I was very interested by the presentation made yesterday by our colleague from Air France. But more importantly, and the reason I'm here talking, I'm a line pilot. And to me, this is the most important role I do have here. And is to carry on what you've said, is just to bring a sense of reality, operational reality of all we've been discussing over the last day. It can go into very technical detail, but then it has to be translated in actual procedures and actual operations that work and that are meaningful. The European pilots that I do represent here take the climate change issue very seriously, and we want aviation to succeed in tackling the issue. We've been following the subject for quite some time now. We take, the target set by the Paris Agreement and the EU Green Deal very seriously. It's very important for us that we make that happen in a meaningful way that is successful. We've been an active stakeholders on this subject for quite some time. We already published a previous position paper. Have a look on it. It's great. It's on our webpage. And we've been following, the development of Fit for 55, Refuel EU, ETS, and ETD. We've even been calling for a more ambitious target on the uptake of sustainable fuel. And as I said, we really want aviation to be, successful in this transition. Now, we understand that with the implementation of ETS, non-CO2 is going to be the next big subject. And many have said that, a couple of years ago, when we were talking about non-CO2, it was only a couple of scientists in the room, and now it's impressive. I'm actually impressed and honored to be here talking. It's a room full in Eurocontrol. So we understand and we acknowledge that it's going to be the main factors. It has to be understood by the pilot community. So we've published a position paper. It was released very recently. Once again, have a look on our webpage. It was designed by some of our pilot experts. Some of them are here with me. And we've tried to bring the pilot perspective into this issue, something that is concrete, that works with the real world. We've made 5 recommendations in our paper. A lot of the recommendations were based on some of the science that have been described over the last day. I will not go into details in repeating what has already been said. It might be, I've got the expert in front of me, but basically we're making recommendation on points such as, we need better weather forecast. And, when you fly, weather forecast, we're talking about thunderstorms. No, it's not always accurate. So we need better weather forecast. We've been talking about, computation of CO2 versus non-CO2, having the right metrics and having something, that works, that is meaningful. Once again, I will not repeat, but we went in details on that. One point that is really important for us is the no regret policy. Because at the end of the day, once again, it has been said, but it's super important. If you avoid contrails by flying lower and end up having a bigger impact, we don't see it as being a successful measures. So we need to be sure of what we're doing, and we need to be careful. Fourth point has been mentioned, but we do support, research in cleaner fuel, and uptake of, cleaner fuel with lower content of aromatics. And we simply call for more ambitious, in development of sustainable fuel. And the last point, it's just to follow up on what you've been saying, is the development of flight planning tools at pre-tactical level, both for operators, but also for the air traffic providers. So we can know in advance, and we can plan, we can optimize the airspace. That would be, in our view, the most efficient way of doing it. Obviously, tactical intervention in flight would be more difficult, and it has to be kept in mind that we need to maintain safety given all the other elements that actually affect the reality of a flight. Now, we've been talking about MRV, and you might be wondering, what do pilots have their say in the scheme? It's important for manufacturers, for regulators, but why pilots? Well, we believe it's important to have the pilots on board. We are an active stakeholder, and we have an expertise. We are the one operating the plane. And at the end of the day, you can have the best system, the best design system. We've been talking about convolutions yesterday. That was great. But you can have the best design system with the best aircraft, and at the end of the day, you only take one pilot, or actually 2 pilots. It's 2 pilots in the control always, It only takes 2 pilots not to understand the issue, not to do it, and the best design system will not work. So we need to educate the pilot. We need them to embrace the issue, understand. We're already doing that with some non-controversial items, I would say, on CO2. Now we're adding up another layer of complexity. So we need to have the pilots on board. That's the point number 1. The second point, something that has not really been said in details, but we are here to remind, we are here to maintain safety. This is our job, to maintain safety. Safety starts with 2 pilots, and that's the 2 pilots on board that will maintain safety. You mentioned, thunderstorms, delays, commercial pressure, and we are here to make that work and make that successful in carrying passengers from point A to point B. And now we're ending up something even more complex, because let's be honest, this is a super complex subject. And I didn't thought about that, but you were mentioning reducing separation. Oh, really? Okay, let's discuss about it. So that's important. A last point is we need the pilot on board to bring their expertise about the operational reality. Because, trust me, flying in the European sky, and I realize I'm saying that in Eurocontrol rooms, but flying across Europe in summer is challenging. Sometimes it's difficult. I'm talking about delays, slots, pressure, weather. And once again, you add up something like non-CO2, it will be more challenging. And don't get me wrong, I want it to succeed. I want us to succeed, but I'll give you an example. I am based at an airport, a French airport that is heavily constrained by a curfew environment, curfew. And there are more and more of those curfew happening. What happens in this airport in the summer when past the midday? People are afraid of being denied the authorization to land if they miss it by 1 minute or even sometimes 30 seconds. So what happens in those airports? We just fly fast just to avoid penalty, EU 261, delays, and making the business unsustainable. And this is a reality, and we need the feedback, and we need to keep that in mind when we design the system. To conclude, to summarize, yes, we fully embrace the avoidance of non-CO2. It is really important. It needs to be factual. It needs to be done with us, with all the stakeholders, the airlines, manufacturers, air traffic providers, air traffic control providers, and the pilots. We can bring elements. I think yesterday the presentation made from Météo France and Air France was a good example how we can bring input, we can bring expertise. It has to be done with science, but it's not here that everyone will agree with that. That's it, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Really another operational reality check from a pilot point of view here, and it's quite relevant. I really like the fact that you emphasize the active role of a pilot in the cockpit. I fully agree. And yesterday we had many different cases that shows that pilots are also committed to play the role. I also recommend you to read that paper. We have only a few minutes left before the coffee break, but I have some questions. And there is one I'm not sure that Stephen or Patrick could answer, but both of you have mentioned the EU 261, and which could expose airlines to compensation liability for contrails avoidance delays. Could this be addressed by a revision to EU 261 to define contrail avoidance as beyond airline control, so airlines are not liable? Yeah, Laurent, I think you are on.
So it's a very relevant question. So as you may know, it's been fortunately 10 years that the European Commission put forward the proposal to review EU261, which in the Commission's initial perspective would have included a revised list of extraordinary circumstances. Because of the lack of clarity on what constitutes extraordinary circumstance, and this may be one of them. When is there a legitimate reason to lead to delays because it's also the control of an airlines? This would it would clarify the legislative framework in a certain way. So we will hope to be speaking very concretely that when the Belgians take over the presidency of the EU Council next year, that this may be one of the issues that will go back to the table, and then it will be very relevant, for example, indeed, to consider having an open non-exhaustive list of extraordinary circumstances, because if we find ourselves in 3 years' time, 4 years' time, realizing that yes, contrail avoidance because of could lead to delays, then maybe indeed we may want to include this as part of the extraordinary circumstance, and therefore limit the pressure on the airlines and on the pilot.
Just an additional point. Yeah, I think it's a very relevant question as well. And obviously, that will have to be taken into account the system. Once again, we have to keep in mind the bigger picture of the reality, because I was mentioning, disruption and items such as curfew disruption, that are not always aligned with EU 261 criteria, and it's adding up sometimes another layer of complexity. So it's a very relevant point, but once again, that has to take, the full element and the full ecosystem of the operations.
Another question again for Stephen and Patrick. Apparently you raised a lot of questions. So Stephen and Patrick are both talking about avoiding contrails by a restriction of airspace or other ATC-driven decision that entail a large overload in already congested airspace. But what about airline-driven decision? It could be better. Maybe Stephen, you want to react on this?
Just the last bit. What about an airline-driven decision? Was that?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, well, there's plenty of airline-driven decisions. They could choose not to fly, which would solve the problem. But that's unfortunately not what we're about, is it? So absolutely, it has to be collaborative. I think both Patrick and I have sung from the same hymn sheet here. It has to be a collaborative approach, not just from airlines and ANSPs and the Eurocontrol Network Manager, but from the whole ecosystem of aviation to solve this problem. But yeah, there could be, from our perspective, looking for the future of 4D trajectory management, managing the flight of the aircraft an hour in advance, as opposed to what we're doing today, pre-tactically and tactically, about 4 hours in advance from a network perspective, really will make a difference and really will enable us collaboratively with the airlines to make a difference. But Patrick may want to jump in from the airline perspective.
Yeah, no, obviously it will have to be an airline decision, as it already is on the current measures. As I said, on the typical CO2 measures in reducing the fuel burn, in all the processes that we know, it's already driven from the airlines, and some of them are really good in doing so. But once again, to repeat, at the end of the day, it will have to be applied and operated by the pilot. And to do so, they need to understand the relevance and why they are doing it. And why it's important to comply with it.
I have a provocative question for Laurent, coming from the Slido, not from me. Does Laurent agree with the following statement? The MRV process should not be an excuse for airlines to wait for taking action on contrail mitigation until it is maybe included into the EU ETS in 2028.
No, it's a good question. I'm happy to answer. I think there's 2 points there. First, as I mentioned earlier on, we are not sitting on our hands. I could take 5 minutes of your life that you will never get back by explaining all the process and all the projects that are currently happening. But so that's already the case, both from an airline perspective, but also in terms of the communication we have with our pilots when there's possibility to adjust the trajectory. Secondly, maybe taking it down more from a regulatory approach, where the non-CO2 in the long term needs to be integrated within the general ETS, we don't think is the right approach, because of the way non-CO2 impacts and behaves. A straightforward or linear constant multiplying factor on the DTS is not the right way to do it. And not only because of the uncertainty, because the science, what science tells us about non-CO2, but it's also because from the other way around, it may also very dangerously question the integrity of the ETS in the first place.
Thank you, Laurent. And I'm looking now to Joe for a final, not a question that we'll receive here, but maybe to give you an opportunity to comment, because I was seeing you moving on your seat, yes, I would like to provide you an opportunity before we stop that panel.
No, thank you, Marilyn. So I think one of the things that I wanted to highlight is, of course, I understand the operational, complexity of contrail avoidance, but I think we're also creating a bigger problem than what we see on the table, which is proven by different studies that actually we don't need to divert all flights. There's only a handful of flights that actually create the most contrail warming. And I think that, of course, we need to improve our predictability, to improve, weather forecasting and all of these things. But I think we shouldn't, in French we would say mettre la charrue avant les bœufs, but we shouldn't be too scared about diverting flights, because in the end, we'll realize that actually it's not all flights that we need to divert. On the fuel burn penalty as well, I think it's, you know, of course, we don't want to create more CO2. And I said it at the beginning, we need to act on CO2 and non-CO2 in parallel. But I think we need to find a balance between a tiny fuel burn, which is 0.01% in terms of certain, you know, contrail avoidance. It could be more, but let's make sure that we limit it. But if we can have a double-digit impact on the warming created by aviation by doing so, you know, we need to discuss whether it's a trade-off worth having. And then on the last point on the ETS and on Laurent's comment, I think before integrating the non-CO2 within the ETS, we need to make sure what climate solutions and what climate mitigation solutions we're trying to promote. Is it replacing the fuel? Is it to create a better pricing incentive to actually change the fuel, retrofit engines, use contrail avoidance measures? I think this is key because, again, as I said, the MRV is a tool and not a goal. And pricing should not be a tool, but pricing should be a tool and not a goal either. So making sure that it changes behaviors and not just adds another tax or a pricing mechanism to aviation.
Thank you, Joe. And Vincent, do you have something to add to everything that has been said?
Yeah, maybe just to stress again that in terms of solutions, there's a lot of research going on. We are not yet there. So I think we should be careful not to say that the solution will be contrail avoidance. It could be fuels, could be combination. So we have to be careful here, I think. I would like to stress that.
I propose that we give a big round of applause for all our speakers today. It was a very interesting discussion, and now it's time for coffee break. Be back at 11. There is also a tour and with some stands in the lobby. And I would like to ask the speaker now to remain in the room to make a picture if it's possible. Thank you.
take your seats, we're going to come back in. Thank you. If you could take your seat, we're going to get back. Welcome back. We've spent a lot of time over the past day and a half talking about how contrails form, how they impact the planet, understanding forecast possibilities and limitations and things that might be done to improve forecasting accuracy and work that is underway to detect contrail formation in real time. In parallel, just as much work has been happening to better understand how we might mitigate their formation in order to reduce climate impact and what that might actually look like in operation. Delighted to be starting the deep dive into that topic. We have a great lineup of speakers who are actively tackling those questions. There are 4 presentations in this section. And we will plan to take some questions as time permits at the end. So again, please use the Slido app for your questions. First, we've had some discussion about this project, and now we're going to get into it in detail. The first presentation is from Maastricht Upper Air Control Center. I would invite Ilona Sotova and Rudiger, Ermentrout. Am I pronouncing it?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Was I close? Ermentrout. Okay. ATC Environmental Performance Specialists with MUAC Division of Eurocontrol. Welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, and nice to see so many people. I know it's already second day, but there's still a lot of attention to work we are doing. How can yeah. Okay. Thank you. We're going to tell you about MUAC contrail prevention project. It's a big project. It started in 2019, and we have a great plans, and we are going forward. Because it was already mentioned today, it's time for action. And we are Air Traffic and Control Center. It's MUAC Maastricht Upper Area Control Center, situated in the core of Europe. And actually, we are not so big in size, but it's 16% of all flights going through Europe goes through MUAC airspace. So you understand we are very busy and very important center for Europe, and with very complicated traffic. And that is why our trial, what happened in 2021, with a result was already mentioned in several presentations, and even it was linked to publications of our trial mentioned in a presentation of a case Shine and David Lee. Please, if you're interested, you are referring to their presentation. Where described very in all details our trial. And trial was done from January 25th, 2021 till 22nd of October 2021, during the night time. We deviate the flight not 2,000 feet because to avoid the additional fuel burn. I'm not going to all details because I already mentioned our publications, but I would like to stop on results of this trial. So it's a first very positive result. We were able to deviate aircrafts and to create the clear sky. I would like to stress that trial was not to deviate one aircraft, but clear the flight level, so that we had really sky without contrails. All aircraft planned to go via SSR area were deviated. And DLR, who was a partner for our trial, actually with analytical tools, with statistical tools, show that deviation is possible. So that's contrails were avoided. Creation of contrails were avoided. And positive result of the trial was that we established operational procedure and were able to do this. But results show some problems. Like first one, the prediction of ice ice supersaturated areas was more complicated than we expected. This problem was already discussed several times yesterday, but our trial confirmed this. Then verification of contrails via satellite was much more difficult than expected. It was also discussed in details yesterday. And effect of contrail prevention comparison with additional CO2 burn, we didn't calculate, and definitely it should be done. This question was mentioned several times yesterday and today. Then very often we were asked what about the scope of our trial, and we would like to highlight then we don't want to make a statement about the climate effect of our trial. So we didn't actually aim on calculation of additional fuel burn. And so we were not able to make a statement about capacity. And this is very important one. We were doing our trial during the COVID time and during the night time. The traffic was very low. But impact of contrail avoidance on capacity, very important issue, was already mentioned several times. And that is why in April 2023, we did a real-time simulation of contrail prevention. And this is very, very important exercise. Was done for 3 days, but actually we need to a little bit explain what is real-time simulation.
Thanks, Ilona. What is a real-time simulation? I heard that I should explain what a real-time simulation is. A real-time simulation is a video game where we put the air traffic controller behind a controller working position, and we make everything as if it was reality, but it is not. Behind the scenes, we inject traffic, virtual traffic, and there are pseudo pilots responding to the clearances of the controller. So we wanted, do I continue or okay? We wanted to have an insight, especially on capacity. As Ilona mentioned, we could, with a very low traffic in the pandemic times, we could not evaluate the airspace capacity. And also, we wanted to get an understanding between the two, sometimes opposing operational concepts about pre-tactical planning or planning and pre-tactical on one side and tactical on the other side. So here we ran some scenarios, 21 controllers, all Maastricht airspace was involved again, high and low sectors combined, that is important, and at different traffic levels, which were never peak. Peak is unsustainable with blocking contrails, but we had moderate traffic levels. How did this look alike? We evaluated the sectors, so in the upper airspace, high and low sectors combined, and we blocked different flight levels. We did that with a pre-tactical traffic preparation, which means the flights come into the simulation and these flight levels are already clear. Yeah? They are blocked. And the task of the air traffic controller in the pre-tactical scenario is then still to serve the climbs and descent and continue to keep the flight levels blocked. Or the tactical scenario where the air traffic controller has to do it all in real time. The flights come in as usual, and the air traffic controller has to do that task. So the results. No. Okay, Ilona, please.
Okay, sorry for confusion. Results. It's actually results received for MUAC airspace, and results were received as opinion of our controllers who participate in real-time simulation. This is important to understand. We didn't make any measurement, just we had a feedback from controllers who were participated. But 21 controllers, it's quite a lot, actually. And just to remind you, on the sector, there are two controllers, executive and planning controller. Executive who is talking to the pilot, and planning who is helping with the planning of controlling of airspace. So it's a first, it's very important thing. That contrail avoidance is possible, but with capacity reduction because of safety reason. We should understand the safety the first, and we don't compromise on safety. That is why it's controllers. Actually, it was, Rudiger say it was a kind of game, but no, controller took it very seriously, like in real life. We should realize it, it's not a computer game. The second, complexity of our already complex airspace increased exponentially if we're blocking more and more flight levels. So, and then unusual patterns were observed. Patterns was a controller never met before. Then workload for coordinator, as I explained already, second controller on the sector was increased as well. Then for opinion of controllers, the pre-tactical contrail avoidance it's a better version than tactical based, the contrail avoidance on tactical based. Then, of course, they actually, everybody say that it will be effect of neighboring units and sectors. Then, of course, they explain the aircraft who would descend because of contrail avoidance will not climb back to the requested flight level. We should realize this as well. Okay, and of course, a new tool should be developed to do this for visualization or also for capacity management to help controllers to have early traffic controls. Okay, then it's another question. It's not only this what MUAC is doing. MUAC is very busy with actually helping scientists and helping industry to struggle with contrails in different means. As I already mentioned before, there are three main problems: prediction of contrails, verification of contrails, and CO2 versus contrails. So we cannot do anything for measuring of comparing with CO2 effect. This is actually task of our scientists, and then we cannot do a lot with prediction of SSR area, but monitoring and verification, it's actually, we think we could help, and we are doing this. You can see the result of our work in the outside this auditorium in the booths. There you can see the live observation of contrails and actually matching the observed contrails with a flight plan. So I invite everybody to go there and to see the results of our work. Rudiger, do you want to add something?
No, do we have something on it? Outside we have the newer versions. This is still the old one. So we make our question is always to get the right altitude of the flights. So here we overlay radar data with the camera images, and there is some machine learning, some neural network behind the scenes detecting the contrails, and that you can see in live, but today there's not much contrail. You can see that in the entry. Then we also integrate different tools. Here's an example of the COSIP or the PyContrail version. Maybe I may finish on this one. So this is the outlook. We have done the trial in 2021, which was the first time in the world where we blocked entire airspace. So not only single flights. And we had these very useful outcome and lessons learned from it. In the Satavia will be talking, I think. We don't need to discuss that one. Single airlines, where we contribute together with UK NUTS to the trial. Then we have the real-time simulation. We are setting up the Google trial. We are currently in the safety checks for that. So we get better weather prediction by Google, as Kevin mentioned yesterday. And then there is a German initiative about to deviate 100 flights, also pre-tactically. DCALT, Sigrun was discussing that already with the ops trials somewhere later 2024. And then come Siconia and Concerto, relatively undefined at the moment when the trials will be, but there will be ops trials. And then last not least, I think the next big step is to involve the network manager. That is really important to get the network manager into the whole game. This is unplanned so far, but I believe that will be the next steps. So with this, our presentation is finished.
Thank you very much. I know what an undertaking it is to do real-time simulation, and that was a large-scale project that you undertook, and critically important to get answers to some of those questions. Just one question as you make your way back on your traffic sample. You said it was a moderate traffic sample, and you did, was it 3 days worth of?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was European airspace,
Yes.
European traffic
Yeah.
obviously varies quite significantly seasonally. Was it a moderate sort of summer traffic level you were looking at?
We must say maybe what we call moderate, others would call that busy. So it is
Absolutely, yeah.
It is. We are really in the heart of crossing traffic in Europe. Moderate is for us something which is like early afternoon traffic,
Okay.
which is still relatively busy.
Okay. Good.
But where we possibly have some capacity margins from the manpower planning.
Yep.
So whereas during the peak one, if I may make a statement, we always say the night is the time of the day where we should act. The late afternoon is night. Yeah, is night. The late afternoon is traffic peak. Yeah, so it is extremely difficult to treat the late afternoon. The deep night is doable, much easier, but the late afternoon is a real issue.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. For the next presentation, I would invite David Antonello, ATM Green Operations Leader at Thales, and Rainer Sigurdsson, Executive Director of the Borealis Alliance. Welcome to the mic.
So hi everybody again. Thank you for all of the presentation, and I really want to say that I was very appreciated the message this morning, very operational driven, and this makes the link with the Concerto project that we're addressing as part of CSAP, which is exactly to make the link between science and operations. This is exactly what we will introduce today. What's the plan of the Concerto project in terms of mitigation plan? So today so Rennie and myself will introduce two topics. First, we will start with the ANSP vision. Again, start with the operational needs from ANSPs, and then I will detail the plan as part of the Concerto in terms of activities of mitigation, but not only. I will detail just after. So Rennie.
Okay, thank you, David. With regards to the ANSP vision, I want to start to give you the platform and tell you where we are coming from in the Borealis Alliance. For those who don't know, Borealis Alliance is an ANSP alliance of 9 ANSPs in Northern Europe. And on the picture there, you can see the airspace that They are responsible for providing services. This airspace covers, it's a vast airspace in Northern Europe, covering over 3 of the functional airspace blocks and the Icelandic airspace. You can also see there is various ATM platforms that these companies are operating, which gives an extra angle into this picture. And what we've been up to until now is that we've been over this vast airspace, we've been implementing free route airspace. And there we have been focusing on environmental performance. So if we start up in the top left corner of the picture, we have developed a Borealis free route airspace concept of operations. We've implemented the free route airspace in several steps. And there in the middle, you can see from 2015, the North European free route airspace was implemented. And we intend to have a full implementation in 2027. And on the top right corner of the picture, you can see that these are the parameters that we have been, or indicators that we've been measuring. We are talking about less emissions, reduced fuel burn, seamless airspace. So what we have been optimizing is lesser nautical miles flown, kilotons of fuel burned, less kilotons of fuel burned, and so on. And on the left of the arrow, you can see actual numbers from collected from 2018 about the savings. And on the right side of the arrow is the 2027 estimated saving after full implementation. So from this, you can see that this is what we've been focusing on, the shortest route, the less fuel burned, and so on. And for our free route airspace, the airspace you can see there, the basic principle is that you plan an entry point and an exit point at the other end and apply the most optimal or shortest route between. So that has been the focus. So now we are facing with this topic a new challenge from where we have been focusing on capacity, shorted route, fuel burn and emissions. Now it's non-CO2 and contrails. So that creates a new challenge and new ambitions for us. We see that there is a need for a next generation of environmental performance indicators. We need to test and assess the feasibility of deploying these climate mitigation means. And also, we have to balance between the capacity and climate trade-off strategies in the daily operation. So these are the challenges and ambitions that we see. But for the Alliance, the environmental issues are very high on the agenda. And to the right, you can see it's the Energy Transition Index from World Economic Forum. And from the top 10 countries, 6 of them are members of the Borealis Alliance. So it's obvious that these countries take this very seriously. But what our expectation is that we will be able to address the operational concerns for service provision. We have expectations that we can tackle the ATM flow management and the network manager versus environmental performance. And Stephen had a very good presentation or speech here this morning, which he was spot on for that. There's a CO2, non-CO2 balance and the magnitude of this effect in the airspace. We have expectations that we will be able to analyze the feasibility and viability of the solutions who provide us with the information. Will we have a real-time dashboard for it, for example? And then the interoperability, as you saw, that our members are operating various types of platforms. So will we be able to interoperate there? And sometimes within the alliance, we say if the solution works in the Borealis Alliance, it should work elsewhere in Europe. But I put a question mark there, and that's something that we might hope to share a light on. But we are at the starting stage here. We're just starting this up. So currently there are more questions than answers. One is accuracy of the non-CO2 monitoring, situational awareness. Can we anticipate the impact on process, tasks, and tools? Who should publish the contrail areas? And then is there a willingness to act and start mitigation when possible? And then obviously there is a need to changes to standards and regulations. So our expectation is that this project Concerto will be able to answer those questions. David.
Yeah, thank you, Rainier. And I insist because it makes the link with the previous MUAC, I think, introduction, which was very interesting, and we rely on what has been already done. Because here we have more NSPs, so it's also a question of how to improve the collaboration. Concerto is dynamic collaboration. How to improve the collaboration between cross-borders NSPs, because Contrails is a large area, so we need, if we have a rerouting, whatever, there is a need of which tools, which information, how to make sure that we do not modify on a single area the flight paths, and so it's a new also challenge in terms of due to the large area, and thanks to the Borealis Alliance, we can tackle this topic. So now I will focus on the operational mitigation solutions. So again, it's part of Concerto. I explained yesterday. I will not dig into again details on it. What's the plan? What's the plan? This is the key question. We define this simple plan, but quite pragmatic and operational driven. We want to estimate prototype estimation topics, detection, mitigation, and verification. We have addressed yesterday all of them. And it's important to state that the Concerto will prototype in this different area this is the plan to prototypes. This is why we are thinking and as much as possible close to the operational actors and think about how to deploy in ops tools, not only in simulation and so on, but how to integrate new KPIs such as non-CO2 in the flight planning system. I mean, they have flight planning is the one to optimize multi-criteria airline decision-making, how to inject the non-CO2. So this is part of the first bullet estimation, how to assess total climate impact. So CO2, non-CO2, we discuss a lot. And again, part of the project, we have a lot of NSPs, but flight planning system. So how to inject non-CO2 in the flight planning system via PPS air support. So we'll do so, we'll prototype it to assess how maybe we can think about a kind of alternate green flight plan. So this is for the airlines, let's say track and flight planning, but also for the NSPs, how to inject new environmental performance indicators at traffic flow level. This is really key in terms of position of Concerto to make sure that the total benefit for the climate is positive, to inject it at traffic flow, so at FIR, AOR level. So how to inject in the already existing ops tool this new information. So question of new layer, new decision making, and at network level for sure, since Eurocontrol is part of the project. So start to prototype monitoring situational awareness also with the NSPs. It's not all of the different actors are mature on this new topic, how to handle it. Some already did some trials, others not. So it's also to onboard. The estimation is really the starting point to have a state of the art. How much non-CO2 in this area to have a state of the art, and then think about the mitigation and the potential of climate savings. This is for the estimation. Detection will be the second pillar of our activities. For sure, relying on the DLR and TUDELF to detect the climate sensitive area. There are different wording, eco area or climate hotspot, let's say. So we will use the existing scientists up-to-date models and apply it in the Borealis area. It's important in this project, we want to focus in Borealis area, meaning north of Europe. We do not pretend to perform an answer on the worldwide level. We have an area with flight planning dedicated to this area, airlines, Icelander, part of this area. So we want to assess mitigation specifically in this large area, which is a large area, north of Europe. So using on existing prediction model, and then prototypes, so also confidence level indicator. This is maybe something that's new, I would say. We have predictions, but we want to rely mainly on the DLR to help us, because if we want to deploy in operations, we need to have confidence. We need to assess what's the sensibility depending on the weather condition of the day, to have a kind of decision making. It has been said this morning. I mean, there are ops have to manage multiple of already existing criteria. They need simple information. Today we apply mitigation, and today or not. And it's important at least to say this day, do not apply any mitigation because it does not work. So it's this, we want to set up and prototype this confidence level to make again the link between science and ops, whatever for the flight planning or for the NSPs. And detect the big hits. Our big hits I think there will be a need of definition because there are big hits, which is the area, big hits, which is the biggest aircraft contributor. Well, I will not debate here, but it's important. Non-CO2, we do not have to modify the full traffic flow. This is why we need tools to identify the biggest aircraft contributors if we plan to mitigate. It has been said, so this is why we need tools to identify and target, let's say, the right aircraft in order again to modify, as it has been said by the network. The purpose is not to modify and impact strongly the full traffic flow. Let's focus on biggest one, and we can actively reduce and strongly reduce the non-CO2 effect, which will be very significant, let's say. So biggest detector, let's say, functionalities to help again NSPs managing a traffic flow. What's the non-CO2 emission in my area? If there are some aircraft generating a lot, how to identify them and how to start a collaboration. It has been said it's a collaborative approach, and this is why we are thinking about also making the link, for example, with via EFB on board, such kind of collaborative recommendation. So really thinking about collaborative approach, but starting with the detection, detect which one we need to modify if required. Okay, I insist. Maybe often I think about a kind of filtering. What can we do in the planification phase? Flight planning, what can we do in the pre-tactical, the NSP via the traffic flow optimization and the network management, and what can we do in tactical, so via weather updates for sure. So in each the different operational phases, we'll think about the detection and estimation. Mitigation, so for sure, and this is the key. If you want to start to act now, for sure, this is the action that will conduct to climate savings, let's say. So again, two tracks, one dedicated more to airlines, as I said, optimize flight plan or flight path if it's more in tactical, let's say. So we want to prototype non-CO2 criteria with the flight planning provider part of the project, so PPSR supports, so that they can, the flight planning already have a multiple criteria, so have to inject the non-CO2 and assess, including all of the customers that they have, if we have opportunity to optimize or not. So this is the track mitigation, let's say, prototype that we want to do with the flight planning provider, but also with the NSPs via traffic flow optimizer, how to help flow manager position to inject and have this new information, so to detect, as I said, the climate area. But when we know which aircraft is generating a lot, how to assess a kind of green traffic measure. Currently, there are some traffic measure to assess and adjust capacity, but tomorrow, how to consider a traffic measure to optimize also the environment. But again, it's a compromise, and this is why we rely on ops tool in order not to focus on climate, but to have, as exactly it has been said, capacity is existing, it will remain. How to inject the climate into the existing capacity criteria. So this is why we will prototype new climate mitigation features at traffic flow level. This is exactly the purpose of the project. And verify, it has been said even yesterday, mainly yesterday, how to make sure that the predictions are accurate in this specific area part of the world, using satellite images, but also we are thinking about using on-ground cameras. It has been said there is a ContrailNet initiative in Europe in order to gather different data from different on-ground cameras. MUAC already did it, so which is good. So we want also to provide information via the system. It will be a combination. There will not be one single solution, but if we deploy different on-ground cameras plus image satellite, then we really believe that the combination via collaborative data sharing all along the stakeholders, to me, it's really the best way to act and have confidence, because we talked about a lot about what's the trust on the confidence. Is it enough, accurate, not? So the best way for sure is to improve also the verification via more data, facts, in order to have more statement on if it's valid or not. So we want to prototype also post-ops. Post-ops meaning mainly for the NSPs, because airlines, all of the MRV that has been introduced for sure will do a lot. But also thinking about the NSPs, again, for each to allow to each NSP to know the status and monitor maybe on a monthly basis how many non-CO2 is generating and so on. So it's also a question of providing dashboard to the NSPs so that they are accountable also. We are talking about airlines for sure, but NSPs environmental impact comes sometimes and mostly from the States, let's say. I'm working also in other part of the world. Sometimes there are big objectives coming from States, and naturally it comes through the NSPs, how far they can act to optimize the whole traffic flow. So this is why we need also to prototype information, situationness towards the NSP actors. Some open question, because we are starting, as I said, here it's much more to share the plan and not other projects introduced, and it was very valuable, the outputs of previous projects. Here we are much more defining a plan and orientate our activities. So what are the key challenges in terms of operations? Whatever ATC, airlines, flight planning, I mean key players, let's say. So currently we're defining the CONOPS, which actors involved, when, which indicators. It has been said a lot during the 2 days for sure, which climate indicators to use is key. We are talking about eco-area database. Also, who is the owner? Is there a single European, if we're talking about Europe, is there a single reference, or is it, should we rely on each weather provider that will have different maybe estimation, prediction models? So there is also a question of, well, there is no single weather provider in the market. So how also does Eurocontrol, maybe we play the game to be the one stamped to say this is a reference, at least in Europe? I don't know. This is open question that we need to tackle, and with other projects also to address this open question, but key, because at the end of the day, we'll need a plug where to collect the prediction of the contrails in order to apply mitigation. Currently, there are different plugs. Which one? Some we have seen a lot of models, this is normal. We are still at science level, but more and more we are thinking, and we can start to act. So it will be important also to standardize and define orientation on where to plug and where to get the right information, and homogeneous. Otherwise, NSP will monitor non-CO2 in using some indicators, airlines others. So definitively, the standardization would be a key topic in this domain. So all of that is mainly for NSPs, but also, as I said, how to prototype a kind of alternate green flight plan, at least to start with situation awareness, if sometimes we can have new opportunities. What is important in this project is that Borealis versus maybe MUAC is maybe less dense area. So maybe it's an opportunity to have more opportunities to act, because less dense area. This is why key question is, can we start maybe in some part of the world? If we are talking contrails, negative impact in the night, it's a trade-off with capacity. So if we focus night optimization, less traffic demand, I think, and it has been said by TNE, I think that there is a room to start. There is a room to start. This is what we want the objective of the Concerto ambition, definitively. I think we have mature information, so let's start small, but we can start, not just wait. If we wait for all of the sensibility analysis, define worldwide approach and so on, it will take years and years. So this is really the purpose of the Concerto. Technology also, we talked about a lot of science and so on, but if we want to make it happen on a daily basis, we need technology. We are talking about injecting new climate indicators, but also multi-criteria, as it has been mentioned. It's not only climate, there is also ops criteria, and again, will remain whatever for airlines or for NSPs. And we need automation. We need to make it happen every day. It's not only for trials when everybody is motivated and so on. How to make it happen on a daily basis, how to make it a new standard. This is the challenge. Otherwise, we'll do a lot of trials, but everything stops and come back as usual. This is also, we have to be fair, and this is the status. So how to make it happen? And again, this is the challenge of the Concerto. This is why we want to inject this into ops daily used tool. This is the best way. Not to create new tools and so on. Otherwise, it's complex to deploy. The question of deployment of the new innovation is key also. Could have plenty of good ideas, but if we cannot deploy, it's complex, blah, 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 it will not happen again since years and years. So this is why Concerto focus on digital tools, not focusing directly on the legacy critical system, which is much more difficult. Same for airlines. Not focusing first on the FMS, flight management system, because quite much more difficult. We want to focus on digital, so electronic flight bag on board, dispatch flight planning system, and for the NSP's traffic ATFCM tool, which is a good way to act rapidly without strong impact and strong complexity on the deployment. So develop prototypes, keyword, really Concerto is prototype oriented development of solutions and operational driven. Last slide, will not spend a lot of time. As you can see, three, let's say, axes of Concerto: operations, technology, and science. And for sure on science, we need also better information on the accuracy versus the timing, the uncertainties. We did a lot. We want to also working with the DLR to combine different models, COSIP and ACCF, improve the observational capabilities. So keyword is to consolidate the trust, because if we want to act and implement modification in the flight path, we have to be confident. We all agree on that. This is why more verification means, but also more improvement in the prediction will supply this ambition. And I think I have a last one, but very short. Again, just a summary: Concerto from science to operations, leverage NSP and airlines environmental performance via KPIs, monitoring, and test and try. Test and try. There is a room to play in some moments, maybe the night, maybe in some part of the world again. So we have a room and we want to test it via the full consortium. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, David and Rainer. Fascinating again to hear about that project, to hear about the comprehensive and pragmatic approach that you're taking to moving forward on it. I would next invite Mark Shapiro, Director of Contrails at Breakthrough Energy. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you very much. I'm really grateful to be here and get to speak to this room. So today I'm going to talk about contrail avoidance in practice from our perspective. This is a joint presentation starting from some of the work that we've done and now moved in collaboration with Google Research and American Airlines. So just to introduce Breakthrough Energy, we are a climate-focused NGO, generally working more on the policy side. But we formed the BE Contrails research group in 2021, really focused on being a technical group to help transition a lot of the contrail research over to the industry. I don't think Google Research needs too much introduction. Our overview here is, first, I want to talk about a high-level approach that we're taking. I think in a lot of ways, I hope this is a synthesis of what we heard yesterday and this morning. And then I'll finish by talking about our preliminary feasibility trials with American Airlines that we did earlier this year with Google Research. And so on the approach side, I don't want to devalue the complexity that underlies contrail avoidance and its implementation in the industry, but it does boil down to pretty simple concepts. We just need to understand where the contrails are going to form, characterize their impact, and build that into the fabric of the flight planning and execution system, right? We're trying not to add an additional layer into the system. We want to try to work within the system. And so we know contrails form in cold, humid regions of the atmosphere. You know, one could say, let's just totally avoid forming contrails, but that's really impractical for all the reasons you've already heard. This is playing on Mark Stetler's slide from yesterday. Not all contrails are created equally, right? We know that there are variations in the radiative forcing, and what you see here is a simulation as the sun passes over. And the contrails formed are both cooling and warming. And how can we be more targeted with our approach? Contrail models are really helpful in gaining an understanding of what the downstream climate effects are going to be. So this animation, again, kind of harkening back to yesterday, just trying to show it's not good enough just to know the conditions at which you fly. You need the conditions at 8 hours after you fly to understand if your flight segments are actually going to have the radiative forcing, integrated radiative forcing impact over their lifetime. Unfortunately, this kind of approach is very helpful from a hindcast perspective, looking back, but it's really hard to do this within the operational context looking forward. So we want to make this look like weather, right? Contrails are a weather phenomena. And again, I'm not devaluing the complexity that underlies that statement, but the aviation system knows how to deal with weather, right? Icing and turbulence and convective events are built into the fabric of the system already. So if contrail forecasts and nowcasts can be built in that similar shape, we can use the existing trajectory co-optimization tools to adapt. And again, it doesn't need to be wholesale. I liked the idea of starting small. That was just mentioned in the previous presentation. You can set your threshold here for that downstream climate impact to be really high at first. And you could even set your threshold to observability. And so it's just really important to think about this not as in the current moment, but what is going to happen after we fly through this airspace. We understand that the meteorology isn't perfect, and so we have these observation sources that will inform the forecast and nowcast, right? So we've got our in situ measurements, ground-based observations, and satellite observations. And I like this animation. This came from Google Research, and we saw it also from Stephen's group at MIT. You can identify contrail outbreaks in real time from the geostationary satellite imagery. So even if you're not exactly precise on the individual flight, given the state of the research right now, you know, we can identify altitudes, we can identify lateral space and refine our prior forecast. Another aspect of this that was mentioned as part of the meteorology talks yesterday is that we have capabilities to build uncertainty into the forecasting system. You can generate contrail forecast ensembles to generate expected values of contrail forcing. Right. So when we're not talking about taking a nominal estimate and putting a specific number on it, but we can say actually there's a 50% chance given what we know, given what the current situation is with observations, and come up with a high probability, high impact forecast. Again, that might be really small to start. Those regions may not be wide. And critically, after we're done, we just need to be able to verify the interventions at scale. So a lot of the research tools that are being developed right now will be able to be put into practice. And we're seeing that happen not only individually, but for, again, these contrail outbreak regions. So I like to think about this as a contrail forecasting and assimilation system, right? You build this forecast given the information that you have and the uncertainty approaches that we know. You build that into flight planning, and so that, you know, the original flight trajectory is as optimized as it can be. That information gets to ATC, who's also aware of the best available contrail forecast, goes into the cockpit, so the pilots are aware automatically without having to make decisions, you know, based on information being presented to them. And finally, you're observing this stuff and it's feeding right back into the forecast in real time. So this is just weather. We know how to do this. It exists on many other more terrestrial contexts, but we need to adapt it to the upper troposphere. So taking that approach, both our group and the Google Research Group have developed prediction tools. And we're very keen on understanding from the early perspective, you know, is this even realistic to use these in practice? So we're really grateful. American Airlines was a collaborator of both of our groups and eventually brought us together and said, let's just try something. Let's see what we can do given our resources at hand. So there are two things we really need to test if we're going to use this in practice. These forecasts and nowcasts need to be able to say, are you going to form a contrail, a persistent contrail when you fly through this airspace? And then if that contrail forms, how will it impact the climate 6-8 hours from now? Or 30 minutes from now? Probably not that much if it's that context. Unfortunately, the climate impact side is a much tougher question. So what we can do today is look at formation. And we've already seen this in previous presentations, but that's the approach we took to start. If we can't identify formation, we're definitely not going to be able to identify and validate the climate impact. So this pun here, our AA pilot study, we had 10 management pilots who were very high level pilots that were really excited about participating in this kind of trial. We did interventions between January 1st and early June when it was opportunistic. And so the method that we took was given a city pair or a turn, you would go out to that city and back on the same day, and you could test the contrail avoidance at the destination city. So, this is really hard to do with a single aircraft to be able to have, the area that you fly through and then the counterfactual of the area that you didn't fly through. And this is our shoehorned method to do this, given the resources we had. So we did turns. We identified contrail likely zones based on a manual comparison of the Google prediction model and the breakthrough prediction model. And we would look within a certain distance of the destination city, and we would randomly avoid or not avoid on the arrival or the departure of that city. And in most cases, you were able to, or the pilots are able to turn within an hour or two. And so the expectation is that the forecast is not changing drastically over that time period. Again, it's an assumption and a limitation of the trial, but it was what we were able to work with. You can see on the bottom the array of flight trajectories that were flown. We were primarily avoiding through early descent or late ascent. And this is actually a very plausible way of doing this downstream, but we're going to eventually not try to be a part of that optimization that you'll hear about from Alejandra after me. Yeah, the inputs were our prediction models. We also had a collaboration with Pace, the EFB producer, had integrated Google's predictions, and American Airlines uses Pace. So we were able to give the pilots the Pace forecasts, so they had some situational awareness throughout the trial. And this is just an example of what they were seeing. So the gray would have been their originally planned route. The pink would have been the requested route from the management pilot upon flying. So this was all done tactically. We were actually really impressed that we didn't have any issues with air traffic control. We had talked with ANSPs, do we need to, have a special clearance to run this kind of trial? And they said, you don't, as long as you just make the request and, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. And so we ended up having to do more flights than we expected just to counteract some of that uncertainty. The verification side of this was done by the Google team using their tool set. They're able to look at the original flight trajectory from ADS-B. We do a dry advection scheme off that flight path to show where we expect a contrail would form given the winds. And they can use their detection model to detect the contrails that are seen. And we also, for all the flights that were done as part of this trial, we manually verified the detection. So we did not rely explicitly on automated detection. We also measured the contrail length manually because that became a key statistic. So of the 35 turns that we were able to do, only 22 were included in the analysis. So that's 44 total flight segments. The 13 were excluded because they were opportunistic flights that ended up not intersecting the prediction zone by the time it went to fly. And again, there were exclusions from ATM, and that was tracked, as soon as we learned about it, and they were excluded from the data set. So we had a control arm and an experiment arm. On the control arm, we let the aircraft fly through the contrail likely zone as planned. In the experiment arm, we would tell them the flight level that we expected they would not form contrails. And generally, again, since we were doing late ascent or early descent, that would be a lower flight level. And so, as you can see in the control group, it was about 50-50 whether or not we could detect a contrail created when we expected there to be so. In the experiment group, we saw a notable statistically significant reduction in detectable contrails, which was really satisfying. Again, this is a really small number of flights, and we're not going to rest our laurels on this, but it's very inspiring that with such a rudimentary method, we're actually able to see a detectable result. And again, we measured the length, and that became a key statistic. We actually saw a 50% reduction in contrail length per flight kilometer. We did average 2% added fuel per adjusted flight. So this is a lot more than we would want. And we were not looking at the benefit of avoiding contrails in this context. We were just considering, can we actually make the intervention and detect it through the satellites? So in the future, again, you'll hear from Alejandro right after us, this has to be done through the systems that know how to balance fuel and the potential for contrail impact. So our next steps, really just lobbing Alejandra's talk up here. Well, she's going to talk about the dispatcher approach using flight planning. So we would like to be able to run a trial with a similar methodology, except that it would be all automated. And so the flight planning system would actually serve up the flights and the optimal reroutes given a fuel threshold. And then we would test not just ascent, descent, but we could test cruise. And then we can even explore filing with an ANSP, like the expanded MUAC design we just heard. So there's a lot of future work. This is just the start, but it's very exciting and very promising. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. An important piece of work going on in the States. Alejandro, you've been set up nicely for this, so invite you to the mic. Alejandro Frias is the head of sustainability at FlightKeys. Welcome.
Thank you. Here. Yeah, so thank you. It's a pleasure to be here presenting in front of you all. My name is Alejandra and I'm here representing FlightKeys. I'm going to be presenting the results of our latest simulation that we did with Breakthrough Energy. So technically this presentation is from both my part and Mark's part, but Mark already had his moment to shine, so now I'm going to present for us both. For all of you who don't know what FlightKeys is a flight planning software company. We are based in Vienna and we work with airlines around the world, mostly in the US, Europe, and Australia. We have 3 core products: FlightKeys 5D, which is our flight planning tool, SpaceKeys for rain prediction, and Loretta, which is our EFB in-flight tool for pilots. We have control avoidance fully integrated in both FlightKeys 5D and Loretta. Breakthrough Energy, Mark has already introduced himself, so I'm going to skip right through this. Sorry, Mark. What is our team? On the FlightKeys side, we have myself and Raymond, which is the co-founder and head of innovation. And on Breakthrough side, apart from Mark, we have Seth and Tom. And we would also like to thank the Imperial College, especially Roger Teo and Mark Stetler, for all of the support and help that we also had from their side on this simulation. So this is something that Mark has already talked through right before me, but I'm going to go through it very fast. So how do we envision the implementation of control avoidance in commercial flight planning? So we see it as a 4-stepped approach. The first one is the planification of heuristics of the control models that are going to be implemented. Then the next part is how to implement these models into our commercial flight planning system for flight planners to optimize trajectories around. Then is the real-time tracking and tracking of if contrails are being formed or not. And last but not least, the verification and improvement of the models themselves. So now let's look at a single flight approach. So how would control avoidance work from a flight perspective? So we start from the implementation of control models into a flight planning system. Then we would plan the flights around these control models. So we see the control areas being implemented either as weather data or as navigation data. So far for the simulation, we did it as navigation data. So the control areas were important as hard restrictions. And we can see here in this image is 2 trajectories. The green one, which is a bit faded away, is the original trajectory, which was set for cost minimization, and the green one is the one with control avoidance. FlightKeys 5D can reroute around control areas both vertically and horizontally. Once we have all of the control trajectories, the flight dispatcher would file this, and ATC, which, as Mark said, would also have access to all of the control forecast, would be in charge of either approving or denying this trajectory. And once the flight has been approved, it will go directly to our Loretta app so that pilots can have the latest information on the trajectory. And the good thing with this is that pilots are, as Patrick has mentioned before, the ones that at the end of the day will have the responsibility of rerouting around these contrail areas. So in Loretta, we can see here the white and gray areas are the control probability areas for also last minute rerouting. That pilots will have full visualization and knowledge of. And then last but not least, of course, we have the control observation and verification to improve the model. I would like to thank, before we start with the results, our partners, Breakthrough, of course, the Imperial College, the University Carlos III of Madrid, with which I'm enrolled in an industrial PhD on this subject, Google Research, DLR, and of course, the airlines, which allowed us to use their data for all of our simulations. The models we use. So the models we use the Breakthrough model. They have an open source library with the COSIP model and a public API. We ourselves use their API for both the implementation of the contrail restrictions, as well as we send the trajectories to get back an energy forcing value for that trajectory. The models that Breakthrough uses is the COSIP model, which Mark Stettler has spoken about this yesterday. This is a graph that we have all seen before. So we have the trajectory is divided into different points. And for each point, we check if a contrail would be formed or not. The segment between 2 points that form a contrail is called a contrail segment. And what COSIP does is it evaluates how it evolves around time. The blue areas are cooling, the red areas are warming. And here also a graph that Mark Stettler showed is COSIP can also be applied in a grid model, and we can see how each point in this model how each point of the model would evaluate if a contrail would be formed in it. And now, without further ado, let's talk about the results. So we simulated 2 weeks of flights with one of our customers, American Airlines, between the 3rd and the 18th of June. That is a total of 49,411 flights. The numbers that we got for these flights. From all of these flights, 9,835, so around 20% generated persistent contrails. 12% of flight, 5,900, generated net warming contrails. The total amount of emissions are 1.2 million tons. And the final evaluation through the COSIP model showed that the contrail energy forcing was of 0.56 to the power of 18 joules. So for us to be able to compare, because you see these numbers and that really says nothing at all, what is the weight of contrail energy forcing and CO2 emissions? So Mark Stettler also showed yesterday a way of transforming CO2 into energy forcing by multiplying the emissions of CO2 times the surface of the Earth, and by an average global warming potential over a certain time frame value. And the time frame selected is based on a political decision. You can choose 20 years time, 50 years time, 100-year time, depending on the specific goal. For us, in this specific study, we chose 20 years time because we were focused on how can we change aviation in the years to come and not in 100 years. So that's why we chose 20 years time. But of course, we can choose any other number. And by choosing 20 years time, it would transform CO2 emissions into energy forcing. And then from the total energy forcing of the 49,000 flights, we check what is the weight of contrail energy forcing and CO2 energy forcing. We see that contrail energy forcing actually weighs more than that of CO2. And this is important after for the mitigation results. That's why I went so long through this. So what we tried to do is to reroute all of the flights that form net warming contrails. As you remember, there were around 5,900 flights. So, but we actually only got results for 5,840 flights. That means that 1 of 5 flights didn't get an optimized result. And this is one of the limitations of this model of applying contrail restrictions as hard, contrail mitigation areas as hard restrictions. We will talk about this later. But the results, regardless, were extremely positive. So on the left-hand side, we have the results for just the 5,800 flights. And on the right-hand side, sorry, we have the total results for the 49,000 flights, including the flights that were rerouted. And what we see here, let's focus on the right-hand side, is that we managed to get a reduction of energy forcing of contrails of nearly 70%, with an increase in cost and fuel of less than 1%. And the total reduction of energy forcing is of 36.9%. So even if we are increasing the fuel consumed, and thus we're increasing the CO2 emissions, the overall total energy forcing is reduced because the weight of contrails was very high. But the good thing about this is that even if we have 5,800, even if we could reroute 5,840 flights, we don't really have to reroute that many. As we have been mentioning before, in Mark Stetler and Roger Steele's paper, there is something that they call the big hits, which is the 2% of flights responsible for 80% of the total energy forcing. That means that from the total amount of flights generated net warming contrails, around 968 will be those big hits. We tried to reroute these flights, and once again, we find 29 solutions with no possible results. So we could only reroute 939 flights. And the results were an increasing cost of 0.02%, an increase in fuel of 0.03%, a decrease in contrail energy forcing of 56.8%, and a total decrease in total energy forcing of 30.44%. And this happens because, as we can see in this graph here to the right, the variation of energy forcing of contrail flattens after a certain number of flights. So we don't really need to modify the total amount of flights generating warming contrails to have a meaningful result. We can actually modify very little, in this case 1.9%, and have a nearly total reduction of the possible energy forcing of contrails. Another way that we also envision how contrail avoidance could be implemented is through a cost-based avoidance. This could be more appealing to airlines to begin with. What we do here is select flights that have the least cost investment per energy forcing reduction. So we are targeting this green area that we see here in the graph bottom right, which are all of those flights that manage to have a high energy forcing contrail reduction for a very little relative cost. And the good thing is that this is something that airlines can do themselves. They can choose how much money they actually want to invest in contrail avoidance, and they can set this threshold higher or lower. So you might be rerouting more flights than in the previous case, which will be bad for ATC, but the relative cost of doing so would be lower. Discussions and limitations of this method. The first one, as we have been seeing, not all of the solutions, not all of the reroutings find an optimal solution. And this has to do with the polygon-based avoidance that we have been using so far. Flight Keys right now is working on a cost-based avoidance. So instead of applying the control probability areas as hard restrictions, we're going to apply them as weather data, and we're going to do a cost-based avoidance of these areas as we do with normal weather data. And this would reduce drastically the amount of no solutions that we find in our optimizer. Then we have, of course, the uncertainty of the weather models. That is a favorite in this presentation. Weather models are uncertain, and in the simulations we use the COSIP model, and we know that it has its limitations, of course. But something that we do want to say in Flight Keys is, even if we're not sure if COSIP model is 100% reliable or not, most likely not, what we do know is that the cost and fuel predictions that we make are very, very precise, and those are the same cost and fuel predictions that our airlines use on their daily operations. So even if we don't know that the reduction in energy forcing of contrails is going to be 68.95%, what we can guarantee is that doing this possible reroutings would lead to an increase in cost and fuel of 0.02% or 0.03%. So the actual risk of doing it is very low. And then last but not least, of course, we have all of the discussions about metrics and the different models and how to make them more certain, how to compare them, etc. And this is something that we all together as a community here, clearly we're working towards it, how to improve them, how to validate it, and how to make flight tests to be able to then verify the models and improve them, etc. So this is a ongoing process that we are looking forward to keep collaborating is. And as a conclusion of my presentation, what I would like to say is the message that I want you guys to leave my presentation with is, even if the models themselves are still carry high uncertainty, the risk of applying it is very low, as we can see from both the cost perspective and the fuel perspective. So from flight keys and breakthrough side, we really believe that we should start applying contrail avoidance as soon as possible. And as Joe said, we should see contrail mitigation as an opportunity for aviation to move forward in the sustainability department. And with this being said, if you have any questions, you can approach Mark, myself, or Raymond also through our emails. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a great presentation and great work that's happening there. Just a time for a few questions to the speakers in that session before we break for lunch. First, I would go to Muak, some specific questions about the real-time simulation that you did, the mention about future tools. If you could just speak a little bit about how the real-time simulation was done, the tools that are available to controllers today to assist with a fairly manual process, and the tools that you would see being necessary in the future, if you just want to comment on that.
During that real-time simulation, we did not use tools. It was, we just told the air traffic controllers to block flight levels. However, in the real preparation that we are doing now, we are introducing much more tools. We will implement, or we are implementing, a pre-tactical warning tool, and the ATCOs will be given automatic advisories. So here we are going to a much higher automation system than in the real-time simulation itself. So in reality, we strive for much higher degrees of automation, which is requested by the controllers.
Thank you. The concept of big hits was raised by several speakers. It's an enticing concept that looks at how we deliver environmental benefit with a realistic and pragmatic approach, focusing on the things that are those low-hanging fruit. There was mention of I think Rainer and David in your presentation about even going to the point of looking at which aircraft might be delivering the generating the most significant contrails in the airspace, and where we have limited capability, potentially prioritizing the moving of those aircraft. Just to all those who are looking at those sort of big hit strategies where we're not trying to eliminate contrails, we're trying to lessen the most severe instances. How do you see those type of environments and potential challenges with compatibility with a potential regulatory scheme that might penalize airlines for contrail formation? Does that not move us towards endeavoring to move everybody out instead of aligning those benefits on and allowing us to use more of a big hit strategy? If you could just comment on that.
Yeah, we start. Yeah, to me, big hits is very key because, as we said, I don't want to modify. There is no sense, again, no sense meaning in both operationally speaking, but also climate savings strictly. So we need to focus on the big hits. So we need to identify them. Again, to me, it's a filtering. If airlines and flight planning providers optimize the flight plan relying on non-CO2, this is less traffic optimization later on. You know what I mean? This is why traffic optimization and biggest detection remains only if maybe the flight plan is not enough optimized, or for long haul, the weather forecast is evolving, even if airlines and flight planning are doing their best. I mean, for long haul, weather condition evolves, contrails will evolve. So we need to have a means, mainly for the NSPs, to still identify, pursue what prepare the flight planning providers, but to allow the NSPs to identify which are the biggest contributors. So to me, that's, again, to focus on modification of some of them, not all. And for sure, the question of the incentives remains. It's all of the discussion, how to, it's extra fuel, even if it's slow, how to, and this will be part, I think, of the MRV, how to incentivize also the airlines in terms of avoidance. But focusing on big hits, as figures has been also shared by FlyKeys, well, less amount of aircraft are targeted, so we have much more to do.
Okay, good. Mark?
I like to think about it in terms of expected values. So the big hits only make sense when they're also the high probability events. And so I think that should get reflected directly in the MRV, just based on if it really is a trajectory getting intersected with a region that's going to have a high probability of high climate forcing, that will end up being a higher cost region.
There's a specific question as well to Alejandro about your big hits and that sort of down select to a smaller number of flights. Can you characterize what made them a big hit? Were they flying in the same areas as the other aircraft? Were altitudes different? Had forecasts moved?
So what we did was, from the total amount of flights that got a positive energy forcing value, we selected the top 2%. So Mark and I were writing a paper on all of these results, and we're still on the process of analyzing those specific values to see exactly if there was like a correlation between the areas that were flown. But so far we haven't. We just took the top 2% of those flights.
Okay. Can you envisage a future in which we can forecast what are the big hits and not just do it in a post-ops analysis?
That is a good question. Mark?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think that we will have an estimate of it based on the regional outbreak kind of philosophy, meaning you're looking forward in time. If you fly through this airspace, we know that downstream, you are likely to persist. And when it persists, it's persisting overnight over the right kind of land. And so that's a region that is going to be a big hit if you fly through it. As we get the observations, we see, okay, the forecast was wrong about formation there. And so therefore, it's actually a low probability region. And so then the expected value would go down.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all the speakers in that session. That was I enjoyed that one very much, and I'm sure the audience did as well. Thank you for coming to talk to us and for the work that's being done. We are now at lunch break. We will please return for 1:15. And again, lunch is right outside the hall. Thank you. For me, it's the valuable work to be done.
Yeah. Okay, we are going to start. Could you please take a seat? If you want to go back home today, it would be nice that we can start the afternoon session. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We are going to start our first session for this afternoon. It's the second part of the operational mitigation strategies. We will have 4 different presentations from Lufthansa, Satavia, Airbus and NATS, and Boeing commercial airplanes. So I propose to directly start with Benedict and Weiler. And even if we start a few minutes late, you still have your slot, you know, so don't worry. He's business lead, lead of flight optimizer at Lufthansa System. So please, Benedict, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, so all right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our talk about contrail mitigation. Just one quick heads up. We are not going to talk about control avoidance itself, but we're putting an emphasis on mitigation. So what we're currently doing is Lufthansa Systems is currently involved in the national research project called DECOLT, which is led by the German Aerospace Center, DLR. And we've earlier on, or yesterday, we've heard a lot about this project, for example, by Sigrun Mattes. In this project, we are prototyping an optimizer to include climate costs. So this means that our flight planning optimizer will be able, depending on the input, to calculate green flights. Okay, so let's give just a very, very short introduction to flight planning so that we are all on the same page what we are talking about here. And so what we see here is basically a life cycle of a flight. So of the operation of the flight. So we are starting basically at number 1 with the flight planning. Then we go to flight preparation. Then the aircraft is taxiing out. We're going to have a takeoff. We're going to have our in-flight phase. We're going to have the landing, the taxi in, and finally we reach the gate. So what we're doing in flight planning is we are right at number 1, but so time-wise. But what we are actually planning for is for the part 4 to number 6, more or less. So from takeoff for the en route part until we landed the aircraft. And the actual planning so usually happens like, I don't know, 2 hours, depending on the airline, 2 hours before the plane takes off. So what does it mean from a optimization point of perspective? So here we see the mathematical optimization problem of flight planning. And what we are usually doing is we are trying to optimize the cost. So we are optimizing for fuel, we are optimizing for time, and we are optimizing for overflight charges. And the constraints that we have are, for example, we have a structured airspace with the for example, free route also, but also with restrictions. and our NOTAMs, and we are trying to find there a legal route through this network, and which is also flyable, so taking into account the aircraft performance and so on. So all the usual stuff. So in the output, what we want to have in the end is a cost-optimal legal trajectory. So just one example, so you see what's actually going to happen in the sky is, so you see here the world, the aircraft network, the airway network is more or less imprinted on it. And if you're trying to more or less find a route here, you start at one end, you're crawling through the network until you have reached your destination. You are trying to find out all possibilities, how to get from A to B. And in the end, what you are giving is you are having a cost optimal route according to your objective function. Okay, so what do we do here in the project? So lead a flight 4D. So we're trying to mitigate those contrails, taking all the information into account, and especially the information that we are getting from in the DECOL project, which is delivered by the DLR in form of the ACCFs. And with those, we are trying then to mitigate the contrails. If we have, for example, here in a contrail area, we have the option to either go through the contrail area, to go around the contrail area to avoid a contrail, but also just to take parts of the contrail area, depending on what the objective function is or how high the costs are in the contrail area. So one example here of ways of how to avoid contrails or how to mitigate contrails. So there's one possibility that we are more or less going to close an airspace. So you can see here the closed airspace more or less displaying a contrail formation area where it's likely that there's going to be a contrail. And one option would be to close this airspace. This would then mean that you need to go around in one way or the other. So just looking at the picture for simplicity's sake, just so that we're all on the same page, we're just showing it in 2D right now so that all in the room here can more or less comprehend it. The whole problem itself is a 4D one. So we have latitude, longitude, we have altitudes, and we also have time. So for the contrail area, it's all changing. But just for the sake of simplicity, we just show the top-down view. So in this case, if we have a closed airspace, we can go around. And the question is this a good or feasible approach? And might be as a first step, but it can be highly suboptimal. And the reason for this is, depending on however those contrail areas are formed, it might happen that, for example, in this area here, that we have a very short contrail area, but which is very broad, which in the end would mean that we need to fly a huge detour around this closed airspace. And then there's the question, is it really worth it to do this if we are taking all effects into account? So contrails is just one part of the equation, but looking at environmental costs, we also have CO2 and other effects, and producing a lot of CO2 to just go around such an airspace is in the end might be questionable. Okay, so what are we actually doing here in the DECOL project? So you remember the slide here earlier on, what the flight planning problem is. And what we are going to do here is we're going to extend the flight planning problem with adding the environmental costs, which means when the constraints part, we had earlier on, we said we have the airway network with the structured airspace and also the aircraft performance. And now what we're adding there is a 4D field given by the ACCFs of the DLR. And those 4D fields are now applying costs to some parts of the airspace, everywhere a different cost. And now we are then having this input. Now we are then extending our objective function, which is the top line. And what we are doing there is then we are trying to optimize for environmental costs, in addition to what else have been done previously. So we are then, and the result of this is then, since we are now optimizing for a specific kind of cost is that the output is now, as you can see it in the bottom left corner, is now a eco-friendly cost optimal legal trajectory. So more or less total cost optimization, taking all effects into account that might or might not be happening in the air, depending on the input that is given with all constraints that we have. So the legal constraint, the aircraft performance constraint, but also the weather in both forms that we have with, for example, winds, but also with the ACCF. So the cost for not just contrails, but also for, let's say, CO2 or other environmental effects. So what does it actually mean? So looking at this picture, again, a top-down view, just for the sake of simplicity. So we're trying here to more or less fly from the left to the right. And we have more or less in front of us a contrail formation area. And the question is now how to best mitigate the effect of contrails. And what is basically now happening is we are now attaching to this area costs. So we know that contrails are not everywhere the same. We know that there might be bigger contrails, where there might be smaller contrails. Contrails might last longer, they might last shorter. So let's say 10 minutes, 5 hours, or I don't know, 10 hours. And all of them are more or less producing a different environmental impact. And this is more or less then given by the ACCF data that we are receiving. And based on that, we can basically put on each part of the sky more or less a, let's say, price tag or an impact tag on the environmental impact. And then we can try to optimize this to find a best trajectory through it. Again, just for the sake of simplicity, you see here quite big areas. In the data, it's way more granular. And so you have the areas are way smaller. Okay, so once we have this, we are going to put on this the airway network. So on these costs, we put the airway network, and then we're trying to more or less find out what would be the best route coming from A to B, taking all effects into account. So it might still be the most viable option to go all around. So basically meaning we create a lot of, or we produce a lot of CO2 going all around, like at the top, to get from A to B and avoid this contrail area. But it basically can also mean that we might take any route through it, like partially or totally, to see what actually will be the impact. And in the end, what might be happening here is that this will be the overall cost-efficient route. And in the end, this will then be more or less defined as a green flight, because taking all factors into account, this might now mean that this is in total the least environmental impact, taking contrails into account, CO2 into account, and maybe other environmental impact factors. What will be then here's the result. So what we are basically doing here is we are currently prototyping this in the Decode project. And with this, we are going to run simulations at the beginning or within the next year to show more or less what will be the impact on the airway network and our legal conditions that we are daily confronted with, having those ACCF fields, 4D fields into effect. So basically what we want to do is we want to look especially at the total impact, optimize for the total impact, and to ensure here that we are not doing more, let's say, bad than good by, for example, just avoiding something, but producing more costs because of this on the side. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Benedict. And there is something that I would like to say, because yesterday we didn't speak so much about the cost. And I realized that today, because we are speaking about operational solution, the cost are now part of the equation. And I think this is really important because at the end of the day, we can't implement a solution which is not affordable or profitable for the operational community. So thank you very much. It was quite interesting. Now I would like to invite Adam Durand, Chief Executive Officer for Satavia, for the next presentation. Adam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
So on. Okay. Yeah. Thanks very much, Marlon, and to you, the Eurocontrol team, for organising. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about operational contrail mitigation experience over the past 2 years that we've been running trials with various operators. So we've all heard about what's actually in a contrail cloud. You burn kerosene, you emit CO2, you also emit water. And where aircraft fly, the atmosphere is very cold and dry. In some places, it might be above a relative humidity of 100%, and so you can form clouds that persist. These are clouds of very small ice crystals, smaller than the thickness of a human hair, and they're very effective at trapping some of the heat that's trying to escape to space. Only 5% of these flights create about 80% of that warming effect, and so the solution that we're taking forwards really is to do better weather modeling to predict where the water vapor is, so that we can do things like change the aircraft altitude to put the aircraft into drier air, and not form the contrail cloud. So we do climate optimized flight planning. We're not actually a flight planning software provider, but we work alongside existing flight planning software solutions. So we do weather modeling. We analyze flight plans once they're created. We can provide briefing packs back to operators that enable them to make small deviations in terms of flight levels, planned flight levels, to avoid making the contrail clouds. And most importantly, we also go and verify the impact avoided after we modify any flight. The way we do this, we actually run a numerical weather prediction model. So we're running the American WRF model. The key point I'd like to make here is that off-the-shelf weather model technology is good enough today if you configure it adequately. Off-the-shelf weather model data sets might not be fit for purpose in some cases, and I'm going to show some validation data later. So we actually run the model at about 5 by 5 kilometers resolution, 60 vertical levels up to flight level 600. We put in extra model levels where the aircraft fly. So we actually have been working on this since 2018, funded by the ATI. We have a physics-based cloud microphysical scheme in there, which enables us to simulate directly the clouds that form the hydrometeors. And we simulate how those hydrometeors affect the water vapor concentrations. So critically, we generate data on temperature, pressure, humidity, and that is the required inputs into COSIP that we use. So we use a version of COSIP. We've translated directly from the literature. We take the radiative transfer calculations directly from the weather model. We've implemented the Thomson microphysics scheme in terms of particle settling. So we're intensely science focused. We've built software that enables us to run this model coupled to COSIP, and we can add flight trajectories that come from flight plans or flown trajectories directly into the model. Then we can calculate the emissions. So we take into account the numbers of engines, the fuel burn, the water emitted, and we can calculate the climate impact of those contrail clouds. So everything we do is calculating an energy forcing, which we then turn into tons of CO2 equivalent using GWP 100. We could use any climate metric. The process we've developed with the airlines goes like this. So we run the weather model. We typically schedule this overnight. We'll generate a 24-hour forecast. We will then go and look through scheduled flights. So we estimate on a given day which flights we expect to produce persistent contrails. We will then have a target list that we share with the airline. The airline goes about planning their flights as they normally would, so creating performance-based flight plans. As the flight plans that are targeted for contrail management are ready, we can ingest those directly into our software and generate a briefing pack for a flight dispatcher. So the dispatcher can then make small changes to an existing flight plan manually and create a new flight plan that's optimized to avoid making persistent contrails. The pilots take this onto the flight deck and follow the flight plan. So we spent quite a bit of time briefing dispatchers, pilot communities, to help them understand what we're trying to achieve, the importance of doing this. And if you like, this is almost a minimum viable product way of delivering this capability. Ultimately, we can automate out these steps as we work more closely with software providers, like flight planning software providers or EFB or otherwise. So here's an example of a flight from Amsterdam to Abu Dhabi that was flown last year with Etihad. So Etihad is the airline that we've primarily been working with over the years. You'll see shown as a cross section here, we've got probability of water vapor being both supersaturated, so over 100% relative humidity, and then also the Schmidt-Appelmann criteria for persistent contrail formation. That's just really for visual representation. We run COSIP along the trajectories to generate these aggregated CO2 equivalent amounts. So the original flight plan here was 218 tons of CO2 equivalent. The solution was actually to climb for a little bit longer at the beginning and fly over the top of these layers. That was the second flight plan that had a predicted climate impact of 4 tons of CO2 equivalent. So that's the basic process. We do it flight by flight. We've been doing it since 2021. First of all, dry runs with Emirates, then Etihad. More recently, working with the airlines like KLM and KLM Cityhopper. We've had UK Space Agency funding to run a demonstration project from February of this year. And we're just starting off business as usual contrails management with Etihad from early next year. So here's some high-level aggregated statistics of outcomes of the trial. So we've worked with over 11 airlines to date. We've done over 100 flights. What we're seeing is a saving of around 50 tons of CO2 equivalent impact every time we do one of these deviations. Sometimes actually we get a shorter flight trajectory, especially if the solution is to fly lower. So our statistics are actually weighted towards doing flights where we've ended up flying low with shorter trajectories. We've got actual fuel burn penalty data, which provides a fairly modest penalty of roughly 30 kilograms of fuel or about 0.1 tons of CO2 as a penalty. So bear in mind, we're doing very small deviations, very controlled, and it is possible. This is, validating the science that was done by Imperial College London when they looked at potential penalties. So some of the issues affecting the success of these trials, well, we're a manual, predominantly this is a fairly manual process. This can be automated out. Developing a process with dispatchers, pilots is going to be key to really unlocking this, and then also having more flexibility around where to put aircraft ultimately. So this is all long-term vision of how air traffic management could evolve. We do have issues with aircraft performance. So a fully loaded, fully fueled aircraft doing a long-haul flight, you'll have less flexibility earlier on in the flight to do deviations. And as it burns fuel, you might be able to climb higher. So we see all of this in the KPIs, the statistics that come out of this. So I'm going to sort of end with some initial results from extensive validation we've been doing. So we started work on weather modeling in 2018 as part of our involvement in the de-ISA project. So this was a project alongside Rolls-Royce, GK and Aerospace, University of Oxford. We actually developed the capability to model small ice crystals in the atmosphere, so ice crystal icing conditions. And so we've done some work on the microphysics in the model. We've done extensive validation, and I'm just going to show how our version of WRF compares against some off-the-shelf data from places like GFS, ECMWF, and we're going to be taking data from radiosondes. So we've looked at sites all over Europe, certain amount of work you have to do to clean up those data before you can use them, and also data that's come from IARGOS flights in 2021 and 2022. So we have a high-level focus. We've really just looked at all data above flight level 250 up to 450. And so you'll see a nice busy plot here. So the key lines to sort of focus on initially are the observations. So the light blue is the IARGOS data set in 2021, which shows relative humidity with respect to ice on the x-axis and a frequency distribution. So you can see You get a peak early on around about 10% relative humidity. So lots of measurements there, quite dry. And then gradually tailing off as you get towards about 140% relative humidity. We've also got the radiosonde observations shown in purple. So radiosondes have a humidity sensor. It's got a lower precision and accuracy. However, you can still use these data. Then we'll put the model plots. So bear in mind, we've run the model now for every week for over a year. So we have a vast data set of both forecast and hindcast. And so we're showing here against NOAA GFS data, ECMWF IFS, so that's the forecast version, ERA 5, which is the reanalysis, and our version of WRF in green. So you can see, first of all, the shape of the distribution of WRF is quite similar to those of the observations. And then you see some peaks around 100% relative humidity from the other models. This is really due to the parameterizations of the cloud microphysics. So this is probably known. This also helps to explain why there isn't full confidence in using weather model data for contrail management. But I guess the key message here is if you control how the model is configured, you can get a good result out of the model. I'm also going to show the results presented in the form of a contingency table and an F1 score. This metric is usually designed for balanced data sets. So we have a fairly unbalanced data set here. But I'm showing this because this was used as a means to assess the skill of a range of technologies that are being put forward through the DOE ARPA-E program. So you can see we've also got a way of sampling along trajectories. So we use the neighborhood approach. So that means for a given measurement location, we're looking at different distances, averaging over distances around that point in the model data to then create the statistics. Here's an example of a single day. So this was a radiosonde sounding taken over Norway. Measurements in black. If you focus on the curve on the right, this is just an example of the model data extracted along the trajectory of the radiosonde sounding. And we've got a distribution there. That's our different sampling volumes. But the key thing here is you can see how well the model is replicating observations. So this is a 24-hour forecast product, and we can get very fine changes in water vapor concentrations in the vertical. So that's really important to be able to do accurately if you're going to start changing aircraft altitudes. So here's the first pass of the statistics. So we can see that there's around about 13% of the entire data set is showing ice supersaturated conditions. We can quantify how often we get a false positive and a true positive and a false positive. So we're getting true positives more often than we're getting false positives. But one of the key observations here is if we actually flip this around, so how well do we do at predicting where the atmosphere is below 100% relative humidity? Well, we're at an F1 score of about 0.9. So we're incredibly good at putting the aircraft in a place where we know it's not going to create warming contrails. So I'll just end with the conclusions today. So numerical weather prediction is good enough to do contrails management today, and it is possible to quantify the errors on the weather data sets. And we can propagate those errors through models like COSIP, and we can actually numerically understand how that affects quantities of CO2 equivalent calculated, for example. The fuel burn penalties are very small relative to the benefits, so we can tolerate a non-perfect model. So that's the key message that's coming out of this. We should not necessarily pause action today because there's actually a lot of learning that we can get from doing these trials. And we find that there's a lot of challenges around human factors, air traffic management that we're going to have to work on, and that's going to take some time. So yeah, thank you very much for listening. Happy to take any questions later.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. I have already a question for you, but it will be during the question and answer session. So I would like to invite the next two speakers, Brice Bergans, flight operation architect at Airbus, and Sean Andrews, CESAR environmental lead for NATS, for the next presentation. The floor is yours.
So many thanks, Marilyn. So first of all, I want to say that I'm very happy to share the microphone with you, Sham. So is it working? Yeah, perfect. So now we are going to talk again about the Ciconia project. So Philip yesterday gave you a global overview of the project. So this project is about gathering scientific competencies and operational competence as well to define future concept of operation for contrail mitigation. So in this project, we'll have some work around the Met capacity, the weather forecast, how to improve it, and also on the climate models, and also a reflection on how to improve. On top of it, we'll be working on concept of operation and on trials. So we'll be talking about this right now. So as it was mentioned several times and during these discussions, sometimes operations are seen as a very easy to implement solution to mitigate contrail effect and overall non-CO2 climate impact. So if this is true that operation can be a short-term lever to mitigate, we also need to recognize that there are still many open points and many open options to define how these concepts will be working tomorrow. So in the frame of Ciconia, we want to recognize the multiplicity of concepts. And so we will be evaluating different options and assessing them in terms of climate impact, economics impact, but as well in terms of operational feasibility and impacts also on systems, etc. So on this slide, I will be showing an extract of the different, would say, operational dimensions that we'll be considering in this project. And I will start first by the mitigation objective. So basically, the mitigation objective is simply said, it's how you fine-tune your objective function. So I think that Benedict and Alejandra already did a very good presentation about it this morning and early this afternoon. So regarding this mitigation objective, we will be considering different options. So basically, we will range from very simple way to consider contrail by, for instance, avoiding ISSR during the nights. And we will also go through different other objectives, like considering the big hits contrail avoidance, or going through the global optimization, for instance, using the ACCF capabilities provided by DLR in order to optimize globally CO2 and all non-CO2 effects. On top of it, another key dimension that will be driving the operation tomorrow is the incentive. So we talked about it already just a few minutes ago. So here we can imagine some, I would say, soft constraints like flight path restriction or airspace restriction. Or we can also envisage different form of taxation, be it positive or negative. So it can be a bonus, it can be a cost. So we'll be considering all of this with different trajectory optimization features enabling cost optimization. We'll come back to this after. One other key dimension that I think can lead to several debates, and we already had some, is the time frame for decision making. So we can imagine that, I would say, it should not be taken too strictly, but most of the decision is taken before flight in pre-tactical. Or we could imagine several other options where we adapt during the flight if we are not able to predict weather conditions sufficiently well in advance, or a smart combination of both. Then we have two additional dimensions that we'll be considering. So this is two different dimensions that are quite linked. It's basically what you base your decision on to, for instance, consider a contrail avoidance, and what you also base your validation on. How do you make the compliance? How do you show the compliance at the end, and what are the means for compliance? So this is a bit similar in both dimensions. So we can base a decision basically on observations, and we saw yesterday from Stephen Barrett some good example of CONOPS relying on satellite observation and tactical intervention. It can also rely on weather forecast, and same for the validation. Basically, you could base your validation on observation, be it of any type, ground, aircraft, satellites. or replay with the reanalysis of the weather and come to some conclusions. Then last but not least in our list of operational dimension is the main decision holder. So I think also this one could lead to very interesting debates. So here basically the question is who is taking not the decision, but most of the decision to influence the climate effects. So it could be airline-led, it could be air traffic control or network manager-led, or it can be, again, the combination of both. And basically in the project, we'll try to evaluate these different operational dimensions. How we will do it is through expert discussions, because we have quite a large set of various stakeholders in the project. And on top of the expert discussion, we'll also be running trials and some simulation. So maybe we'll let Shan speak now and give you some more concrete example of what CONOPS we will be exploring and the flight trials.
Thank you, Brice. So for these concepts of operations, CECONIA is developing solutions for all environments, continental and oceanic. But at NATS, our particular focus is on our oceanic operation. Not only is this an area of the world where a very high proportion of warming contrails are formed, as you can see here, but it also lends itself very well to trial activity. So NATS has been actively supporting research into contrail production over the North Atlantic for quite a few years now. We've made contributions to a number of academic papers. And the research shows that in our oceanic airspace, only 12% of flights produce 80% of the persisting contrails. Now, on the peak day during our summer, our oceanic operation handled over 1,800 aircraft movements. So as we've been hearing a lot of over the course of this conference, when contrail avoidance strategies are in place, only a small fraction of flights will need to be acted upon. For the majority of these aircraft, it will be business as usual, and only a small change will be needed. So I'm going to go through some of the proposed oceanic strategies that we're looking at trialing, and then we'll go over some further details of other CECONIA activities as well. So our Shanwick Oceanic Airspace is an ideal location for any trial activity, partly because of its size. It's over 2.2 million square kilometres, and additionally, most of the traffic is in defined streams, without lots of the crisscrossing that you'd normally have in a domestic airspace. The North Atlantic is also one of the highest areas in the world for persistent contrails to be produced. Now, our preference is to plan contrail minimizing actions pre-tactically. Ideally, that would be a day in advance, and we'd incorporate these actions into flight plans. But we do recognise, as we've been hearing, that the contrail forecasts aren't yet always accurate enough to provide that decision useful information 24 hours in advance. So the pre-tactical preparation can be complemented by some tactical decision-making, leading to a hybrid approach. We've identified 4 ATM strategies, 3 of which of them are already available to be used to safely manage a trial, and a 4th which can be further developed. The first ATM strategy is one where requests and decisions are made on a tactical basis, following procedures that we have in place today. There's no specific pre-coordination necessary between the aircraft operator and the ANSP. Tactical in-flight requests are made by the flight crew to ATC for contrail avoidance actions in the same way as tactical requests are made routinely today for weather avoidance. So, for example, a request for a change to a flight level would be considered in the normal manner, taking account of other traffic and operational factors. And the advantage of this option is that the most recent contrail forecast, or even nowcast, can be used for the contrail minimization purposes. But the disadvantage with this strategy potentially increases workload for the flight crew and air traffic controllers and their support teams, and there's less time available to plan and optimize the trajectory from when all that relevant information becomes available. So this is something we want to understand further. Our second ATM strategy allows for alternate profiles to be prepared and blocked if there's uncertainty around the forecast. The trial participants will work to confirm the optimal flight level after they've taken off, but before the aircraft approaches the oceanic airspace where it would normally be seeking clearance from ATC. At this point, the contrail forecast has been rerun and the final flight level selected by the aircraft operator. The flight crew will advise ATC and the oceanic clearance processed as normal, with those initial blocked flight levels then released for others to use. The advantage of this option is that avoidance actions can be planned pre-tactically or in a hybrid way, and it allows for some flexibility on the day, and it means that the requested trajectory is very likely to be achieved. The disadvantage, though, is that those blocked flight levels wouldn't be available for other aircraft operators to use until they're released, so that could potentially lead to some suboptimal performance for any affected flights. Moving on to our third ATM strategy, this allows for a region of airspace to be reserved, like a rolling reservation around the planned route of the individual aircraft. We might also run some trials using a larger block of airspace if required, but that wouldn't be a concept to take forwards, more used as a way of supporting validation and information gathering on the accuracy of contrail forecasts. So within the reservation, the flight crews are free to adjust their trajectory vertically and horizontally without the need to request any further clearance from ATC. The advantage of this option is that the aircraft operator can delay their decision on contrail minimisation action until they're in that reservation area if there's that uncertainty on the forecast. The flight crew can then adjust their trajectory tactically without any restriction within the confines of the reservation. The disadvantage, of course, being that reservation area would be unavailable for other aircraft operators to use, again, potentially leading to some suboptimal performance for any affected flights. The final ATM strategy, this came up in one of the questions I saw from the previous session, actually. It relies on the existing North Atlantic Track Organised Track Structure, or OTS, process to create a specific track or tracks in order to minimise persistent warming contrail formation. At D-1, our Shanwick Oceanic controllers would plot the track based on the weather forecasting, the contrail forecasts, and the preferred route messages or provisional flight plans from the aircraft operators, and these would be used for the westbound tracks for the next day. The contrail track would be published alongside the normal OTS, and it would be available for use by any aircraft operator, so not just the trial participants. The big advantage of this strategy is that it's unlikely to be as operationally disruptive as the reservation option and shouldn't negatively affect the core flow of oceanic traffic at all. But it would require more planning and coordination pre-tactically, and it needs a reliable contrail forecast in advance. At the moment, this option is only a concept. It needs to be developed within the project. It is worth noting, however, that if a more extensive climate mitigation strategy were to be sought by industry or the regulators, then one approach would be for us to design the majority of tracks to avoid persistent contrails. So within CECONIA, we're going to be trialling these oceanic strategies, but we're also investigating strategies for continental airspace, which is quite a different operation to oceanic. And we'll be looking at both airline-led and ANSP-led options. We've got a number of partners who are involved in the trials, and we're having ongoing conversations, some of them at this conference, to bring in additional trial partners as well. So the purpose of the trials will be to support the development of strategies to avoid high climate impact risk areas. We want to demonstrate the operational feasibility, to understand the required timings in terms of when decisions are made and when forecasts are have sufficient accuracy, and to gain results on the effects, not only on the non-CO2 emissions themselves, but on fuel burn and associated CO2 emissions, on the operational cost, the effect on the network, and the passenger journey impact. So Swiss and Air France trials will be addressing both domestic and oceanic environments. Scenarios will include avoidance at the flight planning phase, which at the moment we think would be the preferred option, but we're also going to investigate avoidance during flight execution. The plan is going to be to start with running initial desktop exercises, moving on to shadow mode trials, and then on to live trials eventually. The desktop exercises are due to start this winter period. They'll be using hypothetical flights and the flight planning tools. And Swiss then plan to run some shadow mode trials where actual flights will be investigated in parallel to the live operations, using flight planning tools and rerouting evaluated using FMS for hypothetical operational decisions. Live trials are going to happen later in the project, potentially starting in the winter period 2024 to 25, and will involve actual flights investigated with the flight dispatchers and cockpit crew involvement. These flights will conduct actual avoidance actions as appropriate, either in the flight planning or the flight execution phase, dependent on the concept of operations in question. EasyJet will be conducting continental trials, starting with analysing shadow mode trials for all of the flights, with the aim of understanding potential routes to act upon for the most benefit. This will progress to live trials on those targeted routes, actively avoiding warming contrails on afternoon and night flights. Part of the assessment of trials will be to investigate flight delays to mitigate the contrails and to conduct a scheduling impact assessment of this. Another aim will be to understand the assessment of forecast versus actual weather data in order to understand when the best time is to make the forecast. And as well as these airline-led trials, as we heard earlier, there will be some ANSP-led trials. So Eurocontrol are planning flight trials in their MUAC, Maastricht Upper Area Control airspace. The aim is to investigate the mixed mode operations. So between the extremes of, on the one hand, strategic and on the other hand, tactical action, and also between airline-led contrail avoidance and ATC-led action, experimenting with combinations of these methods and where corrections might be necessary. So an example would be pre-tactical planning by the trial airlines with a tactical correction by ATC of this planning as more up-to-date information becomes available, and also tactical actions potentially given to other aircraft operators who aren't directly involved in the CERCONIA project. So complementing these trial activities, we've also got a number of simulations planned within the project, and I'll hand back to Brice to talk a bit more over this.
Thank you, Shan. So as mentioned, so we will also complement the trials activities by some simulation and as well on top some human in the loop experiments. Rudiger, I should borrow your video game wording for this, maybe. So on one end, it will be fast time computation, and on the other end, it will be realistic simulation with pilots and air traffic control in the loop to test the feasibility, the workload, etc. So how will we do this is by gathering the different capabilities provided by the different stakeholders in the project. And basically, it will be a combination of industrial grade platform and also some research capabilities brought together to test the impact at different levels. So we'll cover a broad level of operational steps. So coming from the planning phase, so with the tools we get, we will be able to mimic the optimal flight planning and the fuel planning as well. Then we will be able to confront these computation of flight plans with the real air traffic flow and capacity management concerns. And at the end, we will be able also to simulate the impact on tactical trajectory execution. And this will be done through fast time simulation and some form of serious game to be put in place. So basically, an example, if we take, for instance, the dimension related to the objective function, so we'll be able to simulate hundreds of thousands of computations in the first phase, in the planning phase, with some computation, able to do cost-based trajectory optimization. So we'll be able to generate all these trajectories. We'll be able to play also with different costs. We'll be able to simulate potentially different taxation or, well, again, positive or negative, and their effect on the global trajectories. Then on top, we'll subtract a part of it to test at the ECAC level the impact at traffic flow and capacity impact. And then again, a subtract of this will feed some serious games and simulation to get pilots and air traffic controller feedback about it. I didn't mention, but on top of the operational dimension that we will be addressing in the project, we also plan to address more technical dimensions, so like the SAF impact. So we'll be able to play with different SAF blends. And also we will trade off with the collaboration with Met Office, for instance, different options on Met, data, resolution, etc. So we'll be able to trial many different options and get a final conclusion overall again on climate impact, economics, feasibility, and also in starting to understand the different enablers, be it software, FMS, etc., to feed the operation.
So to sum up, we're going to be exploring a number of operational mitigation strategies within CERCONIA. We're investigating the feasibility and benefits of airline-led action, ANSP-led action, and both the more strategic pre-tactical approach, as well as tactical options. And all of these could be potential candidates for the future strategy. Our work is covering both oceanic and domestic operations, but we do consider the North Atlantic as a key area for contrail mitigation action. We're working to develop how we can manage avoidance at scale and to better understand the overall impact on the network and the airspace user. Our aim is to further the understanding and development of mitigation strategies while demonstrating that the operation will be able to facilitate the climate-optimized trajectories that the airlines need to fly. Contrail management is possible, and developing these strategies for implementation has the potential to significantly reduce aviation's climate impact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brice and Sean, for this very comprehensive presentation. And now I would like to invite Emily Dallara, Operational Efficiency Engineer for Boeing Commercial Airplanes. So, Emily, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to talk today about Boeing's work in contrail mitigation. We've been talking for 2 days about contrails, so this audience is already well aware of how contrails form. But I show this chart because as we think about mitigation, it's important to think about the entire life cycle of the contrail. So first, aircraft engines emit particles and water vapor, then water vapor condenses on particles. Those droplets freeze to form ice crystals, and then the contrail spreads and persists for as long as favorable meteorological conditions exist. The focus a lot today and yesterday even has been on the spreading phase of the contrail, but there are opportunities to potentially change the contrail's properties and impacts in the formation stage as well. So Boeing has a multi-pronged approach for contrail mitigation. First, looking at the contrail formation stage. How does changing engine combustor technology change emissions and therefore contrail properties? Similarly, how does changing the composition of the fuel change emissions and contrail properties? More data is needed to understand the sensitivities between fuel tech and fuel properties and contrail properties. Now, on the spreading stage, as we've been talking about, it may be possible to prevent contrail formation by flying around ice supersaturated regions. In order to do this, we need to know exactly where the ice supersaturated regions are located. And Boeing has been working on improving access to better humidity data. We've been working for decades in non-CO2 and contrails. I'll talk today about 3 different projects that we're working on. The first is a multi-year eco-demonstrator partnership between Boeing, NASA, and the FAA to measure emissions from the engines with different fuels. The second project I'll talk about is the United States Department of Energy ARPA-E Pre-Trails program, where we're looking to develop aircraft technology and capabilities to enable scale up of operational mitigation using next generation humidity data. And lastly, as we've talked about in this conference, enabling operational mitigation is a very complicated task, and it's going to require coordination between airlines, both flight crews and AOCs, ANSPs, airframe and engine manufacturers, meteorologists, and others. Boeing recognizes the need to work together and is collaborating with others to come up with solutions to enable mitigation. So let's talk about the last 3 years of eco-demonstrator emissions testing. In 2021, we measured emissions behind 737 MAX with CFM LEAP 1B engines in partnership with NASA. You can see the ground test measurement van is located about 30 meters behind the engine exhaust and measures volatile and non-volatile particle emissions and trace gases. We tested locally sourced Jet A fuel, also 100% paraffinic SAF, and commercial blends of 50-50 and 70-30 SAF. We found dramatic reductions in particle emissions for the lean combustor using SAF fuels. And we also learned a lot about how to better perform these kinds of tests. And in particular, the importance of isolating our test fuels from mixing with even small amounts of standard fuels with high sulfur content in the flight line equipment. We followed up in 2022 with additional testing, this time looking at contrasting combustor technology. So we tested behind 777 with Trent 800 engines, and also behind a 787-10 with Gen X engines. And this time we also tested with a low sulfur Jet A fuel. And our testing for 2023 just completed about a week ago. It's pretty exciting. It included ground testing similar to 2021 and 2022, and also in-flight testing. So this was a comparison of low sulfur Jet A fuel and a 100% paraffinic SAF. We performed similar ground test measurements with the NASA measurement van. And additionally, we performed flight test measurements with NASA's airborne DC-8 flight lab, which was equipped with instrumentation from both NASA and DLR. For this study, great effort was made to make sure that the fuels were isolated in flight line equipment, so there was no mixing with standard fuels that are used. On the 737 MAX, we loaded the SAF and the low sulfur Jet A into different fuel tanks so that we could fly the aircraft through the same airspace, alternating fuels, with the DC-8 flying behind, taking measurements of both emissions and contrail properties in both the primary and secondary wake. We haven't had time yet to analyze the results, but they look pretty encouraging. I'm going to share a short video that shows some of the background of why we do this emission testing and how.
A team of scientists and engineers from Boeing and NASA and Aerodyne Research are here on the flight line, and we're here to study the particle and gases being emitted by the engines on Boeing's aircraft.
Sustainable fuels are really, what we at Boeing feel are the best near-term solution to reducing carbon emissions.
Right engine is now coming up.
The airplane has the sustainable fuels on board. The engines are burning it, creating the emissions.
Engine stable. We have the NASA team in their van parked behind the glass fence, and they have their measurement probes set up just behind the test engine so that they can collect the emissions data during the testing.
We're outfitted with a suite of particle and gas instruments, and we draw a sample in and we distribute it to these instruments that are measuring the properties of those particles.
Particles are important really in two realms. One is in local air quality, and also for contrail issues. We think that the particles can make a difference as to what happens with contrails and what their impact in lifetimes are.
The rest is set. Really having those pure 100% SAF fuels does have a measurable reduction in the particulate emissions.
This feels like a tangible way that I can help advance us towards cleaner transportation, cleaner airplane, and really make a difference.
It's pretty exciting. I think this is something that will be around for years to come.
All right. Another project we're working on is called the Contrail Information for Collaborative Operations project, which is part of the ARPA-E Pre-Trails program. We're working with sensor suppliers and satellite meteorologists to try to advance the technology to reduce uncertainty around contrail avoidance. One of the main goals of this task is to develop or advance the development of a humidity sensor appropriate for use on commercial aircraft. Current prediction and measurement of humidity data is not sufficient to know exactly where ice supersaturated regions are in 4 dimensions. And this effort looks to develop a sensor that could be appropriate for use. We need a sensor that is line replaceable with limited sensor to sensor variability, and which measures humidity at upper tropospheric altitudes with sufficient accuracy. So we're working to mature that technology by doing significant testing both in the laboratory and in flight for eventual adoption on a fleet of commercial aircraft. Having this technology would enable mapping, real-time mapping of humidity, and also feed into an improved numerical weather prediction. A second part of this project is similar satellite observation-based contrail predictive modeling. You can see in this chart here, this is a figure from previous research performed by the University of Wisconsin Space Science and Engineering Center in collaboration with Boeing. But similar to methodologies we talked about yesterday, researchers start with imagery from GOES-16. They use a neural network to identify linear contrails. Then observations from satellites are used to estimate the temperature of the contrail, the cloud top temperature. And then using numerical weather predictions, the cloud top height is estimated, generating a real-time map of contrail formation regions. So combining improved humidity data and observation-based contrail avoidance, we hope to reduce the uncertainty around contrail predictive modeling. And finally, as I mentioned, Boeing recognizes that contrail mitigation through avoidance is a very complex task, and we look forward to working together with others to try to solve some of these problems. I'm just going to mention one initiative. We're working with industry standards organizations and the World Meteorological Organization to develop the standards, communication standards needed to report and measure humidity on board aircraft. This data, this builds on previous experience from Boeing of reporting onboard turbulence and wind data to improve access to real-time data to airlines to improve both safety and efficiency. And another point I want to make is that as we move toward improved humidity data, it's important that all stakeholders are sharing a single source of meteorological truth for decision-making for contrail avoidance. We're involved with many other initiatives that I don't have time to talk about today, but we look forward to continued work together to develop solutions to reduce impacts from contrails.
Thank you, Emily. It's really nice to hear that Boeing is so active, and I'm really impressed by all this action that you are doing to improve humidity data. I think it's really interesting to know. And now it's time for the question and answer session. I see already some of them in the Slido, so I will choose the most famous one in the chat. So there is one for Adam, for Satavia. What verification have Satavia undertaken with the sample flights they have optimized to understand if the route flown did actually avoid persistent contour?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, how do we verify the avoided impact? So every time we do a flight trial, we also sometime later go back and analyze what actually happened. So we rerun the weather model as a hindcast that generates a weather analysis product, which is quite well constrained by observation. So there's a whole part of meteorology called data assimilation, where people pull together available observations that come from satellites, radiosonde soundings, and create these data sets that can be used to initialize weather models and run them effectively backwards in time to create a well-constrained hindcast product. So the first step we do is to create that hindcast, and then secondly, we look at the two scenarios of the original flight plan, which becomes the counterfactual. This is what the airline would have done had we not intervened. It's performance-based, cost-based. And so we can analyze that trajectory. We get the counterfactual, this would have happened. And then we look at the flown ADS-B trajectory, and we use that as input into, again, the Contrail climate impact model. So so it's expensive to do this, but it's important. Verification is a massively important part of whatever solution is taken forwards. Secondly, we can go to satellite observations. So we can use observations, for example, of natural cirrus clouds as a proxy for identifying parts of the atmosphere where we know the conditions were met to lead to cloud formation. So we can superimpose those observations onto our model forecast or our model hindcast. We do that. That's a more sort of semi-quantitative way of doing things. But basically, we try to pull together as much observational data. We look at every single flight. We pull it all together, reconstruct. We try and explain what would have happened by having that baseline flight plan. And then we go to the ADS-B trajectories and analyze the actual.
Thank you, Adam. And just a quick question. Do you use the same time horizon for computing CO2 and non-CO2 to CO2 equivalent? Because Alejandra, in the previous presentation, explained that you choose the 20 years time to do this balance. Are you also using a 20 years time?
We actually use 100.
Okay.
It's more conservative. It's probably about 3.7 times smaller than 20, according to Lee. But we calculate actually radiative forcing. So that's our primary calculation. In fact, we could calculate every climate metric from that, pretty much.
Yeah.
And that's the result that we hold.
Yeah, no, it's just to the question. Thank you. I have a question for Benedict. What is the source you are using for converting climate impact of contrails into monetary values? Yeah, you can imagine the cost is really.
It's not really easy to answer this question because it's not yet defined. So we in the Decode project are still looking into it, how to actually convert this and what would be the right measurement. However, we are going to also experiment with different values to see what different values will actually produce as an impact, both on the environment as well as on the flight paths. But the actual number is not yet there.
Okay, but it's related a little bit to that question. Do you mean by time cost, delay cost, or do you mean cost index?
Oh, time cost is basically you measure it in what does, let's say, 1 minute of flight cost the airlines. So basically the time cost that over the whole course of the operation, what does it cost to have the aircraft in the sky?
Great. A question for Emily now. Have you published the result of your test on different fuel times and blends and emission?
Yes, our 2021 results are already published, and I think both 2022 and 2023 are still in analysis. But anytime we do emissions testing with NASA, we always publish.
Okay, great news. And I think it's still you, because yesterday we heard that more efficient engines and newer aircraft could produce more contrails. And so this is a question for you here. Will more efficient engines generate more contrails, in your opinion? Because based on your presentation, it seems that it's not the case. So I'm a little lost as well, I must say.
Yes, so it really depends. One interesting result that a NASA engineer noted in a recent article was during flight test in our recent testing, there was a point in time where the eco demonstrator, which is a 737 MAX, more efficient, was not producing a visible contrail, but the DC-8 NASA older vehicle was. And by the Schmidt-Appelman criterion, we would expect potentially the other way around. So that we haven't analyzed the data. I won't speculate whether there was a contrail being formed or not, and it just wasn't visible. But to first order, to answer your question, yes, efficiency means more efficient aircraft produce more contrails. But then when we start changing soot emissions drastically and other particle emissions drastically, that relationship may not hold anymore.
Yeah, that's clear. Thank you. I have a question for Sean.
when modifying altitude across North Atlantic tracks, so avoiding contrails on tactical basis, would there be impact on capacity? Separation assumes fixed speed, altitude, etc. So would it be impacted in case of unexpected altitude changes?
So during the trials, we're not actually going to kind of declare a lower capacity limit over the Atlantic. It will be interesting, though, to understand the feasibility of how often we can accept these requests. So that will be something to understand. So at the moment, I don't have a defined answer for that, but that's something to understand a little bit more as we go forwards. Obviously, some of the other strategies, non-tactical, that I talked about do have a limit on the capacity potentially when you've got a rolling reservation area, or if you're putting alternate flight plans in, that may have an impact. And some of the study that we'll do will be to understand what that looks like. So yeah, be interesting to find it out. I suppose it's also worth adding that in the last few years, since we've got ADS-B over the ocean, we do have a lot more capacity than we had previously. Not to say there's loads spare, but that is a consideration. So we have some potential to use more space.
Thank you. I have another question for Adam. For the most part, pilots will endeavor to fly as high as possible. How often do you find the aircraft are able to climb to avoid contrail areas? For instance, in your example between Amsterdam and it was Abu Dhabi. Yes. And you also mentioned, just to complement that question, that sometimes, you know, the flight were rerouted at lower level, and it seems that then you have shorter routes. So can you explain a little bit the proportion of all the different options that you have tested?
Yeah, it's pretty hard to generalize, to be honest. So every day and situation is quite unique. I guess in general terms, you can find optimal routes around or just above or below these layers relative to an original flight plan that might come out as standard from a commercially available piece of flight planning software. In the case of some of our shorter flights, sometimes the flight time was shorter than the original planned flight time, and that was related to the trajectory being shorter, so less time spent in climb, less time spent in descent. So there are solutions where that actually results in a negative penalty. It's not just, that's not a generalization though, that's just anecdotal evidence. Other times, for example, coming out of Heathrow Airport, we've sometimes wanted to go lower for longer and then climb, because it's quite often in the winter, quite thick water layers over Heathrow and out over the Atlantic. And in that case, we've often failed to be able to do that because I'm guessing noise restrictions. So you can't fly as low as you'd like to. So probably about 30+% of the time when we put a flight forward for at least 30% for contrail management, it's rejected once we start getting into the details of it because of those kind of performance or air traffic management reasons.
Great. I have a question for both Airbus and Boeing here. What if all commercial aircraft would be equipped with sensors to predict and check the formation of contrails and would be able to share those data in real time? Emily, first.
Well, I mean, I talked about our work in sensor development. It's sort of hard to predict where that's going to go, but over the next couple of years, we certainly expect to advance the technological readiness level of at least one sensor.
Yeah, but would this data would be available in real time?
The intention, yeah, and that's what we're working with our communication standards. The idea is to report the data down the same way that pilots do right now with turbulence and wind data.
Okay, great. And from Airbus side?
Yeah, maybe just to complement, this is a topic we want to work on, but basically we want to build the understanding of the requirements. What is the level of requirements towards the sensor equipment? Can we also complement this data with other observation means like satellite or ground observation? And today, I don't think we are there yet to conclude that we need to absolutely equip all aircraft. I think it's a matter of understanding of the situation and discussion with the expert, especially the expert in weather forecasting, so the Met Office. So basically, this is something we should build together, this kind of vision.
Yes, and indeed, it has been also said this morning, there is a cost for adding a new sensor. So yeah, and who will have to pay for that? Maybe a last question. Contrails formation area would theoretically vary through time, impacting in planning. This would require strategical and tactical measures, making the system more complex. Is this envisaged somehow? So maybe it's more for Sean, yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully this was kind of somewhat covered in what we're talking about in the presentation. It's probably easier to say that pre-tactical is going to work better for short haul, at least in the shorter term. And for long haul flights, we would be looking to kind of complement that. So this is where in Circonia we're looking at a number of different concepts of operations and different strategies, and just trying to understand what works where, and potentially looking at a hybrid of those things. So that's both for domestic airspace and oceanic. And as I talked about, some of the oceanic strategies are kind of trying to bring in that level of strategic planning as much as possible, while still being open for the more tactical elements, and being able to actually change the trajectory of the flight as it's being flown as required.
Thank you very much. I think we close that session now. So a big round of applause for our speakers. And I hand over to Michelle for the next session.
Thank you. Thank you, Marilyn. We're going to continue in this next session to explore operational mitigation strategies, primarily focused on those not related to operational avoidance. We have speakers from Imperial College, Nesti, Safran, and the Delft University of Technology. I would first invite Mark back to the podium. Mark Stettler, lecturer in transport and the environment at Imperial College, who we heard from yesterday. Welcome back, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the introduction, and the organizers have really done a great job, because Emily has perfectly introduced my talk, which means I can spend less time explaining it. But what I'm going to talk about is the potential for contrail mitigation by changing engine particle emissions. So Emily touched on this and she introduced the idea. So this figure's a little bit small, I realize now. But as Emily described, we've got to consider the life cycle of contrails. And in terms of mitigation, really, there's two options. One, which is what we've been focusing on during this meeting, which is the operational avoidance, which deals with avoiding areas of the atmosphere where contrails are going to persist. Now, the other approach would be to look at what's coming out of the engine and see if we could modify the particle emissions, and that might modify the contrails that are formed, and that might then change the contrail impact that those contrails have, the climate impact that those contrails have. So we can break that down into improvements in engine technology, so low soot combustors, for example, the double annular combustor, which has been around for a few years now. This example I showed, the figure on the right-hand side, I showed yesterday, but this is a 787 fitted out with 4 different engine types, and 2 of those engine types have extremely low particle emissions, non-volatile particle emissions, above an engine thrust setting of somewhere like 30 to 40% thrust. Now, the 4 data points that you see, the 4 crosses on that curve, are taken from the Engine Emissions Data Bank, the ICAO Engine Emissions Data Bank, which is publicly available, and that's a certified engine test data. So we only have 4 data points. We're not entirely sure where that transition between the sort of rich burn and the lean burn occurs, but we're guessing based on previous publications that it might be somewhere between 30 and 40% thrust. So the other thing that you can do to reduce particle emissions from engines is to use alternative fuels. So we've heard about the effect that sustainable aviation fuels can have. The figure on the bottom right-hand side of the slide now shows a synthesis of the evidence on engine particle emissions measurements over time. And what we see is on the y-axis, that's a change in the particle emissions. So it's going down. So a minus percentage is a reduction in the particle emissions. And as we go from left to right on the figure, we're increasing the hydrogen content of the fuel. Now, you can see different lines on this graph. Those different lines represent the engine thrust setting. And from the evidence that we've seen, the reduction in soot particle emissions is greatest at low thrust settings, and it's lowest at high thrust settings. So the top line there, the darker blue, represents the 100% thrust setting condition. And we think that that point you're getting kind of very small influences with the SAF. And what the y-axis is demonstrating, the hydrogen content, that's essentially a proxy for the blend ratio. So as you go to higher blend ratios, you typically increase the hydrogen content of the fuel. Now, in the shaded red region of the graph, that's sort of an extrapolation. And so that's where the data that Emily described will become really valuable, because we can start to fill in the graph where we previously didn't have data at 100% SAF. We're starting to see that come through. Other options are that have been discussed are low aromatic or hydrotreated fuels, and yeah, that's been raised with me a couple of times, but I'm yet to see significant amounts of published peer-reviewed evidence to suggest that hydrotreatment of fuels adjusts the particle emissions in the same way that we do have the evidence on sustainable aviation fuels. So I think that's an area that we need to uncover, but note that there's no CO2 benefit associated with hydrotreated fuels. Hydrogen is another topic, and we really don't know very much about the characteristics of hydrogen gas turbine engines. You also, of course, do get hydrogen fuel cell engines. But I'll come to, hydrogen in theory is producing no carbonaceous soot particles, but there could be other particles in that plume. Now, other effects you need to be aware of with alternative fuels are additional water vapor. So if you're increasing the hydrogen content of the fuel, you're also increasing the water vapor emissions, and that might make contrails slightly more likely. But also the calorific value of the fuel and how much fuel you have to burn to produce the same amount of thrust. Now, in theory, if we have fewer soot particles in our plume, there's, for the same amount of water vapor, there is that's condensation of that water vapor onto particles. For the same amount of water vapor, but smaller numbers of particles, we end up with larger ice crystals. They sediment out more quickly. They fall down to the ground more quickly, and so there's a shorter contrail lifetime. So that's one benefit associated with lowering soot particle emissions. The other is that they have that contrails with smaller numbers of ice particles have a lower optical depth, and that could reduce the radiative forcing. That's referred to as the Toomey effect. So those would be benefits. But so let me kind of just visually present that. So here what we have is a plume producing. So this is a gas turbine engine on the left producing soot particles. Towards the right-hand side, as we go across, those soot particles are maybe being coated by some volatile material that's cooling down and condensing onto the surface, maybe making those particles a bit more hygroscopic and able to take up water. But we could also get nucleation of those vapors into new particles. As we understand it so far, what measurements in sort of high soot conditions tell us is that the soot particles really act as the seed for the contrail droplets, which later then freeze to form ice crystals. And then eventually those ice crystals sediment out of the ice supersaturated regions. So if we reduce the amount of soot, then we could, in theory, reduce the number of soot particles. We end up with larger ice crystals. Those larger ice crystals are more massive and they have a higher sedimentation velocity. And so the contrail doesn't last as long. Now, we could, though, end up in a situation where the volatile particles or the semi-volatile particles that have formed new particles in the plume, where there's a lack of soot, the water could start to condense onto those particles. And in the schematic, we could end up in the same situation. So this is sort of similar to what Airbus presented yesterday on some very, very recent measurements behind a very clean engine, very low soot conditions, where you have the number of ice crystals actually hasn't changed very much compared to a higher soot producing engine. There is evidence from observations that the effects of SAF on young contrails is that we see lower numbers of particles produced. That leads to lower numbers of ice crystals, larger ice crystal size, and lower optical thickness. So that's consistent with that kind of theoretical understanding that I explained. If we look to modeling studies, then I've kind of pulled out a few different modeling studies here from 2017 up to present day. And there is a little bit of a mixed picture in terms of modeling studies. So the earliest one here in 2017 from MIT was saying that biofuels leading to reduction in soot particle emissions would lead to a higher average net radiative forcing. But then we have a series of studies, including from DLR and from my group. So that's showing that a decrease in the particle emissions would lead to a decrease in contrail cirrus radiative forcing. And I note that on just number 4 here, and this goes back to the previous figure on one of the earlier slides, was that you really only get the benefit of SAF if you're blending at high ratios. So a blend ratio of 1 or 2% really isn't going to make much significant difference to the particle emissions. So if you want to take advantage of the effects of SAF, it seems like we're going to have to use higher blend ratios. And if we don't have the amount of SAF to use high blend ratios on all flights, then maybe we're going to need to think about targeting that SAF onto specific flights where we could predict that they would have a higher contrail impact. So that was the topic of the paper that number 4 that we explored that concept. Now, if we look at observational evidence for persistent contrails, then this sort of relates to one of the questions from the Q&A session. This is very, very recent work. So this paper is not yet out, it's forthcoming. But this is a colleague of mine looking at satellite observations. So similar methods that have been discussed throughout the meeting to use neural networks to identify contrails and attach those to specific flights. We know what aircraft type, we know what engine was being used for those flights. And so we can start to look at the effect of aircraft type and engine on the contrail that we're detecting. And so in the middle graph here, what we're seeing is that on the y-axis, this is the probability that the contrail lasts for more than an hour. Okay, so higher probability means that we're more likely to form persistent contrails. On the x-axis, that's the non-volatile particulate matter emissions. So towards the right, that's higher soot emissions. And on the right-hand side figure, what we're showing here is, again, the same probability of forming a contrail that lasts for more than an hour, but on the y-axis now, it's a propulsion efficiency. So higher propulsion efficiency is typically associated with higher percentage or higher probability of contrails lasting for more than an hour using this observational data. And if we go back to the middle figure, what we're seeing is that higher numbers of soot particle emissions actually are associated with lower probability of persistent contrails. So that's sort of counterintuitive, counter to what our theory would suggest. But what's really important to understand is that these aircraft types, each data point here represents a different aircraft type, and they're all operated slightly differently. They all have slightly different cruise ceilings, they all have slightly different optimal altitudes, and so we're not comparing apples to apples when we're comparing these different aircraft types. The points in red, however, are for one aircraft type. So these are all for one aircraft type with 3 different engines. And in this case, we do see some association between reduced probability of persistent contrails over an hour with lower particle emissions. So that's sort of promising, but I think much more work is needed to understand the effects of different fuels and technologies on persistent contrails. So as we go to a low soot regime, newer engine technology, which has order of magnitude reduction in particle emissions, we could end up in a situation, as was explained by Airbus yesterday, where we have other particles in the plume contributing to contrail formation. One of those potential candidate types of particles would be lubrication oil. We know from ground-based observations near airports that we can see a very clear signal associated with lubrication oil. So when you take samples of particles at airports, if you look at these fingerprints on the right-hand side, focus on the sort of 2 middle plots, that's a sample from the daytime, so when the airport is operating, and then a sample of lubrication oil. And you can see that fingerprint looks almost identical, and it's very different to what happens when you take a sample of air at nighttime when the airport is not operating, and it's also very different to the fuel fingerprint. So these lubrication oil droplets could be released. There's different mechanisms by which they'd be released and different parts of the engine into which they'd be released. Different manufacturers have different approaches to dealing with lubrication oil. So we're kind of just trying to understand this, but they could be a significant source of particles in the plume. This is some lab work that we've done in collaboration with Ben Murray's group at the University of Leeds, and we're producing in a lab a controlled lubrication oil particles. We're putting that through some instruments and then into, on the bottom right, left-hand corner, what's called the PINE chamber, or the portable ice nucleation chamber, where we're seeing whether we can produce droplets and then ice crystals onto these lubrication oil particles. And indeed we do. So we see, we detect the formation of these ice crystals on the lubrication oil particles that we're putting into the PINE chamber. And these lubrication oil particles are activating into water droplets at saturation conditions that are well within what we would expect to experience within a cooling plume in an aircraft engine. And so we're hypothesizing that they could be important to form in terms of contrail formation, where you have very low soot conditions. So we note that they're not as efficient as activating water droplets as soot particles, but where you have very low soot particles, they could be important. So in summary, reducing particle emissions reduces contrail lifetime, optical thickness, and radiative forcing, but there are limited observations of persistent contrails, and we need to do more work there. There's emerging measurements of emissions for very, very low soot engines, indicating the possible role of volatile particulate matter, and our lab measurements confirm that lubrication oil particles could act as contrail ice forming particles in low soot conditions. I mentioned about needing to use SAF at very high blends, so this is some ongoing work. I think Elizabeth Walgren from Hasselt University is in the room. She works with Robert Molina. So this is something that we're looking at whether this would be technically feasible, and she's exploring the costs associated with targeting the use of SAFs. And I would say that I think significant reductions in soot particle number is likely to take more time. The scale up of SAF is likely to take more time than operational contrail avoidance, scale up of SAF, or even retrofitting engines with different combustor technologies. Right? Sounds like a big task. If I could just, in the last sort of few seconds, just sort of comment on this issue that we've heard mentioned about fuel penalties and contrail avoidance and operational contrail avoidance. This is some data from our recent work, which is showing the lateral inefficiency by region on the left-hand side. And so in Europe, in the yellow line, we're seeing a lateral inefficiency of about, hovering about 7 to 8%. Okay, now some of that will be completely justified by weather conditions, safety constraints, airspace restrictions for whatever reason. But it does indicate that there's room to be had in terms of reducing fuel burn that could offset any potential penalty, small penalty associated with avoiding contrail regions. So that's my 2 pence into the operational contrail avoidance issue. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, as rapid ramp up of SAF is important on many fronts, and as we look to the CAF 3 discussions in a couple weeks starting in Dubai, there will be a lot of focus there for a lot of different reasons. The next speaker, I would invite Astrid Sonneveld, Technical Development and OEM Partnerships Manager, Renewable Aviation at Neste.
Yes, wonderful.
Oh, Astrid's online.
I'm online.
Hi, Astrid. We hear you well, and your slides have just come up. So
wonderful. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me, even though it's virtual. I'm on business travel in the Middle East at the moment, so I couldn't make it to Brussels today. But I'm happy to share our story on SAF and other fuel-related measures as a means to mitigate contrails and non-CO2 impacts. I think it can be a valuable addition to the overall perspectives we've heard already over the past 2 days. So happy to be here. I'll start briefly by introducing Neste, because I realize that not everyone might know the company. Next slide, please. So in short, we're a fuel producer of sustainable aviation fuel. The leading one today. We have our origins in Finland, in the Nordics, but by now we've grown into a truly global player in renewable and circular solutions, offering a range of renewable products that enable our customers across multiple sectors to reduce over 11 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions every year. And that number is growing as our production capacity grows. To give you a rough indication, we're roughly 5,000 people, and 1 in 4 is working in innovation and R&D. So we've always been technology-centric, allowing us to remain the front runner in the field. And that's also the reason why we're the #1 producer in SAF today. Next slide, please. In short, we do produce a range of renewable products. Our refineries don't just produce SAF. I think that's what we tend to talk about, SAF plants. The reality is renewable product refineries, where there's 3 types of products in our product slate. It's sustainable aviation fuel to help the aviation industry decarbonize. There's renewable polymer and chemicals products that allow those working in the materials sector to get away from fossil feedstocks. And we supply renewable diesel to the road transportation industry. Next slide, please. So in short, we're building up our SAF production capacity, reaching 1.5 million tons per year in the course of 2024, once our Singapore and Rotterdam refineries are up and running, already serving over 70 customers across the aviation value chain. So from fuel suppliers, whether they mandate it, or fuel distributors, to airline customers, and even selling having a different business model to sell the environmental attributes straight to flyers. And by now, our products, or SAF, is available in over 25 airports across 21 countries, multiple regions, so Europe, Americas, the Middle East, and Asia Pacific. So we're doing what we can to ramp up SAF production and make sure it's easier to access for the aviation industry. Next slide. I'll briefly mention what we've been doing on non-CO2 research. I think there's been a lot of talk already on the various research projects ongoing with regards to the impacts of SAF. I think Mark just now highlighted a few key impacts, and maybe this title of the slide here is a bit misleading, because the research projects displayed here, some of them were done with Neste product, others weren't, and there's other research projects that we've been involved in that aren't here on the slide. But just to give the overall picture, I think for us it was already back in the 90s with the IPCC report that the aviation industry started to look not just at CO2 and the dependency on fossil feedstock, but also on the contrails as a key contributor to climate change. I think it was the recent report written in as requested by EASA, doing a literature review on what we know today about the impact of non-CO2 climate impacts, and what we could do in terms of policy measures to mitigate that impact. And of the 6 measures presented back then, 2 of them were fuel related. I think it's not just on the policy side that the topic is being discussed. I think the research on SAF and the way it can contribute to non-CO2 impact reduction has been studied for a while, over a decade. A few ones that I want to highlight here is the Access2 projects and the ECLIF program series, where the last one, the ECLIF 3, that we've been collaborating on together with Airbus and DLR in the past years, was the one where we indeed moved beyond blends and try to study the impact of burning neat SAF, so 100% paraffinic HEFA-SPK type SAF in engines. I think some of the preliminary results were already being published. I was so strict as to say, for now, we're waiting for the official scientific articles to go out, but it reconfirms a trend we've seen before. So with that, I want to move to the Zooming in on the mitigation opportunity, I think that's the reason why here. How do we turn what we know by now into practice? Next slide, please. So that's what we see happening today. So we're back in the days, people mostly knocked on our doors for questions regarding test programs. We by now see airline customers knocking on our door with a request, what can we do to use your SAF to start reducing our non-CO2 impact? So we see it in our commercial relationships, but of course, we also see it in the policy discussions where there's increasing attention on, based on what we now know now regarding contrails, what can we do to start mitigating the impact? Next slide, please. And one further. Next one, please. Yes, so let's start with the basics of hydrocarbon chemistry and non-CO2, because I do realize there sometimes is confusion. SAFs do reduce CO2. That's the primary reason they are being deployed today. And it's the feedstock that allows them to bring about a CO2 emission reduction. It's the fact that it's either crops or waste and circular material, waste and residues being used to produce the fuels that we don't release additional CO2 to the atmosphere when when SAF is being burned. Still, if you measure at the tailpipe, of course, you still measure CO2. I think that's a common fact for those in the room today. I think if we talk about non-CO2 instead of CO2, it's not so much the feedstock that matters, but the fuel composition. So when we say SAF reduces non-CO2, it's because of, and that's I think the second fact, the SAFs available today, including the ones we produce, are paraffinic, whereas conventional jet fuel does contain aromatics. And it's ultimately that composition of the fuel that explains why we've been measuring the non-CO2 or the CO2 emission reductions we've been seeing, and with that, the ice crystal formation reductions we've been seeing. But I think it is an important basic fact to keep in mind. And that's ultimately what I want to stress here as well. When we say SAFs reduce non-CO2, we may have to be more specific and say it's paraffinic SAFs that burn cleaner, reduce soot and ice crystal formation. I think in the route to 100% SAF or to higher blends of SAF, there's also types of SAF that can equally well contain aromatics. And I think it's important to make a distinction. I'll get to that a bit later as well. Next slide, please. So let's look at the underlying chemistry. That's what we tend to do as fuel producers or fuel experts. So a conventional jet fuel does consist of a range of molecules. And whereas all of these molecules displayed are present typically in a conventional jet fuel, a SAF, like the HEFA SPK that we're producing today, if it's an SPK, so that's the terminology that we use at ASTM, for example, it tends to be paraffinic product only. And it's ultimately these molecules that are a good predictor of the sooting tendency of a particular fuel. That's not just to build on what we know from measurement campaigns on the aviation side, but it's more of a fundamental fact for paraffinic fuels that we've also seen from the use of, for example, paraffinic diesel in road transport. And it's ultimately this underlying composition of the fuel that explains why we're seeing the soot reductions that we've been seeing. Next slide, please. So I won't pause too long on the point of scientific evidence. I think it's been mentioned a few times now, and I think much more nuanced pictures have been presented. But soot emissions don't just depend on the engine and with that thrust settings and so on. They also depend on what's going into that engine, so the fuel that we use. And in general, paraffinic fuels tend to burn cleaner because those aromatic components in the fuel tend to burn slower. So overall, we see that reducing aromatic content in a fuel, like is the case for SAFs available today, does reduce soot. And with that, we quite often also observe and measure that reduction in ice crystal formation. So if we need to put a number on that, and that's usually because we try and simplify the message, of course, this is not to be summarized into one figure, but depends on a lot of, well, as we've seen, graphs, power settings, soot risk conditions, and so on. But high level, neat HEFA SPK reduces soot emissions by roughly 50% compared to conventional jet fuel in cruise conditions. So it is a substantial improvement compared to the baseline. So the question becomes, how can we use that improvement to mitigate contrails, not just in test campaigns, but across the board in our day-to-day aviation operations? And I think that's where I want to highlight next steps. What we've been doing a lot as Neste is contributing to test programs that were about validating, were about measuring a change in emissions, and in particular, with particular focus on soot. And there's been first steps being made on converting that change in emissions to change in climate impact and change in radiative forcing in particular. And that's ultimately what we want to focus on going forward to become better by working with third parties in converting that change in emissions to the exact climate impact that we're talking about here. And I think the other part is, given that there's also SAFs that aren't fully paraffinic, but do contain aromatics, and maybe not the same type of aromatic species that you would see in conventional jet fuel, we'd also be eager to further research and measure the non-CO2 performance of SAFs that are not fully paraffinic. So we're clearly not there, but we've been learning a lot throughout over the past years that allow us to conclude that if a SAF is fully paraffinic, it's one of the opportunities that we have, one of the levers we can pull if we want to mitigate contrails. And with that, I want to switch to the implementation challenges, because it's not necessarily an easy feat of what we can implement overnight. Next slide, please. So the way SAF is being supplied and used today typically is in a blended form. So we produce a HEFA SPK that doesn't contain aromatics. We blend that HEFA with a fossil jet fuel that typically contains, well, above 15% aromatics, typically between 18 and 20% aromatics. In that sense, we depend on the fossil blend stock to come up with a SAF blend that meets the Jet A1 specifications, and with that has a minimum aromatic content of 8% aromatics. So the aromatics that are present in the SAF blends we supply today ultimately are basically coming from that fossil blend stock. That's the way it's being used. It doesn't end there typically, and that's what we've been asked to do. I think the SAF business started off as a segregated fuel supply business. By now, we typically do supply these SAF blends to a commingled storage at an airport. It goes into an hydrant system, and with that, the actual share of SAF that goes into an aircraft can vary, can be as low as 2%, can be as close to the amount of SAF that was in the commercial blends supplied to the airport, so typically around 30-40%. But a simple fact of life is that today SAF is typically not being deployed in its neat form. It's being deployed in blended form and typically diluted through the shared infrastructure that we have in the aviation industry. At the same time that aviation industry is working on going to 100% SAF, I know that typically our OEM partners tend to talk about drop-in or non-drop-in, or drop-in and JetX, as we have started calling it recently. We tend to separate that out as Neste into 3 pathways to 100% SAF, and that's basically separating out 2 aromatic routes, where the first is you take a renewable aromatic component and you blend that into a paraffinic SAF. That's where we've been doing some demonstration flights earlier this year, where we've been using the renewable aromatics and SAK type aromatic produced by Viren, blended it into our HEFA SPK, and as such you have a 100% SAF containing aromatics. There's certain technology pathways, not HEFA, but others like methanol to jet or gasification Fischer-Tropsch that allow for producing a SAF that already contains aromatics the moment it comes out of the refinery. So that's two different ways that a SAF can also contain aromatics. And then there's the third route, which is the most attractive one if we look at also at the context of non-CO2 impacts, and that is the standardization and approval of 100% paraffinic SAF. Well, as explained earlier, most of the SAFs available today, supplied today, are paraffinic, and they come with the benefit that they burn cleaner, allow for an improvement in non-CO2 impact. So if that's the route we can take to getting 100% SAF deployed, then that's one that can basically have a double positive impact down the line. If we move on to the next slide, is where we come to the topic of aromatics and the way the reason why implementing it sometimes isn't as straightforward. If you look at what we've been doing so far as in bringing SAF to market, is we've always been told, in blend it please with or blend it into conventional jet A1 into a fossil jet fuel and ensure that the minimum aromatics content is met. And that is because for certain elastomer types, a certain amount of aromatic compounds is required to prevent from fuel leakage. That's not the case for all elastomer seal materials, but it's the case for certain. So in terms of ensuring the fuel is truly drop-in for all current and legacy aircraft and jet fuel infrastructure, we've always been told we need aromatics. On the other hand, that's what we're learning in the research, recent research regarding non-CO2 and contrails. It's the 100% SAF route without aromatics that allows for bringing about that non-CO2 climate impact or climate benefit. So that brings us to the challenge in basically the future of SAF. Do we try and get rid of aromatics, or do we add them to ensure more wide compatibility with aircraft and infrastructure? If we move to the next slide. Then ultimately, I think the key messages here is that if we want to move beyond research and start mitigating contrails and do that through leveraging SAF or other fuel-related measures, then particularly if we're talking about lowering the content of aromatics in conventional jet fuel alongside the planned change in feedstock used for aviation fuel production. So alongside the planned increase in the share of SAF in overall aviation fuel mix as planned per Refuel EU Aviation, for example, or the UK SAF mandate, then whatever we do in terms of fuel-related policy measures will need to be accompanied by changes in fuel specifications. Ultimately, the moment you start driving down the amount of aromatics in conventional jet fuel, that will also allow the impact the blend percentage that you can achieve with blending paraffinic SAF into a conventional jet fuel. So that's something we need to carefully evaluate. It's not to say it cannot be done, but we need to, I think, in the various scenarios related to implementing fuel-related measures for mitigating contrails, keep in mind that for compatibility reasons, aromatics still do play a role. So if we start reducing them in the fossil jet component, that may impact SAF blend levels. And the other one is because SAF is typically delivered blended, and then even to commingled storage, that does trigger questions regarding traceability and allocation as part of the non-CO2 MRV. It's one of the topics on top of mind of many of our customers. How do we treat SAF as part of non-CO2 MRV? How do we go about the fact that ultimately you want to deploy SAF in its neat form, or at least in a high blend? That's not the reality as it's happening today. So does that benefit then still hold? And if it does, how do we go about the traceability and allocation of that benefit to a particular flight or airline customer. So that brings us also to some of the areas where we hope to collaborate with some of you in the near future. With OEMs, and some of that work is already ongoing. We also want to see what we can do on improving compatibility of future aircraft with jet fuels containing very little aromatics, so typically lower than the minimum content of 8% we're working with today, or even 100% paraffinic SAF, so the SPK type SAF. That's one area. The other one is exploring options for traceability and allocation of those non-CO2 benefits. I think across the board, there have been various mechanisms, whether they're paper-based, more book and claim related, or about physical traceability, such as C14 testing that we've seen in other renewable fuel industries. Ultimately, there's questions to be asked if you want to incorporate that non-CO2 benefit of SAF somehow and reward it. How do we do that in a proper way, and how do we incorporate what we've learned so far around SAF emission reductions into the models and methodologies out there? So that's to conclude. Next slide. And that's also the key message I want you to keep in mind. I think ultimately tackling the climate impact of aviation is about trying to find a way to tackle both CO2 and non-CO2 in parallel. I think all solutions are needed if you see the challenge that we have ahead of us. I think SAF has the beautiful potential to tackle both at the same time, but the availability and the way it's being supplied today in blended form does raise some challenges. I'm happy to work with many of you in tackling that. And if we move in that direction and start to leverage SAF as one of the mitigation measures, let's make sure that whatever we do on the policy side and on the specification side goes hand in hand, goes in sync, so that we don't undermine whatever we are doing in scaling up the use and uptake of SAF.
Thank you, Astrid. Thank you very much for that. I hope you're able to stay online with us into the question and answer section on this as part of this portion. There are some questions coming in already for you. So our next speaker.
I'll stay around.
Thank you. Our next speaker is from Safran. I would welcome Nicolas Jolin, Perspective Manager, Aviation Environmental Impact Assessment and Low Carbon Fuels with Safran. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in this very interesting forum. I will present you the vision of an engine manufacturer or equipment manufacturer, but to focus on engine manufacturer on this topic. And I will speak to you about mainly the particles emission in a way that will be, unfortunately, far less, I would say, maybe accurate than the previous presentation. Sorry for that. I'm not a scientist, I'm just a chemist. So our role as an engine manufacturer clearly is to build the best engine, taking into account all the constraints that we have at a given time. We have to build an engine that is low CO2 emission, low fuel consumption, but also that is safe, that is low cost, that emits low NOx, low HT, and is safe, which is clearly a key topic. So when we discovered the non-CO2 effect, and hopefully it was not 5 years ago, it's more than 20 years ago, we wanted to take these elements into account in our strategy. That's why in the IACARE SRIA, in the beginning of 2002, I think, we put non-CO2 effect as a priority, a research priority for the industry in order to enhance our knowledge of this topic. And we took this element into account. What are the ways that a motorist, an engine manufacturer, can use in order to reduce contrails? We have three main topics. The first one is emission, and I will speak about this just a few minutes after. The second one is engine geometry, engine configuration. By changing the engine geometry, we are able to modify the air flux at the exhaust of the engine and potentially to modify the size of the crystals. And then the aircraft configuration by taking into account the interaction between the engine and the aircraft. These two elements are critical because when we will move on new type of engines such as RISE concept with open rotor system or something like that, the interaction between the engine and the aircraft and the effect of the engine geometry could be critical in the future. Emissions, then I won't go into detail on that, just to say that emission, unfortunately, it's not only for particles. Emission is a lot of type of molecule, and we have to reduce all these emissions in parallel, and all these emissions have different type of effect on ground level, on ground air quality at the airport level, but also in high altitude for some of them. So we have to make this kind of compromise in order to reduce all these pollutant emissions. In terms of engine geometry, engine configuration, we are making some tests, for instance, with ETS Montreal, the university, one of Montreal University, in order to calculate the impact of a new diffuser at the exhaust of the engine in order to see if there is an effect. And we have seen effect on that. So that taking into account this type of parameter could also help to reduce contrails or the formation of ice crystals. The third one is aircraft configuration. When we all know that there could be some interaction between the engine, between all the vortex of the aircraft and things like that. I'm not the expert of that. Some far more interesting presentation have been made during these 2 days. So we've taken all that into account. And we've taken the type of the knowledge that we had at that time, which was potentially maybe too simple. Aromatic means particles. Particles mean ice crystals. Ice crystals mean contrails. Contrail means global warming. So we decided to build the best engine that we can in terms of particles emission, NOx emission, and things like that. Here you have the values for comparison of two CFM engines, the CFM 56 and the LEAP 1B, both on the Boeing aircraft. The same type of comparison could have been made with an Airbus aircraft, as the technology are quite similar in these two engines. We've made the calculation with S2R, which is a small company which is sponsoring the event today. I think that Nicola is somewhere in the room, so that if you want more, he's there. If you want more element on the model, please don't hesitate to ask him. And we put all the data that we had in terms of on the ICAO engine database, in terms especially on particles emission. And then we decided to modelize a certain number of flights from January to June 2023. Quite a simple calculation. We took all the Boeing 737-800 equipped with CFM 56 and we replaced by the same aircraft, but with LEAP engine. Well, not the same aircraft, the 737 MAX with LEAP engine, with the same mission, with the same condition and things. For each flight, we took the atmospheric condition and we use a COSIF model in order to modelize the contrail formation. So it's more than 600 flights that have been taken into account. And the result is there. With current models, new generation of engines induce a strong reduction in contrails, which is in contradiction with what we've heard today. For the most efficient aircraft, potentially. Taking into account the model that we have today, having the best engine in terms of particles emission induce a strong reduction of radiative forcing due to contrails. And that's why, for us, it's critical to assess the accuracy of this model. Because when we hear this type, or when we see this type of graph that have been shown several times for the beginning of this forum, so saying that potentially at very low level of particles emission, we could have an increase in terms of particles formation and things like that, it's critical for us. Because our goal is to design the engine to make all this compromise, taking into account something that has to be stable. When we design an engine, we design it, it takes 15 years, and the engine is put in service for 30 years. So that for us, we can make, I would say, hardly any type of development. We can develop any type of engine, but we have to get a clear and stable framework for that. It's not a question of precision. We don't ask for a 5-figure after the dot. It's not a question of that. The question is to have a stable and vision in order to make this development, in order to take the decision for this development, and in order to be sure that the development that we will put on the market will have the best efficiency in terms of environmental footprint. And that's why we're working a lot, and we are really aiming to collaborate to any people in that room in order to enhance this topic. The more knowledge we will have on this model, the more stable framework we will have, and the more confidence will be in our future development. That's clear, because when we develop the engine, once it is put on the market, it will be very difficult to change it. It's not only a question of tuning of the engine, it's a question of configuration of the engine, it's a configuration of the injection system, it's a configuration of the combustion system, it's the core of the engine, so that it will be very difficult to remove the engine from the market and changing another one. So having this stable system is very important. And that's why I am trying to be very, very quick for that, but I hope the main message will be passed. The engine development is a result of a compromise. We have a lot of constraint on that, constraint ground emission versus high altitude emission. Most of the time, I would say the constraints are not the same, which means that an optimization at ground level does not mean low emission at high altitude. We have to mitigate various types of emission, and the strategies in order to mitigate that are not the same. You have here just on the right a small graph that some of you maybe, so you don't see anything, sorry for that. The compromise between lean burn combustion and rich combustion. Well, we have different type of engine using either lean burn condition, either rich condition. Each type of condition has its benefits, but also has its drawback. So it's a choice that we have to make. And this choice is clearly critical in terms of pollutant emission and the global impact of the engine. If we add on that the fuel composition, it's another variability, because clearly, once again, and that the core of the work that we are doing within Vulcan in Europe on Airbus aircraft and with the eco demonstrator of Boeing, if we add SAF on an engine that has already very low emission, is it still positive or not? And that's a key question for us, because in the future, the development of SAF, if it means an increase of the environmental impact of our technology, it will be a nonsense in terms of development. So it's very important for us to have this element. Once again, this development needs a stable and clear understanding of the modeling of this complex, very complex chemical and physical phenomena. We really ask for this kind of model to be widely open in order to be sure to be able to make all our calculation, to make all this evaluation by knowing the inside, the core of the model. Current model, it's very interesting in order to make all this calculation, but it's not, you cannot use them in order to make this compromise, to calculate this compromise, because we all see that there are a lot of uncertainties on that. And once again, if these models are not stable, then, or not stable is maybe not a good word, but are maybe potentially modified in the future, clearly, we cannot use them in order to make this compromise. So that's why we clearly focus on CO2 for the moment, CO2 and fuel consumption, because that's the system, the technology we know that we have to reduce. And we try to add this non-CO2 effect following the advancement of science. For that, we we support a number of R&D projects, and we are once again open to collaborate with any people who wanted to work on that. Last but not least, this topic is considered as critical for the industry. It's not a topic that I would say, try to hide under the carpet and things like that. It's critical for that. And just one element to show that, we have created 3 or 4 years ago what we call a CTO forum. The CTO forum is a forum gathering the CTO of the 7 major industry in aviation in order to discuss key topics that we consider to be non-competitive in order to coordinate or to share the data on that. And today, the core of this CTO forum, and we have a regular meeting on that, is based on non-CO2 effect, because we do think that this topic is critical, is non-competitive, and needs a full alignment in the industry. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicholas. The final presenter in this session is Arvind Gangwa Rao, Professor and Chair of Sustainable Aircraft Propulsion at the Delft University of Technology. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks.
Your mic is on and you're good to go.
No, okay, thanks. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to acknowledge my co-authors here. Harjot Fecha, she spoke yesterday, she's there. And Volker Greve, my colleague at TU Delft and also from DLR. So these three people are very hard-working people, and I'm hardly working, and that's why I'm here to present on their behalf. Well, it was nice that I'm actually the last speaker in this. I'm standing between you and the coffee break, but anyway, I'll try to keep it short. But also, I'll touch upon many of the things that Emily was discussing, Mark was discussing, and Nicola were discussing. So that makes my life a bit easier, actually. So thanks, all the four speakers. Nicola already touched upon many of these aspects, actually. So improvement in aircraft engine. I mean, that is how aviation has improved over the last so many decades, right? And when you look at it, actually, so there are a few elements that that we talked about. One is the overall pressure ratio. So the overall pressure ratio has gone up. And what you can see on this graph, actually, so well, it might look a bit small on the screen, but nevertheless, the overall pressure ratio is now going around 50 plus or to 60 for bigger engines, right? So overall pressure ratio, and then of course the bypass ratio, that has been one of the main drivers of propulsive efficiency increase, and that is also has gone up quite a lot. And when you look at the gear turbofan, for example, so that is now in twin digits, right? And that's how the propulsive efficiency has gone up. Right, and then to support that increase in OPR or overall pressure ratio, so the temperature has gone up. So the firing temperature has also increased quite significantly, as that's what you can see on this graph. And that has, of course, resulted in reduction in specific fuel consumption of the engine of the aircraft, and that means that reduced cost. But fortunately, it also reduced CO2, because actually we have never designed an engine or an aircraft to reduce CO2. It was all reduced to cost, and fortunately, in this case, it has also reduced CO2. Now, when we talk about, let's say, engine design, of course, we have talked about the environmental aspect. Yesterday, the whole day was on contrails, and of course, non-CO2 is more than contrails, of course, of NOx and so on and so forth, like what also Nicola mentioned. Now, when we talk about increase in overall pressure ratio on the bypass ratio or TIT, now they, of course, reduce the SFC and CO2, but they inadvertently increase NOx and contrails. So that is kind of a paradox that we have here. Yeah. Because thermodynamics requires high pressure and high temperature. You cannot cheat thermodynamics. Many people try to, but you cannot. And then the reduction in SFC basically comes at a cost of increasing NOx and also contrail formation and efficient engines. You are asking today about how efficient engines, that they do increase the contrail propensity, and that's coming from the Schmidt-Appelman criteria. Now here on this graph, here you can, to substantiate this point, so we run a lot of simulations actually with our in-house gas turbine models, where you can see that what you see is that on the y-axis here is cruise fuel flow, and on the x-axis is the temperature ratio, and for various pressure ratios. And as you increase the pressure ratio, you of course reduce the fuel consumption, but you also tend to go to higher temperatures. Yeah, and that means that your NOx emission is going to increase. And that can be seen also on this graph, where you see we have used for two different types of engines, one CFM56 single aisle and one GenX twin aisle engines. And what you see is on the blue curve is for CFM and the orange one is for GenX, is that on the x-axis you see the reduction in fuel consumption. Yeah, and on the y-axis what you see is the increase in the NOx emissions, yeah, for a given combustion technology. Now, of course, the combustion technology can make a lot of difference here, and that's what Nicola was talking about, and I will touch upon that point later on. But nevertheless, for a given combustion technology, you do tend to increase this. So this is the NOx paradox. You can call it paranox. Yeah. Yeah, why not? People come with all kinds of fancy names all the time. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we wanted to look at, let's say, the climate response stuff of such a system, right? So to do that, we used the AirClim tool, which was developed by mainly by Volker at DLR. So we have the permission to use that, and then we have let's say emission inventory, yeah, and an aviation scenario. So that is what you two needs. These two things you need to use AirClim, and then it can produce the climate response. And for the emission inventory, we require, of course, the aircraft performance model, which we develop in-house, then the engine performance model that we have the gas turbine simulation program, and the emission model. Yeah. So we use all these things to create a kind of an emission inventory, and then we use AirClim to calculate the climate response. Yeah. And to do that, of course, we need a flight network. And then we calculate the change in the design parameters and to see what it means in terms of the fuel combustion and so on and so forth. Yeah, of course, there are a few assumptions here, which are that we are not looking at the landing and takeoff, but we are mainly concentrating on cruise flights. Also that at the moment, let's say the flight network is not extensive, but nevertheless, it is representative. And what we are now doing is to trying to extend this flight network to a broader network. Yeah. So at the moment, we have concentrated only on single-aisle aircraft here, and this is how the network looks like. So we have mostly looked at A320 kind of aircraft and 150 city pairs, and looked at many of the flights here, like what you see on this graph. Yeah, of course, this is not extensive, but nevertheless, we are now working on having a better network here. Yeah, but here this is representative, and we wanted to see how do these design parameters change in the engine design parameters, let's say how they affect the climate. Yeah. And to do this, of course, there has been quite a lot of talk in terms of what kind of metrics that we want to use. In this study, we have used ATR 100. And there are different scenarios that you can use. We have used the one from Volker from 2021, which is called as the current technology scenario, and you can see how the fuel consumption will grow. Yeah, and of course we start the simulations in 2015 and end in 2150. Yeah, so these are the assumptions that we used in terms of assessing the results for this study. So here is the main part of the result, and what you see is on the y-axis, it's the average temperature rise for 100 years in millikelvins for a given fleet. Yeah, and on the x-axis you see several OPRs, so that means several engine designs with the different pressure ratios. So starting with 25, 30, 35, and 40. Yeah, and for each pressure ratio, you see 3 bars, and so there are different ones. Yeah, so what you see is that the one which is not hashed, that's for Jet A. So that's assuming kerosene as a fuel. Then we have SAF. Our assumption of SAF was not very optimistic, actually, in terms of CO2 reduction. But okay, that depends on how you calculate the life cycle and so on and so forth. But nevertheless, we have assumed around 50% reduction in terms of the soot emission. And that is coming from more or less the analysis that was carried out by Christian Vogt in the campaign from DLR. So that's the assumption here, that the SAF is, well, not very good in terms of CO2 reduction, but that's a debatable topic. But nevertheless, in terms of the soot emission, it's giving around 50% reduction in terms of soot. Yeah, and then we go from CFM 56, which has more or less like let's say an RQL combustor to a TAPS2 combustor technology, and that's what Nicolas was mentioning. Yeah, and then you see, of course, that the amount of soot reduction is huge, massive. Yeah, in fact, the soot reduction that you get because of the change in the combustion technology is orders of magnitude more as compared to what you get from SAF. Yeah, so this is something that has to be kept in mind when we discuss about SAF. Yeah. Okay, so what you see here is certainly that when you use SAF, then CO2 reduces a bit. The Contrail also reduces a bit. Yeah, and the NOx is more or less the same as compared to Jet A. Yeah, because the NOx emission is not changing because of SAF. Okay. When you go to TAPS combustor, or let's say a low NOx combustion system, I mean, TAPS is just a name, but a low NOx combustion system, then your CO2 is not changing, but your soot emission is changing quite a lot, and that has quite an effect on contrails. Of course, here we have made some assumptions in terms of how it would affect the contrails. Now we have discussed a bit about the nonlinear response in terms of the reduction in soot number and contrail. Okay, but here it is more or less linearized. And what you also see is that there's a huge reduction in terms of NOx. Yeah, so actually a combustion technology, a low NOx combustion technology, can give you much more as compared to SAF. It's not that they are one way or the other. They both can be used, of course, and then we don't know what is the effect, like what also Nicola was pointing out. But yeah, but this is something that has to be kept in mind. Yeah. So just to highlight the same thing again, and here you see again on y-axis and on x-axis different combustion technologies, and what you see is that of course let's say the combustion technology has a much more effect as compared to pressure ratio. Yeah. Well, so let's come to the key learnings. I promised you that I'll end earlier for the coffee break. Yeah. So first is that when we increase the overall pressure ratio, so CO2 climate impact reduces, certainly, but the NOx and the contrail climate impact would increase. Yeah, so that is something that has to be kept in mind. Again, I mean, a design is like a compromise always, and the question is, what are you compromising? When we look at the effect of pressure ratio as well as SAF, then CO2 climate impact certainly reduces. Yeah, and the contrail climate impact can also reduce. Yeah, but this is something that has to be looked at earlier, let's say later. And then certainly with combustion technology, the NOx emission goes down quite a lot, and the contrail impact also goes down significantly. Yeah. Of course, there are still large uncertainties in these climate effects. I think for the last 2 days, we have heard that thing repeatedly. Yeah. So the uncertainty around uncertainty is very high. Yeah. Life is uncertain. Okay. It's true. Yeah. And the point that I wanted to make here is that in all the options that we are talking about in this forum, we should also look at like the clean combustion technologies, which can actually reduce the non-CO2 effect quite significantly without compromising on the CO2 emissions. Yeah, so that is also something that should be kept in mind. With that, I would say thank you. Yeah, I would be happy to answer any questions later.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the questions have been flooding in. So so I will now stand between everyone and the coffee break to deal with a few of these. One that's been heavily voted on is what would be the gains for the scientific community if EASA or another body mandated engine manufacturers to report on more operating points of their engines compared to the few that we have currently in the engine emissions database. Mark, do you want to?
Yeah, so I think it would require quite a lot of work and additional testing to change that now. That's been the standard for 50 years, I guess, at this point. So, but there is an additional fifth data point, which is the maximum soot or NVPM emissions. And so manufacturers have to report on the maximum emissions, but they don't have to report on at what thrust setting that was measured at. So that data exists somewhere, and it could potentially be added to the emissions data bank to make it more valuable.
This is an issue that you dealt with a little bit in your presentation, and anyone else is free to comment on it. You talked about the impact of thrust settings in a way that was quite clear to me, but it raised the question about the impact of speed adjustments as a mitigation measure. Have there been any study on this specifically, looking at 4D trajectory and what impact adjustments in speed might have as a control mitigation tactic?
It's not something we've looked at specifically, but it's possible to look at using the models described in the meeting. So yeah, I think that's an interesting suggestion.
Okay.
There is obviously a fuel penalty associated with flying faster than optimal, but
yes.
Yeah.
that could be explored.
Astrid, I'll go to you with this next one because it is an issue I think you diplomatically bumped up against a little bit in your talk. As Mark talked about and others have talked about, there are certainly some room for optimism that as SAF production increases, that SAF will be a potentially important contributor to contrail mitigation. But from a policy point of view, is anyone looking at the issue of SAF blend mandates and how SAF blend mandates in particular might constrain our ability to more strategically deploy staff on days, for example, when contrail formation is likely, or strategically deploy SAF on night flights if the mandate is that it is a certain percentage blend?
It's a good question. Are people looking into it? Yes. Do we have the full answer? No. I think what is important to keep in mind that policies like Refuel EU Aviations are European ones, so they are not a directive. They are being implemented uniformly. In particular, for the first 10 years of Refuel EU Aviation, you have a so-called flexibility mechanism, allowing basically flexibility as to where that SAF is being uplifted, as long as the overall European target is being met. So there may be some flexibility in that regard in the first 10 years, with ultimately after those first 10 years of a blending mandate, SAF levels already being higher. So hopefully that need to increase SAF blend levels will trigger changes in fuel specifications, meaning that we have less compatibility restrictions in the coming decades, and maybe the flexibility mechanisms designed into SAF blending mandates may allow for allocation at wherever SAF can be strategically deployed, but it's something to be further investigated jointly with other parties.
Thank you. Any other comments on that from the panel? Or okay, I have one very specific question back to you, Astrid, that came in. There is an airline in the UK that's been approved to do 100% SAF demo flight. I'm aware of one that did take place in the United States as well as 100% demo flight. Are you aware of what they're doing with respect to aromatics, or aromatics being added in those instances?
Yes. Well, maybe to clarify, the one that is the transatlantic one, to my knowledge, is with Virent products, so renewable aromatics being blended in. Some of the demonstration flights we've been doing earlier this year, for example, the one with Boeing and Emirates, or with Bell and Safran, was with Virent or renewable aromatics blended in. For the Eclipse 3 campaign, that demonstration flight we did with associated measurement campaigns was with 100% paraffinic SAF, so 100% HEFA SPK without aromatics blended in. So you see test campaigns and demonstration flights in both categories. And I think that's making an important distinction, that we read every 100% SAF as the same kind of 100% SAF, but read in between the lines.
Okay. A question on engines. Has there been any work looking at the issue of the number of engines on board an aircraft, if a larger number of smaller engines is at all a factor? Go ahead.
Clearly, that the type of project that is currently being looked at more for the moment in terms of for electric engine more than for internal combustion engine. Yeah. The main issue is, as usual, to assess the cost benefit between having this multiple engine with optimization of the number of engine or variable thrust and things like that, optimizing each engine for each type of system versus weight versus drag versus cost of maintenance and things like that. But this type of system is currently being studied on a, I would say, paperwork point of view. I think you have something on that.
I mean, in reality, when you look at commercial aircraft, then we all migrated from 4-engine to 2-engine, because 2 engines are much more efficient. Yeah, so they reduce and also cost effective and so on. So I don't think that for a conventional engine going to multi-engine makes sense, just because your thermodynamic efficiency goes down when you go for smaller engines because of lower pressure ratio. Yeah. So yeah, that's my answer.
Okay, thank you. Mark, a question for you. In your work, how was contrail lifespan assessed in the breakdown you showed of lifespan versus engine efficiency?
So we were looking at the probability of contrails from that aircraft type that lasted. So the proportion of contrails from that aircraft type that lasted for greater than an hour. So we were tracking the contrail through its lifetime, and then those that lasted longer than an hour from formation, we kind of put into one bucket, and the others we put into a different bucket.
Okay, thank you. Astrid, a more general question to you on sort of the future perspective trajectory of SAF deployment. Neste, as you mentioned, is one of the major producers of SAF. Obviously, there's a lot of work going on in efforts to try and increase SAF production. What is Neste seeing as far as that ramp up, as far as when increasing volumes of SAF are going to be available at airports more broadly?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think part of the answer lies in the mandates. So it's the mandates that outline the ramp up of SAF from 226 to 50-60% towards 2050, depending on which specific region you're looking into. So we're also lucky to see that those mandates typically trigger also investment of our fellow producers. We need more players to supply SAF to the market. And there's been a good number of players announcing production both of HEFA as well as other types of SAF. And I think that's important to keep in mind here as well. If more types of SAF are becoming available, sustainable aviation fuel is a fuel envelope that is ultimately containing a range of different fuels that have as common denominator that they meet a set of sustainability criteria and allow for a type of greenhouse gas emission reduction, so CO2 reduction. That being said, chemically they can be fairly different as long as they meet any of the approved specifications. So I think that's the most important one. If we say SAF produces soot, let's be specific about the chemical type of SAF that we're looking at. But both HEFA SPK, that will be the main leading technology of the more volumes becoming available up to 2030. And then in the years after, you'll see other types of SAF coming to market as well.
Okay, thank you. One question for Arvind. In your impact bar charts, your TAPS 2 engine, was that running, what was the fuel running in that engine? Was that regular Jet A?
Yes, regular Jet A.
Okay, thank you. And I think Marilyn had a question and wanted to jump in on this one too.
Yeah. Because I heard and I learned today that we have a paraffinic sustainable aviation fuel. So it's maybe a question for Mark and Nicola. Do you think that the uptake of those not drop-in SAF could help to solve the problem of the most efficient engines? Because what I learned from Astrid is that we will have no non-volatile particles. So does it mean that to work with cleaner engines, we need to work with paraffinic SAF? It becomes very technical, but I try to understand everything that I learned today. And so what are the right synergies at the end of the day? It's what I try to understand.
That's a key element, and that's why we really insist on the fact that we must study in detail the behavior at very low particle emission, because typically that will be the key element in order to decide if this fully paraffinic fuel will be the future or not. Typically, if we show that even at very low particles emission, we still have this positive effect, then it will clearly go in the direction of a zero aromatic fuel, fully paraffinic fuel. If we see that at very low particles, potentially there are some things that are not so clear, then keeping on a fuel with low but still present aromatic content, allowing a dropping solution without any modification of logistic and things like that, could be more efficient. So that's why we are making all this project with Airbus for the Vulcan project, for instance, in order to clearly assess all this potential and being able to choose at the end the best solution. Unfortunately, going to zero aromatic content is not only a question of sales. If it was only seals, it would have been solved for years now. It's a question of global fuel properties, including auto-ignition properties, including volatility, including safety and things like that. So that it's our core business. We will manage to make the technology in order to burn such a fuel, but it will need quite a little bit of development in order to be ready as soon as the end of 2020s.
Thank you. I would like to thank all the speakers in that session, a session with some room for optimism that there are some contributing solutions coming. I would invite everyone to coffee break at this point in time. We'll take about 20 minutes and would ask you to be back at 4:10 for our last few sessions. Thank you.
We would like to invite all speakers of day 2 to come in the center for a picture, if it's possible. You will have your coffee break just after that.
We're going to get back together for our last sessions in a minute. If you can make your way back to your seat, thank you. Well, there's lots of great chats in there. We'll just roll into tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get on with our next panel discussion, which is a bit of an interesting one. We've had lots of good discussion today about the substantial work that is being done and planned in the near term, looking at operational mitigation possibilities, the possibilities with engines and SAF. For this panel, we wanted to pull together a diverse group representing pilots, airlines, and the ATM community to discuss the opportunities and challenges facing us as we contemplate future implementation of mitigation measures at scale in the airspace. And we've talked about a lot of the studies and the simulations that have been done, but as we contemplate implementation at scale, we want to explore some of those challenges. So I will introduce our panel for this session. I'm pleased to welcome back Rainer Sigurdsson, Executive Director of the Borealis Alliance, and to introduce Robert, just wave, because some of you are, Rainer's been up on the stage already, but I would also introduce Robert Bronze. Robert is chair of the Climate Working Group at IFALPA. He's an active KLM pilot. And is also the IFALPA representative to the ICAO Committee on Aviation and Environmental Protection, where he's leading a lot of CAPE's work on operational mitigation of contrails. To Robert's left, we have Mike Hornby, Manager of Airspace Concepts at NATS, and Mike is also chair of the CANSO Operations Standing Committee. And finally, I would like to welcome Maja Marciniak, Senior Economist with IATA. Welcome. As I mentioned off the top, we've had a lot of discussion about the research that's ongoing. We've explored that issue in depth over the past few days. What questions remain to be answered from your perspective? What's the sort of big holes that we still have in some of the research that we need to make sure that we are progressing towards answering before we can contemplate implementation at scale? Rainer, you've talked about one of your major projects that's working on some of that, but do you want to explore that?
Yeah, thank you. Well, after yesterday, I had one question. Is everything that was said yesterday, could that be put into a box, and where do I plug into it? Meaning that how can we start to use the conclusions of this research and bring it into the operational room. But still there are, of course, loads of questions. There was like, there's a lot of uncertainty. There are questions on how much uncertainty do we need to bring it into the ops room? And but I think, it both answered questions, but it also created a lot of questions that we need to get answers to.
Robert?
Yeah, thank you, and welcome to you. It's great to be here as a spokesman of the pilots. One question I had yesterday and also today, I tried to match the cautious approach of the scientists towards the positive energy here with all the projects. We do see from the pilot's point of view, have quite some issues on the scalability, on the implementation on large scale, and impact on capacity, on workloads, on operators' network consequences. So that will be quite an interesting journey for us to proceed. And also, if I look to the right, the implementation of SAF in combination with the operational improvements. So that's quite some questions we have, but a lot of people working on it. So I'm optimistic / not too pessimistic. Thank you.
We'll take that. Mike.
Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, everyone.
So for those that don't know me, I've got an operational background. I was a controller, so I'm quite a simplistic being. So I have a lot of questions. My knowledge of contrails last week was very small. My knowledge now is slightly less small, but I've learned so much today, especially. The questions are massive in terms of number, probably massive in terms of how we actually answer them. The biggest one for me is what's the sweet spot? It goes into the SAFs, it goes into the engine design, it goes into which planes do we choose? Who decides which planes we choose? Do we do every plane? Do we close airspace? Do we leave airlines open to it? It's an enormous question that needs answering, and there's no simple answer, but for me, there is a sweet spot out there that takes into account finances as well as, and we will get there, but we shouldn't try and bite off too much in the first place.
Maya.
Thank you. No, I mean, it's been a great 2 days, and I think importantly, we can see the engagement across the industry, across all avenues. So we've got research, we've got community coming together, which is fabulous. A lot of questions are being asked and they're also being answered, which is what we need. I think we're still concerned about the network effects. I think Stephen's points this morning were really quite clear about the capacity issues that we have across the airspace, and we've seen that being a topic, especially in Europe over the past few summers. So that is a very big one. As Mike mentioned, the care with which we select which aircraft need to be diverted or slightly have their altitude changed. That's the process of how we do it, who decides, how early do we really know? That's a big one. But then finally, I think the one topic that we're quite passionate about and quite interested in is just making sure that we help augment the models that exist with actual weather data on humidity. So really looking into the need for sensors. How do we go ahead, make sure we have the right sensors? How many aircraft would need to be fitted? We know probably not the entire fleet would require the sensors to really help improve the models sufficiently for them to be used operationally. So how many aircraft would need to have such a sensor? But then again, who would pay for the equipage of those particular airframes? If not the whole fleet, then it means that some specific operators would have to potentially foot the bill. That wouldn't necessarily be right. So that's also one of the big questions: is how do we help the community really help improve the models with actual weather data?
Okay, thank you. We've heard a lot today, and there's been enough studies done to know that it is possible for an aircraft to change its trajectory, and it is possible for it to do that in a way that avoids forming a contrail. We have some identified issues with, the accuracy of that, but we know that it is the accuracy of the weather forecasting that enables us to reliably do it, but we know it is possible to adjust those trajectories. There's been lots of work done with single flight trials. We heard this morning about the MUAC study that endeavored to broaden that. As you look at that issue of that scale, that issue of the complexity of the existing airspace and what this means, I know, Robert, you've been looking at issues of pilot workload and controller workload and some of the work that you've been doing within the Cape. What are those additional challenges of doing this on a broader scale basis?
I think from the pilot perspective, we prefer pre-tactical strategic implementation that makes our life easier. It makes your day predictable. It makes the life of the operator easier, also predictable, and also the life of the ANSPs and the flow controller as well, more predictable. If you come up with the system we have now without enough confidence to reduce your climate sensitive areas, because we also like minimum impact on your flight. That's the other thing. Major disruptions. Yeah, if you talk about North Atlantic or in the US or Europe, can you afford these kind of massive interruptions? You talk about 5%, but maybe that's 5% on a very that's maybe 20% on a small area. But so to come back, if you are forced to have also tactical interventions as well to support your strategic strategy, there are some quite some workload issues on the reprogramming, on ATC, on fuel use, on time. And if on short haul, that's quite difficult to implement all. If you talk about 1 hour's flights into a busy airport, you're busy with weather turbulence, etc., and then make an optimization, a trade-off, whatever, that will be very difficult. On long haul, North Atlantic, there will be a different strategy probably. So I think you should also tailor for the area you want and for the goals you want to achieve, strategic versus tactical. But to come back to we like a safe flight, we like a predictable flight, and as when you are talking about taking back some predictabilities, then you should have the pilot in the loop with this information, with connectivity, and then he can be an asset for the whole strategy. Thank you.
Okay. Rainer, do you want to comment on that? You're representing a large number of ANSPs in a busy strategic airspace. What are the conversations there about exploring at scale?
Yeah, for the first part, I think what we are discussing is to focus primarily on the planning phase. That's the phase that we are aiming at, looking at first, at least. And then, as we have heard many say, it's quite difficult doing it on a tactical level. And then, you know, we have seen individual trials, but I think we need to scale it up a little bit and see how this works in connection with the network. And Andreas Bossen summarized it very well at the end of the day yesterday. If we're going to look at it at scale, we need to take care of the network effect. And I think we might need to start stepwise. So do incremental steps in introducing it, and maybe because you mentioned the North Atlantic, and we are focusing on flow control, maybe that would be a good place to start. Stepwise, see how it works, and then gradually add on to it.
Yeah, I think when we started talking about this issue a number of years ago and started exploring, you know, potential concepts of operation, there was certainly optimism that implementation at the flight planning stage was where we would land. It certainly seems, even from some of the discussions we've had in the past 2 days, that challenges with forecast accuracy may require us to implement a little more tactically, even if it's in the hope of getting to be able to do this at the planning stage once improvements in forecast accuracy and the density of weather data aloft improves. Do you see unique challenges to that in your airspace, the airspace that your members represent?
Yeah, because with the forecasts, this is a trade-off. Everything is a trade-off here. We in our presentation today, we talked about, you know, saving fuel, shortest route, and so on. Now we introduce, you know, avoiding contrails, sorry, I lost my word there. Can I get back to that?
All good.
Sorry.
But no, we've talked, Mike, about, you know, the low-hanging fruit in this, and we've talked about the areas repeatedly where high levels of contrail formation occur, and the NAT, you know, falls to the top of most people's lists there. Your ANSP is responsible for a good solid half the NAT, and we've heard a little bit about some of the work that you guys are doing in partnership with others to explore opportunities. But given your knowledge of those operations, just talk to us about where there might be some specific opportunities in the NAT and some challenges that are unique to the operations that are there.
I think the benefit of the NAT, and just to pick on something that Robert just said, is that I don't think it's a one size fits all everywhere kind of answer to the problem. The NAT is one operational environment. Everybody's pretty much going in the same direction. You either heading east or west, and you don't generally get much traffic mixing. There's very little vertical change across the ocean, so it's a relatively straightforward environment, if you want to put it in those terms, for an air traffic environment. So therefore, in order to to get the benefits there is relatively straightforward, rather than trying to do it in domestic en route airspace over somewhere like Central Europe, where you've got 5 or 6 different ANSPs with so many conflicting routes and traffic climbing, descending, going left, right, north, south. So in terms of the benefits, they should be easier to manifest themselves. However, there is an awful lot of traffic that comes across the Atlantic in both directions. Do we need to move all the aircraft out of the regions where the contrails are forming? Do we need to move 80% out? What's the impact on fuel efficiency for where you're catching the tailwind of the Gulf Stream? So do you get a trade-off if you're not forming a contrail, but you're actually flying slower? So therefore you end up in a world where you're actually burning more fuel. What's the trade-off there? So there's no magic bullet to it. But again, I think it comes down to as well the trade-off between the tactical and the pre-tactical. I think uncertainty is the grandmother of problems, to coin a phrase. But we'd all like the forecasting to be perfect. But then we had a storm last week in the UK where they said, well, Southampton's going to get absolutely battered. So they shut the bridge and they shut the schools the night before. And the storm didn't really blow through. But was it the right thing to do? Yes, absolutely. So is this the right thing to do, that we close airspace or we avoid or we move certain traffic? Yeah, probably it is. But again, that's part of the balance between the forecasting and the post-operational review to work out what went right and what went wrong.
Okay. It was mentioned, just to stay on the NAT for a moment, it was mentioned that, the deployment of space-based ADS-B across the NAT has, had significant benefits in improving capacity and allowing the reduction of separation standards there. To a large extent, those reduction of separation standards were used to condense the traffic in the most wind-efficient routes. In one direction, that's grab the jet stream and get the tailwind, and in the other direction, it's avoid the headwind. Is there a need to explore, is there a possibility that mitigation in the NAT might result in a different fuel penalty than other regions that have been studied? Because if it required you to jump out of the jet stream and lose those, we're talking longer flight times to Europe, and is that a unique situation there?
I would imagine that anywhere there where an aircraft gets a tailwind, you're going to see the same sort of risk. But the biggest benefit over the North Atlantic is coming from the far side of the pond to this side of the pond with a big tailwind. And the aircraft were doing it in 4.5 hours the other day. So yeah, there's a massive, I won't say risk, but the cost implications need to be understood. And I'm sure that Maya has got more detail on that than I have. So,
Maya, you were my next question. Airlines are doing a great deal right now and are hugely seized with the net zero goal, and very focused on that. We've heard a lot today and yesterday about airline involvement in trials and studies in a really productive way on this matter. How is the issue being viewed broadly within your membership? Are there challenges with the dual priorities, the infinite priorities, but adding to the list of infinite priorities in a way that may, as we've acknowledged, result in increased fuel burn?
No, of course. The environmental impacts of aviation are the key focus of all discussions, all strategic planning, all key debates in the industry right now. It's something we must achieve. Aviation brings so much value to economies globally, and we just need to make sure we can do that in a green way. So I think we've heard it from Laurent and A4E this morning as well. The commitment from the airline industry is very strong. We've seen across all of the research projects presented airline participation and very active and willing participation, both in trials, sharing data, sharing expertise. The topic of trade-offs is a real one, and I think that's where the airline industry really looks into the research that is being done to really help and understand what's the most critical thing we need to mitigate. Is it non-CO2? Is it CO2? How do we balance it? Where's the trade-off? Where's the sweet spot? So I think that's where the industry needs to stay close to research to make sure we really draw on the most recent findings and really help to find that optimum performance area for us.
Okay, thank you. Again, I will put your questions to the panel if you use the Slido. I have one that's come in about our research focus, and where should the research focus be in order to support that concept of exploring the impact on the system of taking an approach in which a subset of flights are diverted for contrail mitigation, where we're not, creating no-fly zones, we're not segregating entire flight levels, but we're trying to somehow in the system prioritize and remove a subset. How do you see that as a bit of a unique research challenge? And I would add to that question, where in the system does that prioritization happen? We're talking at the very pointy end of the stick, at a very tactical deployment of mitigation measures at a point in time in which it's with dispatch, it's with pilots, it's with air traffic control. What challenge do you see with that sort of a selective prioritization and where those decisions happen in the system? Maya, do you want to comment on that first?
I think it's a great question. If you look at some of the other principles that have been used in Europe through CESAR and things like that with file-it, fly-it, and 4D trajectories, etc. Does it go right the way back to you file it and you choose at the pre-tactical stage? Where should the research be? I would say certainly in the forecasting. If we can get the forecasting right, then that's going to make everybody's life a lot easier. The tactical phase for pilots, for controllers, is very difficult. Not very difficult, but it's the more difficult end rather than it all being in the pre-tactical phase. So if we can do it before it becomes an issue, then you're going to see a lot more benefit than controllers whose primary role is to separate aircraft at the end of the day. If you then try and squash a lot more aircraft into a lot less airspace, then that task becomes harder. There's a lot of space up there. There's a lot of airspace, but there's an awful lot of planes as well. And the more planes we put into a narrow bit of airspace makes it increases the risk. So to try and maintain that risk, and coming back to Steve's points earlier about the network manager role, if they can understand it, then they can put in place the necessary restrictions or reroutes as necessary for other traffic. But if you move one aircraft out of a contrail area, then you have a knock-on effect to something else, so that it becomes that big picture. And if we can sort that in the pre-tactical through forecasting, I think that'd be where the biggest benefit is.
Maya, I'd ask you to comment with the added thought that, how does that look for the airlines that your organization represents in an environment in which we are unclear what the incentives and penalties might be? If we're looking at a situation where we're not trying to, we've acknowledged that we can't mitigate all contrails, but we're selectively prioritizing and moving some aircraft out of the contrail formation areas.
No, absolutely. I think the key thing to keep in mind is that it needs to be somehow fair. So we need to make sure we don't end up distorting competition in any way by saying, this particular, for example, aircraft type, which might actually be a specific airline, would have to, quote unquote, take a bit more of a diversion. I think the airline has to still stay in charge of flight planning, but at the same time, we acknowledge the importance of a network view. An airline on their own really won't have the visibility to understand what other airlines are planning. That's where we have ANSPs. We have in Europe a network manager where the knowledge is really there to help understand the different possibly conflicting flight plans and how to best balance that. The one thing I also wanted to add to the tactical versus pre-tactical conversation is the notion of also the cost effectiveness of this entire system. air traffic control is, generally speaking, expensive. Aviation is expensive, and we need to make sure we use the resources wisely. It's generally known that predictability allows for better staffing patterns at the ANSPs, which then translates to lower costs. So we really need to make sure we don't add a new element to that disrupts this the kind of stability of the system if we can do it pre-tactically. So I think the focus has to be to try and do it on a pre-tactical basis as much as possible to help ANSPs be able to plan better, so that then we don't just add also cost to the system. So again, a balance of environmental considerations, but where possible, trying to do these environmental considerations without adding unnecessary disruptions which create costs.
Okay. Rainer, do you want to comment on that idea of?
Yeah, what I wanted to say earlier was about the forecasting, and then they have also here mentioned the predictability, because we are aiming at looking at it in the planning phase or pre-tactical phase. So I think for research, the forecasting needs to be explored better, as we heard yesterday, that there was a lot of there's a lot of uncertainty in it. But also, I think we need to connect the research here with the flow management and network managers to see if the methods that are being proposed, how that will affect the network in total. And as Mike mentioned, even though you move just a couple of aircraft, that will have a knock-on effect or a domino effect down the route. And also, I think we need to put, because Maya mentioned the cost, and we have to use our resources wisely, that we need to do more research on the balance between the indicators, between capacity and environment, and environmental and cost efficiency. So I think we need to put some effort into that to figure out what are we balancing here. And that will also create, I think, information for the policymakers to take decisions for the future. Thank you.
Okay, Robert.
Yeah, and again, from the pilot's perspective, I was still puzzled when you talk about who will take the decision to lead. Is it the operator? We were talking this morning a lot about optimized flights from the operator's perspective, and that's maybe a little bit different from the pilot's perspective. Pilots is safety, and then the rest. But then you have a kind of personal optimized flights, and whereas, as you said correctly, it should be also a regional area. It's an area-wide concept. It's a system-wide approach for if you see as pilot one aircraft, you're avoiding flight level 360 across the North Atlantic for contrail avoidance because of your optimized flight track, and you see the next other type aircraft, other color aircraft just flying through the same area. This means two things. He has another planning tool. His environmental goals are a little bit different, and the second, your goal, your benefit is almost gone because due to the non-linearity of the effect. So my benefit, my CO2 equivalence, maybe disappeared because he will make the control anyway. So that's the thing. So if we want to take the pilot along on a safe flight, we should really inform him, and it should somewhere be a guarantee that it's a system-wide approach, whereas the operator has still the freedom to optimize his flights personally. So there's a conflict I see, but that's, I think, where the research should aim for as well. And
one question that came in that I would put directly to you. I think we joked at one point in time yesterday about strapping smartphones to the side of planes, but there is a question that pilots can play a significant role in collecting in-flight contrail observations. How do you see that going over with the pilot community? You're not able to observe your own contrail coming out the back, but you are able to observe potentially contrails that are forming in the area in which you're flying. Yeah. So whether it's reported like turbulence, or however you see that happening.
It's well possible, and it should be fitting into the array of observations, satellite, ground-based, because it's really the persistent contrails are relevant, and we don't see if it's a persistent contrail, because then you have to wait for 10 minutes. And that's, but I have a lot of pictures of contrails every flight. I see them, and I may take pictures of them, so I can show you a lot of. So I think that there is a benefit, but a small benefit on this total array. We need validation of our contrail appearance, and one small part can be the pilot, and they have their tools, they have their connectivity, etc. So that's a good point. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. As we look holistically at the past couple days, I would just ask for a comment from each of you about where your optimism is sitting, that the challenges that we've talked about, that we have a plan, that we have a momentum, that we have an energy behind them. Where are you sitting? Rainer, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, well, I'm quite optimistic, I must say. After these 2 days here, we've heard, got a lot of information, and I can complement what Mike said. I think I'm a little bit cleverer than yesterday, from our perspective, I think we need to continue and connect this to the operations, and also I think if people are going to implement this and work by it, they need to understand why. Why are we doing this? Why? What benefit does it have for the operation that I'm trying to operate here? So I'm quite optimistic, but obviously there is work to do, and therefore I say we should start in incremental steps, try to implement what we have, and do some rounds on it, and be more, get more information and feel for how it works. Because at the end of the day, it will be that there is a trade-off somewhere there. If we are gonna implement all the performance indicators to the extent, there will be conflicts there. So there is a trade-off that we need to do, and therefore we need to, more do the experiments, get the data, get tangible data in, so we can evaluate whether this is sensible or not.
Okay, Robert, you've commented on your cautious optimism.
Yeah. Next week, I'm locked in the room with the scientists within ICAO, so I think I will be less optimistic after next week. That's one thing. But if I see all the projects going on, but still the main issue is the scalability and the operational implementation. I think that we only had 1 or 2 trials in real life, so that's one step in a good direction. The knowledge is accelerating, but there's still quite some gaps we have to fill in. But in the meantime, we can already think about the operational concepts and think of how we can implement this. And with CO2 every day that we don't do CO2 reduction is 1 day lost. And with contrails, it's a little bit different. We can wait until we have a very good solution, but in the meantime, we can already implement some trials, etc. So I'm looking forward to all the trials, etc. Yeah, that's my job. Thank you,
Mike.
I just momentarily, when Robert said he had pictures of contrails, I had an image of a lot of pilots taking photos of each other and reporting on each other, some sort of incentive of my contrails better than yours. But no, in terms of optimism, it's hard, I'll be honest, it's hard to be optimistic about the environment at the moment, given the reports in the news today that this year is going to be the hottest on record, after last year was the hottest on record and the year before was the hottest on record. But I really think that this could be a good news story for aviation. We are demonized repeatedly because it's very easy to point the finger and say, look at that big polluting jet that's flying through the sky, despite the fact that we're actually quite small in the grand scheme of things. If we can get this story out there and say, this is another thing that we're doing, and this is what we're looking at, and these are the benefits, then that could be massive. It's just a question of again, scalability, find the low-hanging fruit, as you said earlier, find that sweet spot of how many do we actually have to move to make a difference. It might not be many, but let's do it and let's go and make a difference. And from what I've heard and for the people that I see around here with the passions that have been put forward and the research that's being done, I think we really stand on the cusp of being able to do something.
Last word to you.
Sure. I mean, I think quite positive. I remember speaking to Ilona about the MUAC study back in 2020. And just to think three and a bit years later, we're here and 2,000 people joined the session yesterday morning to listen in. It shows real commitment. It shows excitement. It shows the energy and also the kind of mental resources that are being put into it. A lot of smart people taking part and contributing. So a lot of optimism. I think there's still some uncertainties and we need to just be mindful of that. The one risk, which I don't think has been mentioned explicitly that we need to be aware of, is if we don't have good models and we do end up introducing avoidance, what we might end up doing is moving an aircraft from an area and actually creating a contrail elsewhere. So you have the double impact. You still have the contrail, but you also have the additional fuel burn. So we just need to be mindful of that when we go forward and plan for contrail avoidance and plan for how to exactly do it in an operational manner. We just need to make sure that we have precision and accuracy to be able to make sure we do it in a targeted way without disrupting the network. But as already mentioned, I mean, this is really something we can do possibly quicker than a lot of the other aviation decarbonization activities that are going on and that will follow. So overall, I would say positive, but we still need to tread cautiously forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. A good word to end on. Thank the panelists. And Marilyn, if you want to go to our next session.
So I'm impressed. We are still on time for the last two presentations of the day regarding the European non-CO2 research program. So Steve Arrowsmith, I would like to invite you to go to the lectern. It's a long term. You are Chief Expert Environmental Protection for EASA, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marilyn, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, although I must admit that I was slightly alarmed to be the end point of a two-day tsunami of presentations. So with that in mind, I've tried to focus this as much as I can, reduce the slides to give some idea as to the role that EASA plays in this particular interesting topic that we've been discussing. Looking backwards first, I thought it'd be useful to touch on previous work that we did, which some of you may be familiar with in terms of a report that was published back in 2020. A bit of background on the report. We looked into what had been done at that point. There had been past analysis way back in 2006, 2008, looking at this current scientific understanding with regard to non-CO2 impacts at that point, but it wasn't considered sufficiently mature to actually act on. And so a lot of the focus subsequent to that was really directed on trying to come up with measures to mitigate CO2. And we see that in terms of the emissions trading system, where aviation was integrated in 2012, but just looking at CO2. At the international level for ICAO, they developed an aeroplane CO2 emission standard and also a market-based measure, CORSIA, which again is focused just on CO2. But in 2018, we came back to this within the updated ETS directive 2018. There was an article asking the Commission to revisit this topic in terms of, again, looking at how things have evolved with regard to our understanding on non-CO2. And EASA was asked at that point to perform a study looking at specific questions that had been put to us from the Commission. And these were the tasks that we focused on. the report was started in 2019, published in November 2020, and what we were asked to do was to provide an update on the latest scientific understanding, and importantly, the uncertainties associated with that from a non-CO2 perspective, look at what already exists in terms of policy options that are already contributing to address this issue, and also potential additional measures that could be taken. The team we put together comprised of a range of experts from across the European scientific community, but we also brought in wider atmospheric scientific community within Europe and outside of Europe, technical experts, policymakers, industry representatives too, and that was a key part of the discussion, to try and bring all of the stakeholders together to get all of the different perspectives with regard to what is going on, what could be done from an operational perspective in terms of integrating mitigation measures into the operational scenarios. In terms of task one on the science, clearly there was an update with regard to the latest scientific understanding over the decade that is last been looked at, which concluded that the non-CO2 impacts, the largest ones of those were the net NOx, and also contrail cirrus, which is what we've been focusing on the last couple of days, but that there were still significant uncertainties associated with the overall impact. There was also within the report a recognition that the latest science had identified that non-CO2 impacts in terms of effective radiative forcing would be potentially more than half or 2/3 of the overall net forcing, but the associated uncertainty with that non-CO2 impact was 8 times higher than the actual CO2 impact. And that is a key thing that I think we struggle with. Sometimes the first part of that point is communicated without the second point. And it's important to ensure that as far as possible in communicating on this, we put it in the right context. There was also a need to look into research gaps that were identified, such as aerosol cloud interactions, and also a reference to the potential multiplier approach, which for a GWP 100 metric was 1.7, but recognizing that depending on the metric and the time horizon you choose, that multiplier does change. In terms of current policies, we have something in place already for some time now to try and mitigate non-CO2 from a technology design perspective in terms of the engine emission certification requirements for NOx and particulate matter. There's also been an aeroplane CO2 standard put in place to generally incentivize fuel efficiency, which then also has obviously a direct benefit in terms of non-CO2 emissions. And that data that's gathered as part of these certification standards is actually feeding into the modeling aspects as well to try and provide the necessary data to underpin what emissions we feel are being produced at altitude. There were various policy actions that were looked at covering fuel, ATM, and financial aspects. On the fuel side, looking at fuel specifications, trying to improve fuel quality. And that is something that was taken forward in terms of Refuel EU. On the ATM side, identification that more research is needed in that area. And again, we've seen a dramatic increase in terms of looking at that particular topic. On the financial side, the possibility of including non-CO2 into the ETS, and we've seen that also being taken forward through the MRV framework discussions. So in summary, some of the key highlights from the report were the need to consistently review what's going on within the scientific community on this topic. It's constantly evolving, which obviously a challenge in terms of then trying to identify the mitigation measures to address this topic, where it's a bit of a moving goal. To maintain and regularly review existing policy options, use what we've got, and that is being done at the ICAO level. And to also use SAF as a holistic approach. At that point, it was clear that SAF could help from a CO2 perspective, but also from a non-CO2 perspective. There's still significant work that's needed to quantify the benefits from non-CO2 emissions from SAF, and outstanding questions, which we've been talking about the last day or so, that needs further work. And that is a key aspect moving forward, trying to understand what is the benefits of non-CO2 emissions from SAF, and how do we quantify that, value it. So moving forward, and building on the work that we've done in the past, we are now being asked to put in place another project starting next year, to again look at strengthening and coordinating the work that's being done in this particular area. The non-CO2 climate impacts still high on the political agenda. We can see that through the various Fit for 55 initiatives, and we can see that since the report in 2020, there's been a significant amount of initiatives being launched across various areas: Horizon Europe, Clean Aviation, CESAR, non-European states. ICAO is ramping up its work in this area. And with this, it's fantastic to see all the work being done in this area, but there's also a risk that there's a fragmented discussion going on across lots of different work streams, and a need to, as far as we can, try and bring it back together in terms of a common understanding on how do we address this issue, what is the latest discussions, research telling us in terms of addressing this topic, best practices, in terms of impact assessments to inform policy discussions, and help the policymakers steer the discussions in the right direction that achieves the objectives that we want to achieve. And I think in terms of this work, I mean, it's been fantastic to see the response to the report from 2020. All of the work that's ongoing at the moment, and I thank CANSO and Eurocontrol for bringing people together in order to actually try and get our head around all of the different initiatives that are ongoing, and for everyone's contributions. So it's great to see that there are the resources being put into this area. So in terms of our future work, we have a project that we're due to start next year. The aim of this is to try and strengthen the coordination by establishing a European network of experts on non-CO2 emissions, to specifically look at how do we address the impact assessments to inform policy discussions based on the latest science, consolidate that overview of research projects, evaluate the output of those projects and potential gaps that still need to be addressed, a roadmap that can see how do we move forward based on the latest discussions, coordinate that within Europe, but also recognize that there's work being done outside of Europe, and we're looking to try and address this on a global basis through ICAO, and to develop content that helps us to also communicate on this very technically challenging topic to the public, to the policymakers, in order to ensure that the research really does move the discussion in the right direction. So that project's due to start next year, and we are looking to work very closely with the Commission in order to actually help move the dialogue forward. I think that's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Stephen. It was very interesting to see what EASA is planning to do next year. And as you know, Eurocontrol is happy to support all the work, of course. And Michael Kyriakopoulos, now I would like to invite you to the lectern. You are Aviation Research Policy Senior Expert for DG RTD at the European Commission. Yes, it's a long way to go, but you are the last one. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'll try to make it light, because for the late hour. So with a little bit of fun as well, make our life easier here. First of all, first things first. Yeah, I'm coming from the European Commission, DG Research and Innovation, and you have the warmest regards from Rosalinda van der Vlies, is the Director of Transport and Energy Research. We call it Clean Planet. And Jana Mila, who is the Head of Unit of Transport Research, including aviation, of course. And in RTD, as you very well know, DG RTD, the European Commission, we are planning, programming, and partly implementing. Partly is implemented by SINEA, by the agency. The framework program, we call it Horizon Europe right now. It's a 6-year program, 100 billion euro program. Around 3 billion euro go, 3 billion euro in this period, this framework, go to aviation research. So, including part of it goes to CESAR, part of it goes to clean aviation, part of it goes to collaborative program, more fundamental low TRL research. But we have an equally big part on in climate sciences, nearly 1 billion. So predicting the environment, numerical models, weather forecasting, and all this grouped together. So suddenly what makes us kind of in a unique situation is that we have a holistic view on not only on aviation research, but also we can connect transport and energy at large, which is the main issue here. Cannot see in isolation one project or one program. We have to see it within the spectrum of contribution at the global level. It's a global challenges. So goes next goes here, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, you've seen this slide before, but I just added the title here, what comes out today. And this title also connects with next slide, what may come out tomorrow. So as you know, this research innovation invests a lot on not only on evolutionary programs, making things even better, but also on the next big steps, revolutionary research. So you well aware of the hydrogen, powered aviation, hybrid electric is coming, and many people were laughing when we started 10, 15 years ago with hybrid electric aircraft. Today, less are laughing. I guess a lot of work, Nicolas was here before, Safran, MTU, Rolls-Royce are doing incredibly good job together, of course, with Airbus and Leonardo on these issues. But again, this is not the topic of this presentation today. What I would like to say basically in this presentation are two words, two main elements. First of all, to advertise an upcoming workshop, but this will leave it at the end. And secondly, to inform you a little bit on the contrail issues over the last years. So we've heard before, earlier today, some people are aware of contrails 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. I have to say that I don't feel so old, but in the European Commission, in our group, we're busy with contrails since 1996. If I can go back a little bit here, skip. Yeah. So on the left-hand side, you see the first report, the global atmospheric effects of aviation, where the European Commission, our group at that time was George and Reinhard, have initiated together with NASA and all the flags that you know there. And in fact, this kind of in 1996 and the upcoming one in 1998 led to the special report on aviation on IPCC that we all know, and for the first time, it pointed out to contrails and non-CO2 emissions. And I brought with me here today the 2000 report, which is in a good state, in fact. And I would like to read for you only part, a few lines of the foreword. Just go back in time. It works sometimes. So it says in the year 2000, at present, it is unknown which type of emissions has the largest impact. on upper tropospheric aerosols and on cirrus formation. The aerosol and gas emitted or the contrail formed under specific flight conditions. If important, many of the emissions may be reduced by technical changes to the aircraft and engine system. Considerable progress has been made in recent years in developing low NOx emitting engines. However, what can be done against contrails? To achieve scientific progress in this field is a challenging task, and a reduction of uncertainties is of great importance to the aviation industry. Therefore, the European Commission initiated this workshop. That was back in 98 and 2000, and of course gives us a flavor that the world has not started 4 years ago or 5 years ago, is a little bit older. I have to say that this, I consult this very often, and in fact, this slide here, oops, you go backwards here, or no. Yeah. So these beautiful slides that we all know, in fact, if you go to page 7 or 8 or something like this, you're gonna just see them the same but inverted. I mean, they're not horizontal but vertical. So it gives good food for thought, and since then, in fact, the European Commission started a program. This was done, I have to acknowledge, with a lot of collaboration from at that time DERA, DLR, and Lufthansa, that started this trip together at the European Union level, and of course the counterparts in the US were NASA and FAA. And since then, we started the trip, more workshops, 98, 2000, we launched projects, and over the last 25 years, approximately 40 projects, research projects of a couple of €100 million have been invested from the European Union on non-CO2 emissions. This is just to make the baseline where we stand today and where we're coming from. And it's important also the historical perspective to see and acknowledge. There's so much wisdom in this room today, despite the recent one from Nicolas that I fully acknowledge and applaud, the one from Vincent this morning, that I support every single word. I go back to my words before and I say that all these projects over the last 35 years and 25 years for Contrails, they're just building layers upon layers. We're building a wall of pre-competitive research, but at the same time, where we don't see issues in isolation. So we have a lot of work is done on, for example, reducing NOx, which is extremely important. I don't want to go deep down. Combustion stabilities, CFD modeling on Arvin was explicit enough together with Nicolas before on the propulsion issues. But of course, things are not only done in Europe, equally in the US, Ascend partner programs, TAPS 2, all these reports and work builds together on international level. So we have to see the issues at a more global level, not only for ATM, but it's an issue about propulsion, it's an issue about fuel, about atmospheric physics, about weather forecasting, and all this together with ATM, and all this built together in order to solve also the contrail issues. Yeah, which brings me back, let's say, in the very, very near future. I recall in 2019, we have a technology radar in DG Research, so we scan what is going on Earth, from Europe to Japan and the USA, and we came across a lot of research on artificial intelligence. So therefore, it was at that time, around 2019, around August or September, when we submitted a proposal for the next set of projects, including artificial intelligence for contrails. In the meantime, of course, you know, it's a big process in the Commission. From the moment that we think to the moment that we do, it takes approximately a year and a half, because member states are involved, all 27 member states, 28 in the past, that amend, comment. We have to agree to a common program, a work program for research. So all these things are done. The preparatory work is done much earlier, and what it comes out comes with a year and a half of delay. In the meantime, we see many people have they already started the work, but this is a different story. Which takes me to a lot of good results from the past, and deep in my heart is the React4C program. We have Sigrun here, of course. At that time, worked together in 2009, 2008, 2010. We continued, of course, with Cesar, with ATM4E, and a lot of good work has been done, and we continue with all this good work with BICOM. On enhancing measurements for atmospheric humidity, on even better numerical weather prediction models, development of artificial intelligence algorithms, data simulation, also work on non-CO2 metrics. In the meantime, I don't want to drive you crazy with acronyms. I don't like that as well myself. When I'm confronted with acronyms I don't know, but you've heard before a few words about Akakia, so climb up projects that are just finished from the previous program that all add up. The news is that in 2024, we have again a 17 million euro topic, so 17 million, approximately 3 to 4, even sometimes 5 proposals. So exactly for the same subject, for non-CO2 emissions. So we expect proposals from you. The opening date is 7th of December. The closing date is 18th of April. So take your pens and start writing good proposals to take this issue further ahead. It has been said a lot in the last 2 days that the international collaboration is important, and in fact I have to also make public here that we're working together with FAA and with some also contacts with NASA to work together, EU and US at this level from the research point of view, and everybody is not a competition. Everybody can join forces. The role of EASA is extremely important for us. You've seen it clearly when you read the work program. In some specific topics like this one in 2024, the involvement of EASA is necessary. So in this 2024 topic, we're gonna increase again scientific understanding, explore also hydrogen, engine and gas particle emissions characterization, fill the gaps where necessary. I will not repeat what Nicola and Arvin said before. We also strive for a decision support system for airlines and ATM, and also better predicting location and global warming impact of contrails and contrail cirrus. Which brings me in 3 seconds to my last point, which is an advertisement. In fact, we planned this workshop on aviation non-CO2 emissions for last year, but for different internal reasons, we do it this year, and it will take place 13th and 14th of December. It is organized by DG RTD, DG Move, DG Klima, DG Environment, together with the EASA, and the support, of course, from the Cesar and the Clean Aviation Partnerships. These are 2 Horizon Europe partnerships, So altogether, the Commission services at large. In fact, Dimitar was not here; he's not here today. But Dimitar will be chairing a session. The same also for Stephen, DG Move as well. So all of us together with you, we can join forces, and we build a good agenda. So you're very welcome to attend. Some of you also speak there. These are some of the issues that we're gonna tackle. We build a good program, industrial and research balanced, and looking forward to see you there. So how to register? All you have to do is to Google European Commission Aviation Non-CO2 Emissions Workshop, and it will come first, I guess, in your list. In the registration, there's a two-step process. So in the first, you register in the platform, in the European Commission platform, and then at the bottom, if you want to attend on site. We have limited places, therefore we cannot guarantee that everybody can be there, but it's going to be also online, and the same style here with Slido. So thank you very much. Congratulations to Eurocontrol and to CANSO for this excellent 2 days. I enjoyed it personally very much. We have learned also lots of things, especially on the operational issues that are very important. And we have, I'm sure they're going to build further more trust and mutual collaboration with both Eurocontrol and CANSO. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And of course, as Eurocontrol, we are looking forward to that workshop on non-CO2. But just one thing, Michael, I hope you are convinced that since 1996, we did some improvement. Okay, so we are coming to an end of that meeting. So maybe we can go to the lecture.
I just want to say the sincerest of thank you to our speakers over the past few days, to our exhibitors, to our participants. This is a unique forum which brought together a unique constellation of stakeholders, and we're delighted with how it came together, and delighted at the time that you gave to come here today and talk about it, and more importantly, the time that you are so obviously putting into this issue and to solving our challenges and to working out ways to move forward at pace and with haste on this important issue. I would also like to thank our online participants, which we just found out also exceeded 2,000 people today. So again, a very and lastly, I would like to thank Marilyn, and I would like to thank Robin, and I would like to thank Lucia and the entire team that has pulled off this conference so nicely. We were delighted to have the opportunity to collaborate with Eurocontrol on this conference, and are delighted to continue collaborating with you as we work towards solutions in the future. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And you know, it has been really a pleasure to meet you and to work with you on that conference. So it has been a marvelous experience. So I hope we will do it again in the future. But now coming to the next steps, as we have explained yesterday, we plan to publish a report summarizing all the findings, issues, key outcomes of that conference. And ideally, it will depend on Robin again. We would like to have that report ready before the workshop for the Commission, because then it could maybe use as an input for your discussion in your workshop. So it's ideally. And also, we know that we were not able to tackle all the questions that have been raised. And again, I said yesterday that we will try to also answer to those questions that have not been addressed also in that report when we are going to publish. Regarding now Eurocontrol and the next step, I would like also to emphasize the launch of ContrailNet together with Thales, Airbus, and our colleagues at MUAC about that ContrailNet initiative. So as a reminder for those who were not yet there yesterday, it's a common repository of data which aim to accelerate or to support the research community. And also the idea is to use the data coming from the ground cameras to be used, you know, for research purposes. So you are all more than welcome to contribute to ContrailNet, so don't hesitate to do it. And of course, our colleagues at MUAC will continue to work on different kinds of trials to better understand how we could avoid contrails from an operational point of view. And of course, my team and the whole Eurocontrol agency will continue to support all research programs, of course, including CESAR. And finally, I would like also to say thank you to all the people behind the scene that have prepared the conference today. So if it's possible to have a big round of applause for all those people that are there behind me. So, because I must say, I've been quite impressed by the quality of that conference in terms of the IT support, also the communication, Lucia, Florence, everyone, also Robin, Sacha, Laurent, everyone, you did a wonderful job. And without you, it would not have been possible. So it needs to be said. And of course, CANSO, this is a great partner, as I have already mentioned. And finally, I really hope you did enjoy that conference. Personally, I learned a lot of things, so I hope this is the case for you as well, because this is why we are doing those kind of conference, is to really increase awareness. Now I know that I have much more work to do, because obviously I still need to learn a few things, but I hope to see you again in one of our future events. So thank you very much. Thank you to all speakers again, because we did it thanks to you as well, because without you, there is no contribution, there is no conference, and I hope to see you again next time. Thank you very much.